Welcome, race fans, to the Owosso Speedway. It is a beautiful day here in Ovid, Michigan. We have the must-see racing sprint cars and the MCR dwarf cars here, as well as several of our house divisions, 105 cars in the pit area. But we have to get things started off the right way, and to do that, we'll throw things down to Roger Williams for our opening ceremonies.
Thank you, Chris. Hey, are we excited to get this Saturday night of Labor Day weekend kicked off? Hey! Glad you guys all could make it. I know there's a lot of you still making your way in. I don't know if any of you noticed, but as you came in today, did you see the two-seated modified that we have sitting out there at our main gate? We're going to give away today with just a $5 ticket. All you got to do is buy a $5 ticket, and you could be drawn to do 5 laps in that modified ride in it today. So $5 could get you 5 laps on that track today, riding in that modified. We're also selling rides in there for $60 and $100. I believe it was, what, 2 and 4 laps on the ride part of that modified. We'll give you more details as we go through tonight, but we've got sprint cars, we've got pure stocks, we've got trucks, but make sure you get those tickets for that ride in the modified here later on. Fast Eddie's is also here today giving away some good stuff. We're going to give away a 6-month membership from Fast Eddie's. That's going to be courtesy of those lucky number programs, so be sure to get those at the souvenir stand. You can buy those tickets for the ride as well, or down by the modified itself. But let's get started with tonight's show. Before we do, I need to ask everyone if you would please rise. Gentlemen, please remove your caps. Now, during the playing of our anthem, our active and retired military folks may keep their caps on while rendering the military salute. But if you would, at this moment, please bow your head in prayer. And to lead us in prayer today, our head tech here at Owosso Speedway, Mr. Neil May.
Gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day, Lord. We thank you for this beautiful weather, Lord. We thank you for each and every person in attendance here today, Lord. We thank you for allowing us to call upon your name to help us through those tough days, Lord. We ask that you would watch over our first responders, Lord. Keep them in protection, Lord. We ask that you would watch over those servicemen and servicewomen that fight for our country. And Lord, we just ask for your blessings over our racers today. We just ask it all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please remain standing as we welcome our friends from Canada with the playing of their national anthem. And now to honor America with the singing of the Star-Spangled Banner, please welcome from Clio, Leah Williams.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Leah Williams, ladies and gentlemen. And before we get started, I always like to introduce the folks that are in charge of keeping these drivers safe. I'm not going to ask you to answer a specific question. Just let the folks know who you are, where you're from, and your last 4 digits of your social security number.
Greg Atwood, Ovid, Michigan.
Trent Johansson, Okemos.
Tyson Holt.
Jeff, Ovid Fire.
Tanner, St. John's.
Dustin, Ovid.
Chris Elty.
All right, our safety crew, ladies and gentlemen. Are we ready to go? Well, you guys know how to shut me up, so all I got to do is count to 3, and you do the rest, and we'll send it up to Chris. 1, 2, 3. Oh, well, 2 of you knew how it went. And he was the loudest.
Go to a dirt track one time this week, and all of a sudden you think you're a superstar.
Yeah, I
again.
know. Mr. Worldwide over here.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's Pitbull, and I'm Chris Spoby. We'll be doing most of the calling of the action tonight. But our special guest announcer that'll be handling qualifying coming up first for the Must-See Racing Midwest Sprint Lights coming up. We welcome back Jacob Seelman for the second time in 2024. Welcome back, sir.
Maybe. There we go.
Hey.
Helps when I hit the button, doesn't it? It doesn't even feel like it's been that long since we did this the last time.
Oh,
and
just a couple months.
No, could we have asked for a better day for racing, Chris? I mean,
well, I think we earned this after how it went last time you guys were here.
I would argue we very much earned this, and we not only have we earned the right to actually be able to qualify 2 divisions of sprint cars, but we had to scrap everything but features last time. So these fans are due for a full show tonight, and we're ready to give it to them. Almost 30 sprint cars in the pit area this evening between the 2 divisions, so it is going to be a very, very, very fun night of racing. We're looking forward to it, and glad to not only be able to bring the action live here this evening, but also to be able to showcase Owosso for the second time in 2024, upcoming on Racing America. So a lot of fun. We're excited, Chris, and I can't wait. I'm not just saying this because I'm here. I say it because it's in my heart. I believe it, and I've seen some of our best features that we've put on have come right here. This is one of my favorite tracks, if not my favorite track, to bring must-see racing to each year because of how competitive it is, but a little bit different dynamic tonight than what it's been. Our drivers walked in, and where there was nothing here a month ago, all of a sudden there's a little inside wall that's going to make this a little bit more, I won't necessarily say tricky, Chris, but where you might have been able to dive a corner a little bit braver, you may have to think just a second longer about it this time.
Yeah, we've made that margin for error just a little bit thinner. We have a couple big late model races, one that was last Sunday and one coming up in about a week and a half that we have to have the pit road up for, so we left it up just to make it harder for you guys.
Fair enough, although I will say in regards to what you just referenced, that ASA race from last Sunday was pretty spectacular.
Oh, a phenomenal race. Yeah, we look forward to hopefully having them back in 2025, and if you like that, well, the UARA super late models will be here September 11th on a Wednesday. We just were able to announce this week Eric Jones will be coming back home, so we're excited for that as well.
Oh, speaking of Eric Jones, by the way, for anybody who's curious, he was fastest in practice for the Southern 500 earlier today. So, that must-win situation, having speed helps. Just a little bit.
He was here on Wednesday, came in to do a quick practice, and he was really excited about his prospects for this weekend. So hopefully he can win on Sunday, make it into the playoffs, and then come here and back it up with a good performance in the super late model here at Owosso.
There we go. And I'm looking. I am looking out to the center, and oh my God, Ryan Litt made it in time. They were stuck at the border for a couple of hours this morning. Apparently, I don't know what caused it, but apparently there was a diesel fuel spill at the border where they had everything shut down for a couple hours and nobody could get through. So, but they've made it in time. They're actually I think gonna go ahead and push Ryan now to make sure he gets his safety laps, just so we know that everything is right on the race car. And then we'll get him in line to be able to qualify at the, I assume, at the end of the line. And I think we know, Chris, anytime Ryan Litt shows up at Owosso Speedway, he's going to be a threat. I know, the checkered flag maybe has eluded him recently here, but he won at Berlin recently with the Tour, and he loves this place. This place is very, very racy, and that's what I started to say when we were talking a couple minutes ago. You can go just about anywhere on this racetrack and find speed depending on how your car is handling and what you like to be able to do. So inside, outside, middle of the racetrack, especially when these guys get into traffic later in the race, it's going to get dicey, it's going to get fun, and I am here for it.
Absolutely. And Ryan Litt was one of the very best on the old surface. He racked up quite a few wins in the early 2010s here, back on the rough and tumble surface. And I know he had issues at the border last time, wasn't able to make it out for the race in June, and glad to see him just make it out to the track.
Oh, absolutely. And
that alone sounds like it's been a win for those guys lately.
Yes. If anybody's worried, by the way, that Ryan's not going to be up to pace, don't. I've watched him go. I've watched him go one hot lap session and be fine. I've watched him have to jump straight into qualifying and put it top 5 on the chart. So this guy is not afraid to just strap in, put the foot to the floor, and go. And I think we will be just fine with the flying Canadian here in a few minutes. Like I said, they're going to get a push truck on him right now to get his safety laps while we're still staging the remainder of our cars to get ready for qualifying. So just to clarify here, Ryan going to get 2 warm-up laps to make sure everything's up to temperature, and then 3 safety laps in total. So we'll get a chance to, up here at least, get a chance to see where he might shake out. I was intrigued, Chris, by the fact that Rick Holley, who set the all-time track record here in this race a year ago at 12.520, was fastest in final practice, oh, by the way. So the fact that the existence is there that he may be able to go out, if not reset his track record, at least back it up tonight. And there is a $500 bonus for whoever sets fast time in the National Series tonight. So really, really looking forward to seeing. There were 5 guys, I think, in that final practice session within about a 1/10 of one another. So,
and we've seen, especially in the traveling groups that we've brought back for a second time, the second time they come back always seems to be just a little bit quicker in the air. So
oh yeah,
maybe that track record should be a little bit scared coming into this one.
Well, and the temperature today is a little bit cooler than what we were shaping up to be when we were here in June. Now, I know the rain kind of threw the temperature for a loop, but I think had it not been for the rain, we were shaping up to be pretty toasty in June, and it's a little bit cooler today. just for clarity's sake, Ryan Litt will be the final car in the order to qualify. So the mystery will live for a little while as to exactly what he's going to be capable of here this evening. Format for Midwest Lights qualifying is group qualifying, 3 cars in each, or I believe 3 cars in each group, 3 laps. So we'll have 4 groups of Midwest Lights go out. Okay, so take that back. Quick change, broke down in pairs for Midwest Lights qualifying. So the first pair to go out for qualifying from Richmond, Michigan, in the Luke's Tire and Wheel Drive 1 Tech Center, Eddie Sachs Driver Development. Number 1, Brandon Tregembo. Brandon Tregembo in car number 1. And if you're wondering why that paint scheme looks familiar, yes, it is an Evel Knievel tribute. And yes, if you go down into the pit area after the race, Brandon does have the cape with him, and we're going to talk him into putting it on for some pictures with fans, etc. The other driver on the racetrack for Plainwell, Michigan, the USA Earthworks, Aetna Supply, Grand Valley Concrete Products, Ritterman Oil, Johnny 5 Bobcat Services, AIS Construction Equipment, Plainwell Auto Supply, number 9 of Luke Crick. Green flag in the air for our first group of Midwest Lights qualifying. Lap 1 for Luke Crick, 14.930, and these 602 Chevy crate motors in the Midwest Lights take about a lap or so to get fully wound up to speed. Brandon Tregembo goes 14.227, Luke Crick 14.65 on lap number 2. Tregembo, no improvement there. His second lap was a 14.284 for Tregembo. Checkered flag for Luke Crick, who does not improve, so his best lap going to be 14.65. Tregembo gets it down to a 14.098, 14.098 for Brandon Tregembo. Next 2 cars on the racetrack to qualify. First to be pushed from Martin, Michigan, the USA Earthworks, Aetna Supply, Grand Valley Concrete Products, AIS Construction Equipment, Continental Equipment Company, Ritterman Oil. Number 14X, Matt Double in the 14X. And behind him, rookie with the series, making his 4th start, from Amherst, Ohio, in the Blaster, Perfection Fabricators, Willis Restoration and Remodeling, Canterbury Masonry, Nancy's Main Street Diner, Savage Society Axe Throwing, Grubber Racing Components, number 37, Keegan Weiss. Keegan Weiss in the 37, a teammate to the 36 junior that we'll see a little later in qualifying of J.J. Hennis. Keegan just 14 years old. He's going to wind it up. We're going to come back, I believe, to the green flag from Nate Rowe this time. Indeed we do. Green flag in the air for group number 2. And they're pretty well right about halfway around the track from one another for these 3 laps. Lap 1 for Matt Double, 15.217, Keegan Weiss goes 14.649, puts himself second quick of the 4 cars that have qualified so far. Double, no improvement there on lap number 2, stays 15.21. Weiss, no improvement, 14.649. Checkered flag in the air. Keegan Weiss, no improvement. Matt Double, no improvement. So Keegan Weiss second at a 14.649. And Matt Double at a 15.217. 4th quick, Keegan Weiss second. And next pair to be pushed off from Wakeman, Ohio, the Hensroth Construction, Grabber Racing Components, Erie Shore Builders, Fisher's Custom Printing, Tom's Auto Repair, Perfection Fabricators, number 77, Parker Corbin. Parker Corbin in the 77 in the midst of her second season with the Must-See Racing Midwest Lights. And Parker going to go for a solo qualifying run because we have an odd number of cars, I believe. That's the way it's worked out. Green flag in the air for Parker Corbin. Lap 1 for Parker, 16.317, 16.317. Parker concludes her qualifying run at 15.554, fastest on her final lap. So Parker Corbin, 5th of 5, but fastest on her final lap. Next two on the racetrack to qualify. From Elyria, Ohio, in the Rally Sport Classics, Perfection Fabricators, Grabber Racing Components, Eco Mechanical, Mind Vision Graphics, GoBobby.net, Fisher Custom Printing, Steve Sexton Tribute, number 51S, Josh Sexton in 51S, and from Jefferson, Ohio, in the Kelly's Welding Eagle Chassis Graphics, Print and Design, number 52, Ethan Rader in 52. Ethan has made his first couple of starts with the Must-See Racing Midwest Lights over the past couple of races. A rookie, 19 years old, but has picked things up very, very quickly. His dad, Jason Rader, a longtime competitor in these Midwest Lights sprint cars. So Sexton and Rader going to come back to the green flag. And we'll see what these two can do for their qualifying runs. Lap 1 for Josh Sexton is second, quick, 14.529, 14.529. Lap 1 for Ethan Rader is quick time, 14.041, 14.041 for Ethan Rader, fastest overall through 7 for the moment. Lap 2 for Rader, better, 13.851, 13.851, checker flag for Sexton, 14.434, his best lap. For Ethan Rader, his best lap, 13.851. Quick time through 7 cars with 2 pairs to go. The Michigan Connection pair going to be in this qualifying group from Shelby Township, Michigan. In the Motor City Pawnbrokers, Eddie Sachs Driver Development, Leslie Tire Service, Lucido Manzella, Attorneys at Law, Justice Brothers Quality, Stalls Auto Experience, number 17, Andrew Bogus. Andrew Bogus in the 17. From Fenton, Michigan, the Motor City Pawnbrokers, Eddie Sachs Driver Development, Fram Auto Light, Lucido Manzella, Attorneys at Law, All-Star Performance, Victory Fuel, CB1 Motorsports, number 23, Charlie Bauer. Charlie Bauer in 23. These two raced in go-karts against one another. They've raced in the Midwest Lights against one another for now the third year. Bogus has had the measure of Charlie Bauer, but talked to Bauer after the first practice session earlier today, and really even going back to our race a week ago at Lorain County Speedway in Ohio. Charlie said they kind of threw the kitchen sink at it and really found something that works. So he is very, very optimistic coming into this race tonight. We'll see if it reflects on the stopwatch. Again, Ethan Rader right now fastest, 13:8:51. Bogus, around 3 and 4. Our most recent winner won last week at Lorain. Lap 1, third, quick, 14:169, 14.169. Lap 1 for Bauer, second, quick, 13:9:35. White flag in the air for Bogus. What does he have on lap number 2? Second, quick, 13:9:19. Bauer to the white flag. He picks it up quick time, 13:7:01, 13:7:01. Bogus with a big slide off the corner. Improves it to a 13:8:97. He'll be third quick. Bauer to the flag. Does he have more in it? No, he does not. 13:7:01. Going to be his best lap. So Charlie Bauer, fastest of 9. And then there were 2. And fitting that not only is it the 2 drivers currently tied for the Must-See Racing Midwest Lights Championship lead, it's also the 2 that have won 3 of the 4 series championships between them and the majority of the fast times over the past 3 years. For Baltimore, Ohio, in the Hillary's Beauty Salon, Jason Dunn State Farm, Brian Brewer Trucking, number 27, 2-time defending Must-See Racing Midwest Lights champion, Cody Galogly. Galogly in the 27. And from LaGrange, Ohio, the 2020 Midwest Lights champion in the Perfection Fabricators, Grabber Machine and Tool, Eco Mechanical, Brian's Automotive, Redline Radio, Rhonda Jedrzak at Howard Hanna Realty, number 36, J.J. Hennis. Charlie Bauer with the time to beat, 13:7:01. One to go signal from Nate Rowe this time by. So if you're Charlie Bauer, the good news is you're going to qualify no worse than third. The bad news is you don't know where you're going to be until these 2 are done because, well, they're both really, really good at qualifying. That mid-13 range was where it was in practice. What will it be in qualifying? Green flag in the air for Galogly and Hennis. We're going to know what the barometer is right here. Galogly off the corner. Lap number 1 is quick time, 13:5:82. Hennis stops the clocks at 13:6:98, 13:6:98 for J.J. Hennis. White flag in the air. Galogly faster, 13:4:96, 13:4:96. J.J. Hennis no better at a 13:6:98. Checkered flag in the air. Does Galogly have even more in it? He does not. So his lap of record is 13:4:96. Hennis can't get there. So your fast qualifier tonight with a time of 13.496 seconds. From Baltimore, Ohio, in the Hillary's Beauty Salon, Jason Dunn State Farm, Brian Brewer Trucking, number 27. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Cody Galogly. Golodley, 3/100ths of a second off that track record. 13:46 for the Midwest Lights is the fastest lap here. J.J. Hennis second quick at 13:698. Charlie Bauer third, 13:701. Ethan Rader fourth quick at 13:851. Andrew Bogus fifth at 13:897. So that does it for the Midwest Lights qualifying session. And now we move to, as we have called them at times, the big boys with their Bad Fast toys. The Must-See Racing National Sprint Car Series, presented by Perfit. $500 bonus on tap. And Bobby Komisarski getting a late push to the infield. Track record here at Owosso Speedway, 12.520, set by Rick Holley. Labor Day weekend, 1 year ago. Holley goes out towards the middle of qualifying. Ryan Litt goes out at the end. First car to qualify, however, is a driver making his Owosso Speedway debut. In the Children's Dream Fund, Dutton Safer Fencing, Perimeter Solutions Group, James Family Transmission, Sadie Dawn Fence, Manikas Performance Parts, Hurricane Chassis, number 86. This is J.J. Dutton. J.J. Dutton in the 86, one of the drivers from Florida who competes regularly with the Southern Sprint Car Shootout Series. Has some wins with that tour, but making his points-paying debut in a Must-See Racing National Sprint Car event. He did run at Citrus County Speedway in the non-points Children's Dream Fund 50 back in March. Gonna wind it up and come to the green flag from Nate Rowe this time. First driver to take time. He'll set the bar. We'll find out what he can do. J.J. Dutton on the clock. Dutton from Lutz, Florida. Lap number 1 for the 86. 13:295. And he spins it in turn 2. Comes to a stop. J.J. Dutton does not hit the inside wall. His first lap will be his lap of record, 13.295. Pretty representative lap. That's about as fast as anything we saw in practice, but I guarantee you the spin and slide there on his second lap, not what JJ was hoping for. So Chris and I are currently laughing at Roger, who got so amped up when J.J. Dutton started going around that half his body started moving and the other half didn't, and all of a sudden we heard a thud, and all I could think of was, did somebody end up in the floor? And Roger goes, yep. Only at Owosso Speedway. Oh, my goodness. And case in point there is, if we didn't throw Roger under the bus, he might think we didn't like him or something. So Nate's going to throw the checkered flag. They are going to push JJ back around, but like we said, his lap of record is in fact 13.295. And we'll get ready to go with the youngest driver in the field, who in fact will turn 15 years old a week from tomorrow. So we're going to get JJ to the pit area. All right, for his final must-see racing sprint car start as a 14-year-old from Lutz, Florida, in the Rick's Hauling, T. Carino, Phil Haulers, Rental X Tools and Equipment, Fence Pro, Dutton Safer Fencing, Sam Pierce Chevrolet, AP Driver Development, Logical Systems LLC, number 26 AP, Colton Bettis. Colton Bettis in the 26 AP. And Bettis has done everything but win a must-see racing feature. He's only made 2 starts. He finished second to Joe Liguori in March at Citrus County, and he was on his way maybe to a potential victory a couple weeks ago. Got into the wall, or made some contact, had to pull in late. Not what he wanted out of Sandusky Speedway. First lap from Colton Bettis is quick time 12.914, 12.914 for the teenager. They call him the Bolt with good reason. Colton Bettis is quick. Is he quicker on lap 2? Yes, he is. 12.890, 12.890 for Colton Bettis. We are 0.3 and change off that track record. And there are still plenty of cars left in the order that could get it done. Next driver to qualify, from Sheffield Lake, Ohio, former Sandusky Speedway Street Stock champion in the Greber Machine and Tool, Perfection Fabricators, JR Motorsports, number 8A, Adam Biltz. Adam Biltz in the 8A. Has a couple of top 10 points finishes with the Must-See Racing Sprint Car Series. Green flag for Biltz. We'll see what he's got. Again, time to beat right now, 12.890, just set by Colton Bettis. First lap for Biltz is third quick, 13.766, 13.766 for Adam Biltz. Checkered flag in the air, 13.734, 13.734 for the 8A. Next driver on the racetrack to qualify from Lorain, Ohio. The 2022 Must-See Racing National Sprint Car Series presented by Perfit Champion. In the IBT Motorsports, Greber Machine and Tool, Perfection Fabricators, Elite K911, Brian Brewer Trucking, Star Customs and Restorations, Big Nail Racing Products, Line-to-Line Coatings, Corky's Place Karaoke number 9S, Charging Charlie Schultz. Charlie Schultz in the 9S. Green flag in the wind. Charging Charlie, one of the best in modern era must-see racing competition over the past few years. Again, won that championship 2 years ago. He and his fiancee Debbie going to get married in about a month's time. Charlie second quick on lap number 113, 139, 13.139 for Charlie Schultz. Lap 2, no improvement, so Charlie, second lap was a 13.265, so he'll stand on that 13.139 second lap. Next driver to qualify from Kent City, Michigan in the Wolverine Racing, Bailey Racing Engines, Yak Graphics, Benson Speed Equipment, ADPT Save a Life, number 44, the double deuce, Teddy Alberts. Teddy Alberts in the 44. Never a fast qualifying effort for Teddy with must-see racing, but very consistent among the top 10 in the starts that he makes. Green flag in the air for Teddy. Little bit of a stumble from the motor. Could just be some fuel coming out of the headers there. Ooh, really had to feather the throttle there through turn number 4, and it shows on the stopwatch 14.063. on lap number 1. 1:4.063 for Teddy Alberts. Second lap better, but still fifth quick at a 13.908. 13.908. And now on the racetrack from Tampa, Florida, in the Dutton Safer Fencing, PSI Technologies, K&N Filters, NGK Spark Plugs, Hurricane Chassis, AP Driver Development, Brakes Total Performance, number 55, Tommy Nichols. Tommy Nichols in the 55. Green flag in the air, Tommy in the midst of his second full season of must-see racing competition. Still looking for that first career win. Woo, little bit of a slide off turn number 4 for Tommy. Lap 1, fourth quick though, 13.529, 13.529. Checkered flag in the air. We'll see if he can improve. He does to a 13.379, 13.379, but still fourth quick of 6 for Tommy Nichols. Next out to qualify from Union City, Michigan, the Harry's Transmission, Bailey Racing Engines, L&L Fire Protection, Musselman's Detail Shop, Stickney Racing Team number 99, Dorman Snyder. Dorman Snyder in the 99. One to go signal given this time. Dorman's been close to the podium several times with must-see racing. These Michigan shows and these Michigan tracks have really been his cup of tea over the last couple of years. We'll see what he's capable of as he starts the stopwatch. First lap in the air for Dorman Snyder. Big swing wide off turn number 4. Lap 1 still fourth quick at a 13.376, 13.376. Checkered flag in the air. He needs about a 10th to get past J.J. Dutton for third. He goes all the way to second at a 13.083, 13.083 for Dorman Snyder. And now on the racetrack, the all-time track record holder here at Owosso Speedway from Nelsonville, Ohio, the UNOH Bennick Enterprises, Valley Bank, Beaverville Chassis, Claxton Racing Engines, JR Motorsports, number 85, the Smoke Show, Rick Holley. Rick Holley in 85, going to come to 1 to go. Don't blink on this qualifying run, because if anybody's going to stand wide open and have a shot at this, it's Rick Holley. And his son Chance, who's also the crew chief on that 85 car, told him after practice, if you have to lift in qualifying, either you did something wrong or I did something wrong. We'll find out. Green flag in the air for 2. Oh, really wide off turn number 2. I think he kept his foot in it. First lap for Rick Holley, second quick, 13.003, 13.003. What's he got out of it on lap number 2? Holley way down the racetrack. Checkered flag in the air is not better. 13.049, so consistent, but about a 10th off for the Smoke Show. And boy, he was all the way sideways in 1 and 2 on both laps. So Holley will take it to pit lane. And now the car that has the most fast qualifying efforts in the history of must-see racing, with a driver from Langely, British Columbia, Canada. In the Ram Engineering Midwest Fuller Life Water Company Lander Performance Springs, number 50M recently picked up his 3rd NST Sprint Car Championship. He's a 5-time NSRA champion, and he picked up his first must-see racing feature victory earlier this season. It's Aaron Willison. Aaron Willison in the 50M. First lap for Willison is second quick, 12.903, 12.903. Lap number 2 for Willison. What's he got in it? Is quick time, 12.773, 12.773 for the 50M of Aaron Willison. Next driver on the racetrack comes in third in the Must-See Racing Championship standings from Huron, Ohio. In the Graziano Electric, Loris Printing, Midwest Equipment Company, Gathering Grounds, Coffee House, Horvath Roofing, Central Basin Bait and Tackle, Rooted at Home, Signal Filters, Rocket Chassis, Griff's Racing Engines, number Z10, Kevin Mingus. Kevin Mingus in the Z10. Mingus on pace in just his second season. He was last year's Rookie of the Year. On pace for a much improved 2024 season. Got a podium finish earlier this season at Lancaster Motorplex in New York. But has said many times qualifying not necessarily his strong suit. Had to breathe the throttle there. Lap number 1 for Mingus is 8th quick, 13.491, 13.491. Lap 2 improvement puts him 6th quick in a tie with J.J. Dutton at a 13.295. And now hitting the racetrack is the reigning Must-See Racing National Sprint Car Series champion from Litchfield, Michigan, in the Bingham Farm Special Accurate Inspections LLC Thirsty Bird Bar and Kitchen, Steel Performance, Diablo Chassis Dowker Engines number 42, Jason Blonde. Jason Blonde in the 42, won last year's championship, has missed a couple races this season, so will not defend his title, but still a threat every single time he pulls into this pit area, one of his favorite racetracks right here at Owosso Speedway. Green flag in the air, Jason Blonde on the clock. Lap 1 for Jason Blonde, 6th quick, 13.180, 13.180. Checkered flag, his second lap at 13.234, so within a half tenth. But Jason Blonde gonna be 6th quick. From Dayton, Ohio, in the Illinois Power Sports, Feed My Starving Children Charitable Initiative, Print Loop Custom Wearables, Phineas Electric, White Hair Racing, Stealth Chassis, Kircher Engines, number 7, Bobby Komisarski. Bobby K in the number 7, comes in 2nd in the championship. Komisarski wants so badly, his best finish this season, 3rd as well, wants so badly to have a first career win. With Must-See Racing, they're getting closer and closer and closer, he feels. Little bit of a stumble, though, off turn number 4, and the back end of that car all the way sideways in turn 1. Man, he's really having to work the throttle there. 12th quick. 13.950, and it just sounds like that car is so loose he can barely hang on to it. Checkered flag goes to 13.794, 11th quick, but boy, oh boy, Bobby Komisarski, I think, ought to be happy that car didn't end up in the wall. 2 drivers left to qualify. First up from London, Ontario, Canada, in the BS&B Radiator, Extreme Metalworks Diablo Chassis number 07, flying Ryan Litt. Ryan Litt in the 07. Already a winner this season with Must-See Racing. Got that done at Berlin Raceway a couple of weeks ago. And Ryan Litt does not know any speed other than foot to the floor. So if there's something left in this track to be had, he's going to do it right here. Lap 1 for Ryan Litt. Washes up a little bit, is 12.971, 12.971. Needs 0.2 to knock Aaron Willison off the top. And it does not improve. Drops to a 13.137 on lap number 2, so 12.971 puts Ryan Litt third quick with just the current Must-See Racing Championship leader to go. From Tampa, Florida, now living in Lebanon, Indiana. In the Sunshine Trailer Park, SRI of Indianapolis, Indy Powder Coating, Kaiser Aluminum Wheels, Penske Racing Shocks, Menikis Performance Parts, Rudolph Racing Special, number 68, Jolton Joe Liguori. Joe Liguori, the two-time Must-See Racing Driver of the Year and current championship leader. Will it be Aaron Willison or Joe Liguori that pockets $500? We're about to find out. Green flag in the air. Liguori had to feather the throttle. Lap 1 third, quick 12.912, 12.912. He needs a 1/10.5 to knock off Aaron Willison and collect that $500 bonus. Checkered flag in the air, is it there? Answer, no! Second quick, 12.806, 12.806. So your fast qualifier with a time of 12.773 seconds from Langely, British Columbia, Canada. And for the second time this season, in the Ram Engineering Midwest Fuller Life Water Company, number 50M, Aaron Willison. So no track record tonight, Chris Phoebe, and I think as we saw that qualifying session go on, particularly for the national sprint cars, I think 1 and 2 started to look very, very greasy. I mean, there were cars out of shape on that end of the racetrack, I feel like more often than not.
Yeah, they seem to struggle a little bit down in 1 and 2, definitely, but the shade in 3 and 4 I hoped was going to be something that could maybe overcome that, but unfortunately no track record tonight.
So we shall see how it goes. The good news is, with the way our invert rule shakes out, every single car that took time in qualifying would be invert eligible, so we could have as many as a 10 invert roll later on tonight. So all the way back to J.J. Dutton, Kevin Mingus, J.J. Dutton, we could have some interesting potential pole sitters later on tonight if things go according to plan, of course, through the heat races as well. But that's going to do it again. Aaron Willison, your fast qualifier. Joe Liguori, second at 12.806. Colton Bettis, third, 12.890. Ryan Litt, fourth at 12.971. Rick Holley, fifth at 13.003. Then Dorman Snyder, Charlie Schultz, Jason Blond, Kevin Mingus, and J.J. Dutton, the rest of the top 10.
Well, folks, now that we've finished up our qualifying for the MSR Lights and the MSR Nationals, we will be ready to take care of some of our heat races here for all of our divisions. We'll start things off with the MCR Dwarf cars as they make their way out onto the Speedway. They'll have 3 heats. Again, I believe their lineups are already set, so these heats are for extra points probably for them.
I would think so.
We've got Jennifer Akers scheduled to start on the front row pole in 182, Michael Parizzo in the 77. That'll be row number 1. Mike McMahon Jr. in the 07 out of Whitmore Lake, and Larry Garganis in the 14. Row number 3 inside, Kenneth Germain in car 76, 13 of Derek Nolan, and Cody Kennedy from Corunna in car number 28. Scheduled to go 8 laps. 20 dwarf cars here this afternoon as I get a chance to put some heat in the tires before we get them lined up and ready to go for the first of 3 heat races for the MCR dwarf cars. As they come into tonight, Zach Nichols is your point leader. They've had a lot of problems with weather. I saw on their website they've only had 3 events so far this season.
I have a lot of problems with weather, too.
Zach Nichols is your most recent winner. He's also the points leader heading into tonight for the MCR dwarf cars. Greg Rudzik today had the Hoax Graphics fast lap of the day for the MCR dwarfs, clocking at a 15:06:20. And we'll see Greg later on in the fast heat. That would be heat number 3. So this would be your first 7 cars that were near the bottom of the speed chart, looking to find some opportunity to get around this track a bit quicker. So again, Aker and Parizzo in the front row. I'm going to go with the 2 R's and the 2 Z's, make it a little hard kind of sound. McMahon Jr., Garganis in row 2, Germain and Nolan in row 3, and Kennedy alone at the tail of the field as Logan McCaslin ready to look the field over as we get set to go. First set of racing action here this afternoon, and it goes to the MCR dwarfs as they're underway.
Boy, they sure scattered right on that start.
They were like throwing dice down the front straightaway.
Kinda, yeah. They all went every which way.
Parizzo leading the field. Good advantage right now before you get to McMahon in the 07, and then the 182 of Aker running in the 3rd spot. And right behind her, boy, they've got them all stacked up there. Here comes the 13 trying to make a move. Derek Nolan. He's got 4 cars under a blanket. Oh, and we got a spin. The 13 has gone around. Derek Nolan, the Lansing driver, are alone and around in turn number 4. And just as the caution comes out, that car comes to life. So Derek Nolan will bring out the first caution of the afternoon.
Well, why would he do that?
And that's a one and done situation. It looks like he's taking it to the pit area, and we'll put this field single file. Starts are single file in the heat races on restarts. Parizzo, your race leader, McMahon Jr. in 2nd, then Germain, Aker, Gerganis, and Kennedy, the 6 that are left. And they'll get the 1 to go. Now we have a restart zone over there in turn number 4, the M&K Truck Center restart zone. In turn 4, that's the green area on the wall, as I've been told.
Yep, it is green. It's still green.
Still
we haven't
green.
changed it on you.
Because that's what I'm worried about. Now that you know of my weakness, you're going to go out there and change it to different colors just to screw with me on race day. Because you guys have all that free time during the week to paint the wall. Field ready to go racing. Parizzo brings him down, and already McMahon trying to take a challenge for that top spot as your front 2 got a good restart on the rest of the field. Germain moves into the 3rd position. Aker's back in 4th. The Summit, Illinois driver continuing to set the pace here at lap number 3. 5 to go. Field pretty well settled down now that the 28 has made the move for the 5th spot. Cody Kennedy moves up to that 5th position in the white number 28.
Yeah, Cody Kennedy actually normally on Saturdays works over in our pit area, Roger, but tonight he decided to rent himself a dwarf car and doing pretty well for himself, moving up a couple spots, running 5th in his very first ever race.
Well, I sure hope he's not on the clock. Well, I mean, he's on the clock on the track, but not
no,
on
we
payroll.
in fact did make him clock out. for
Okay.
this.
Oh, good. Good. Parizo still out in front. Nobody there to challenge him as laps wind down. They're going to come to the one-to-go signal. White flag in the air. Parizo pretty much just needs to hit his marks, keep the back end underneath him. McMahon holding on to the second spot, and Germain in third. And that's how they'll cross the stripe. So Michael Parizo out of Illinois picks up the first checkered flag of the afternoon in the MCR Dwarfs. So one of the nice things about these heat races, some of the drivers that may not see themselves at the front in the feature events get the opportunity to get a little bit of accolades. How about it for Michael Parizo, again out of Summit, Illinois, picking up the first heat race this afternoon here at Owosso Speedway. Heat race number 2 coming out momentarily. Again, 8 laps the distance. This is your middle qualifiers. So 7th through, what would it be, 13th or 14th?
Well, that was some pretty good quick math there, Roger.
That was ballparking it. I see you're out of the sling.
I'm not supposed to be.
Oh, whoops. Hope your doctor's not in the house.
No, I was just doing some stretching, dangling my arm and stuff, like the doctor ordered.
Here comes heat race number 2. Joseph McMahon in the 16 will be your pole sitter. Nicole Olmstead in the 2 alongside row number 2. There's Jamie Zarkis in car number 18 and Matt Bessel in the number 34. Row 3 inside Greg Erke from Cary, Illinois in the 11X, and Darren Boney from Sold. It says Sold. You told me a story on that. He's originally from there?
No, he's originally from here, and then he lived over there. Now
Okay.
I found out today he actually lives in Clarkston now.
Oh.
So he lived in South Korea for a minute, would race in the summers back home, but now he's back home full time and racing tonight.
Clarkston changing that. And then Zach Nichols, who's the point leader and your most latest feature winner here at Owosso Speedway, picked up the win back in May. Has a 5-point advantage over Troy Hoffman heading into tonight's action. He'll start tail end of this second heat race. So those teeny tiny tires get some heat. And they'll come to the one-to-go signal. Again, 8 laps to distance here in heat race number 2 for your MCR Dwarf cars. And your fastest in the group, that 44 of Zach Nichols. Has 2 feature wins this season, one at Berlin. We mentioned the one here at Owosso. And he's a big guy in that little car as they get ready to roll here for the green flag. We're underway, heat race number 2.
Boy, I feel like I've been watching that yellow number 16 race in these dwarf cars for a million years.
Oh, look at the number 2 around. Oh.
Yeah, Nicole goes around
Point
all by
leader
herself.
involved.
Nichols facing the wrong way. There's a errant wheel rolling along the inside wall.
All started up there with the number 2 of Nicole Olmstead. Quickly went around in front of the whole pack.
Yeah, just out of nowhere, just kind of went around on her. Did not get a lap in.
Jamie Zarkis involved. Looks like Nichols is going to be able to pull away. I think the other car involved is the 11 of Erke.
Well, I think I see what the problem may be. There's a trail of fluid coming out from underneath the 2 car.
Oh, yes. I do see that.
So I wonder if maybe the engine let go and that's what sent her around.
So safety officials quickly over there to take a look. Again, I want to take a moment to thank Fast Eddie's for being here this afternoon. They've been set up in front of the main gate, giving away. I saw that there was a little beanbag toss, a little cornhole toss going on back there for some swag and some goodie bags. I know that our lucky number programs we mentioned earlier, the chance to win a 6-month membership to Fast Freddy's or Fast Eddie's. Why do I say Fast Freddy for some reason? Fast Eddie's. I know better than I wrote the commercials, doggone it. Fast Eddie's. Been a sponsor with us the last couple of years. And someone will get a chance to win that prize package, that membership through those lucky number programs. So be sure to stop down at the souvenir stand and grab one of those programs.
Yeah, are you in after your little tumble over in the next room, Rod? Are you in concussion protocol? Is that what the problem is?
I might be. We're gonna have to put a button in the bathroom just in case I fall in there.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
I was like, what's the best way I can break my shoulder and be like Chris? and I couldn't finish it. That's how bad I am.
Nate's got a scooter that you could borrow.
It's got no insurance on it.
That's okay.
Oh boy, yeah, I might be concussed. Or my brain may be filled with dirt from last night.
Oh, that's what happens. You know, once you go pavement, you never go back, and then you made the mistake of going back.
Yeah, and I come back a little dumber. Is that what you're saying?
That is not what I'm saying.
Craig Erkey was the other car involved.
I, for one, love all of our friends that make the trip over from the dirt tracks that wanted to see what a real racetrack is like.
Well, take a moment or two to clean things up. That helped me out because I keep, again, maybe
because
the
you fell
concussion.
down?
Yeah, because I fell down. The ability to buy the ride along for that 2-seat modified. Now, the 2 prices are $60 and $100, and the $60 one gets you 2 laps. The $100 one gets you 4 laps to ride in that modified. And I'll be doggone if I can remember the email if you want to get information or if you're interested in purchasing that ride. We're doing those on Wednesdays on our practice days. Some select maybe early Saturdays possibly that not exactly set in stone, but definitely on Wednesdays for sure. We know we had a few of them set up for this Saturday, but Mother Nature took that opportunity away.
Wednesday, I had made a cannonball run to Lane Automotive to get fire suits and stuff to make sure we had all sizes covered. And by the time I made it back to the track, it was raining, and we did not end up doing it. So we had to reschedule them. But we have plenty of fire suits now.
Okay. What's that email?
Driver ride at OwossoSpeedway.com.
Drive or ride.
The drive part's coming for 2025.
Okay. Driver ride at OwossoSpeedway.com.
Yeah, it's drive or
yes,
ride.
That's what I said. Drive or ride. I need to start all over. And I mean like when I was 1. So we're doing that. And we're going to be drawing that winner for, if you haven't gotten your ticket yet, for the
Ride for five.
See, all these numbers you're throwing at me. Ride for 5. That $5 ticket you can purchase at the souvenir stand. We're going to draw that winner after the MSR Light feature event, which would be after we'll have the Dwarfs feature. We'll have both the compact features, and then we'll have the Must-See Racing Light feature. We'll draw the winning ticket for that Ride for 5. I'm going to need flashcards. That Ride for 5. And then you're going to get that ride tonight before the Must See Racing National feature event.
Yep.
So
you're going to
we'll
get that
you
ride
suited
right
up.
in front of everybody.
Yep.
So
You'll get suited up. You'll get a helmet. You can't take it home with you, obviously, but we'll have the stuff here for you. So we hope whoever wins has also has been deloused and set to go.
Our concierge will help you get dressed in our luxury changing room. Speaking of
luxury,
Super Dave Kennedy had a birthday.
He did
last week.
63.
And he doesn't look a day over 62.
No, I was going to say a day over 68.
Well, and actually, Cody Kennedy, we talked about racing in that last race. I believe is some kind of shirt-tail relation to Dave. Member of the family bush. And
they're all right
and there's
there.
the rest of the shrubs down there waving.
I thought maybe it was off the top of his head. When he took the hat off, I didn't know where he was going with that, actually.
Well, that's Dave's way of saying I forgot to get a haircut this week.
Yes, boy. Good news. Tomorrow's the 1st of the month. It's haircut day. So we're in our last, well, after tonight, 4 more weeks of racing left to go here at Owosso Speedway, and a lot of big ones.
Yeah, I was going to say
coming up.
4 weeks of racing, but we have 37 races in those 4 weeks.
They are jam-packed. They absolutely are. Next week, of course, we will have our annual 5,000 to win spectator drags. Those rules just posted onto our Facebook site. So if you're interested in signing up for the spectator drags, full rules are posted on our website as of this afternoon. So you can check that out. But $5,000 going to the winner of our spectator drags next week. Plus, we'll have the National Compact Touring Series.
The World Series of Compacts.
World Series. No trademark, but the World Series. 51 cars already registered for this event.
I personally am very excited for the Eastern European representation.
Yes. Are we allowed to run any German vehicles?
I don't know, is a Yugo allowed?
A Saab?
They don't make those anymore, do they?
No, they don't, but would it fit the rules?
I don't know.
I hope that's going to have the wind at its back the whole way around the track.
Hey, they make jets, so.
What? Is that Spirit Airlines?
No, Saab. Saab also makes jets.
I was thinking Yugo.
No, Yugo. Ironic name for a car that didn't.
And then we also have the modifieds. I missed that we had the modifieds coming next September 7th, next Saturday as well. Now, keep in mind, we have canceled. We've decided to combine. I shouldn't say cancel. We've decided to combine the Destruction Overload that we had with the 8th. We moved it to the 28th. It's going to be a Saturday night destruction show. So there won't be the 8th. There won't be the 29th. It'll be the 28th. It's a Saturday night. We're going to take all the stuff that we have, and we're going to wreck it.
Yeah, we have a whole parking lot out back that's full of decrepit remains of various redneck lawns.
We're looking at putting trailers on the back of buses.
And then buses on the back of trailers.
On top of stacker cars. We got the jump race. We got the figure 8s, all that good stuff coming up. Again, that's going to be a Saturday night destruction overload. It's going to be like the clearance sale. It's going to be the blowout of a culmination of all those destruction shows that we've had all season. So make sure you put that on your calendar. But looking sooner, 2 weeks from tonight, it's Young Chevrolet Championship night for all of our house divisions. And then our last regular weekend of Circle Track Racing will be our iconic Owosso Nationals. It's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 20th, 21st, 22nd. We've broken up the show. We'll have some fun heats on Friday. We'll have a full mini wedge show on Friday night. And then on Saturday, we'll have a full show for the Outlaw Super Late Models. They'll have their 100-lapper, the final reveal of the Hammer show for us in 2024. Late Model Sportsman, Pure Stocks, Trucks, Sport Compacts will be here on the 21st. And then on the 22nd, the CRA Jegs Tour will be here. The the modifieds, and the street stocks. So that's the Sunday show. So camping is available. We've just put up the information on that on our website as well. So I understand those campsites are going pretty quick. So if you think you might be hanging out here for the weekend, I mean, we're going to have a band. We're going to have a good time. It's the big year-end party here at Owosso Speedway, and we want you to be a part of it. If you think you might be wanting to camp, check the website out. Get a hold of Chris or the gang here at Owosso Speedway so they can get you set up with a campsite before those sell out.
And don't forget to mention.
God, I did.
Wednesday.
That's the biggie.
Wednesday, September 11th, 6 o'clock, the UARA National Tour Super Late Models are coming to town for the Love's Travel Stop 150. And just announced this week, two-time Southern 500 winner Eric Jones will be in attendance and competing. And we'll have some special opportunities for autographs and stuff with Eric that we'll be announcing coming up this week. So all kinds of really cool stuff we'll be doing that race, and expecting some more big names to be announced in the near future that are going to be competing. But that is Wednesday, September 11th, the UARA National Tour Love's Travel Stop 150. So the big dogs of super late model racing will be here Wednesday, September 11th.
So a week from this coming Wednesday, that big show, 6 o'clock. We'll give you more details on that as they become available. But hopefully, yeah, we're looking forward to seeing that entry list. Maybe we could be seeing Bubba Pollard here and some of the big names that you've heard about all across the United States and in some of the some of the other NASCAR divisions. So we're pretty excited about that. This is the event that had been originally scheduled back in mid-June, and we moved it on the schedule to accommodate another big show that was going on across Lake Michigan, because some of the drivers had already been committed to that. So we wanted to help them out by making sure we could get you guys a great show with some great names. And plus, they've got the Glass City 200 coming up that particular weekend as well. So we expect that with that show should help our numbers as well. It'll make it definitely worthwhile for those drivers to come up to Michigan and spend a few days. So that little car made that big of a mess.
Yeah, that's what happens when you let all the juices out.
So the heat races are going off with a bang.
A bang, a clunk. But luckily we have Lightning McLean on the job.
Want to say hello to all you folks watching on our YouTube channel.
Riveting coverage of this oil cleanup.
A lot of our Canadian friends tuning in as well. And if you're here at the track and, you want to hear us, you can download the TrackTune app and you can hear everything that comes through the PA system.
For better
right
or
there
worse.
on your phone. Yes, for better or for worse. Or if you have an FM transmitter, or a receiver. If you have an FM transmitter, you better check your pocket. If you have an FM receiver, though, you can tune into 88.5 and you can also hear this.
For better or worse.
Exactly. Ed, yeah, disclaimer, please. Well, see, you talked about Mr. Kennedy, and there you go.
Yeah. It's a family reunion down there.
50/50 tickets are on sale. Did forget to mention that. I saw 50/50 going around. I believe it's Red Thunder Robotics going through the grandstand, selling those 50/50 tickets. We plan on doing those. We'll plan on pulling that 50/50 ticket winner at the end of our truck event. And we'll do the lucky number programs at the same time, which would include that 6-month membership to Fast Eddie's. So we'll do that before the Must See Racing National Tour main event. So Labor Day week. I'm surprised a lot of you folks are still down on this side of the state, because I thought maybe this half of the state was up in my neck of the woods up north, according to what I saw 127 the last day and a half. And in Clare, Cobson Donuts sold out of donuts by noon today, which is why you didn't see me bring any donuts again. It's amazing. They sell out right before I can get there on Saturdays.
I feel like it's maybe it's a sign.
Well, the 38th annual race car swap meet coming up in just a few weeks, Sunday, October 20th at the Ionia Fairgrounds in Ionia. Sell, trade, buy, custom, and hot rodders are welcome. Admission just $10. Again, all day from 7 to 5 at the Ionia Fairgrounds, the 38th annual race car swap meet on Sunday, October 20th. That's when you know it's August. You know, usually it's football season. No, it's when
the flyer for the Ionia swap meet.
It's when the Stemlers come and they drop off the flyer. You know it's
like
August.
clockwork. That's the sign that fall is coming. When you find out about the Ionia swap meet.
As opposed to when you find out about the Ionia swamp creature.
Well, that was you
Completely
yesterday,
different.
wasn't it?
Oh, there was a few of us.
I guess technically it's Lake Odessa,
Big crowd.
but it's the same thing.
I forgot how fast that track is, though. For a dirt track, they get around there about 13. They're getting around about 13.5. It's a little bigger than a 3/8 dirt track. Very high banked. Big berm, so they sling that right side right up and hit that berm and straighten them out down the straightaways.
Just imagine how quick they could go if they didn't spend half the lap just sliding around. You know, I was just thinking.
Oh, no, here we go. We're in trouble.
I could go for one of those 6-month Fast Eddie's memberships.
Well, I'm not stopping you.
No, that's a long way to walk.
With one arm and all.
Yeah. Well, this is a great night to have 37 heat races to run, Roger.
Yeah. I went through all my material already in the first 30 minutes. Well, pizza for sale.
We do have pizza for sale.
I saw that when I was coming in earlier. We were just getting the first batch of pizzas in. Make sure you stop down at Pizza Shack and get yourself a slice or an entire Little Caesars pizza down there in our Pizza Shack. Or stop by the concession stand, grab a cheeseburger or a hamburger. Pay for it, please. At least do that.
Yeah, don't rob us. We don't particularly enjoy being robbed.
Right, and we got you in here at a pretty reasonable price here tonight.
Yeah, I think it's fair to ask you to not rob us.
Cold drinks available for adults and children alike, and also all that great Owosso Speedway gear for sale at the souvenir stand, as well as those lucky number programs.
Hey, my brother's standing right there.
Yeah.
He celebrated a birthday this week too.
Again, he had one 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's
what kind of life cycle does he have?
That's really between him and the manager at Chili's.
Well, you know, if he has enough Chili's in the area, you can probably make that work for a good amount of consecutive months and get that free dessert.
Free chips and salsa, and an El Presidente margarita.
Oh.
I think that's what they call it.
That's what we should have, margarita night, but just for you and I up here.
Well, back in the day, and by back in the day I mean like 3 years ago, I used to announce iRacing events because it's a great way to be able to announce stock car races while wearing your pajamas. And we had an event every week that we would called 4 Drink Fridays, where both the competitors and the commentators had a 4-drink minimum during the race. Luckily, it was on iRacing, so nobody was actually hurt except my liver. But I can tell you, as the night went on, the commentary managed to get both more and less memorable at the same time.
How many laps were these races?
I don't remember.
Oh, well, that.
I don't know if I made it to the end of any of them, if we're being perfectly honest.
By
All
the
right.
last 20 laps, there's no sound because
I had to take a nap.
you're sleeping.
All right. 0 in, 8 to go. Heat race number 2 for the MCR Dwarf Cars.
So it should be a complete restart, minus the cars that we lost.
I was going to say minus the quarter of the field that.
Yes. Looks like what we've got 5 left of the 7 that started.
Yeah,
so
I believe we lost Greg Erke and Nicole Olmstead. Nicole Olmstead, I would say for sure.
Yes.
Usually the cars don't lose all of the fluids that quick and then keep racing.
No. You know, when they lose the motor gravy dry out, looks like we're going to lose the 34. Matt Bessel going to turn into the infield as well. He's like, you have directions to turn 1, sir?
Bagno.
Yeah, Bagno. Bagno, por favor. Well, that's a
All
bummer.
right.
You sit there waiting under red, and then you go back out. And,
Could have gotten out of the car anyway.
Sure.
Well,
We're going to come to the one to go here. Thought maybe we were going to let him loose. We'll give him another opportunity to
they already let
parade
loose.
by.
They let loose that last time.
Very true.
All right. Well, it went from a heat race to a dash real quick. Well, actually, not real quick. It took a minute. But
McMahon, Zarkis, Nichols, and Darren Boney from Clarkston.
Clarkston, South Korea.
That sounds about right. Here we go. They tighten up. We're green.
All right. Well, we
wide.
have 4 cars left and we're 3 wide. How about that?
Well, these guys and gals can do that, given their size.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a little
Zach.
slick over there.
Yeah, maybe. Well, our flag man, I think, was hoping that that the 18
Yep,
of
it certainly is.
Jamie Zarkis was going to get moving.
We're going to have to get the Swiffer out.
I don't know how it could be slippery all the way down there.
So he'll make the big roundabout. And looks like we're going to take another gander over there as both Nichols and Boney had their or Zarkis rather had the problem. Of course, Nichols was way up top side. So we'll put some more dirt on it. See?
Rub some dirt on it.
Mm-hmm. And you weren't real happy about me going to a dirt track, and look what we're doing. We're throwing dirt on it.
That's not dirt. That's called suck up. And I'm not talking about our safety director. I'm talking about the
right?
stuff we use to clean up the track.
Although it was a good guess. Well, let's see. Let's play a little more meat.
Because we haven't had enough already.
Owosso Speedway is happy to have Dork Financial Credit Union as a proud partner for the 2024 season. With locations and ATMs throughout our area, Dork Financial Credit Union offers you competitive rates and exceptional service. As a not-for-profit cooperative, Dork Financial Credit Union charges less when you borrow money for that new car, home, or even a good vacation. Additionally, you save, earn more on your money. Along with many other financial services to make your life easier. What truly sets them apart is their commitment to the community. Dork Financial has been fulfilling dreams and supporting community for over 70 years. Through philanthropic efforts and dedicated volunteers, they support the things that are important to you. Experience the difference in a trusted partnership. Visit dorkonline.org or stop
All right. This looks like we might get racing again, maybe?
It looks like McMahon-Man's going to lose.
Oh, we're running in some oil dry.
Yeah, McMahon-Man might be losing that trunk lid.
Oh, no, the golf clubs.
So we're down to 3.
We, I believe we're averaging losing 1 car every 8 minutes.
Right.
And we do have time limits on our races. We don't count red flag cleanup periods against that time. So that's why this one's gone on a little bit longer than expected, but just want to make sure we give these guys a fair chance to race.
Well, the good news is my wife's flight comes in at 3:30 tomorrow afternoon. I'll already be halfway there.
Well, that's good. I brought my wife with me today.
She kind of your right hand gal.
Yeah, you could say that.
All right, well, let's see what we can do as the MCR Dwarfs get ready to go back at it for heat race number 2.
This is only the second one?
Yep, and we got to change for the lead.
Hey, how about that? Darren Boney gets around Joe McMahon-Man to take over the top spot.
Able to make that work on the inside line coming out of turn number 2. As they're now single file formation. See if Nichols will mount the challenge or not. So far, not going to try it. No one wants to step out of line, especially in turn number 3.
Well, you don't want to ever give up any room on in a 3-car race. As we're heading down the back straightaway, we'll be coming to halfway this time. 4 in, 4 to go. As Joe McMahon-Man takes a peek underneath the 63 of Darren Boney, lets it eat on the outside before diving right back to the bottom of the track.
He's got that self-adjusting spoiler. It pulls that back end up just a touch.
It's like DRS.
Uh-huh.
All right, 3 laps to go now. Boney continuing to lead.
Few car lengths separating each of them. Nothing really starting to brew here other than maybe just waiting for the last couple laps, because as soon as they said that, they really tightened up. They're all within about a car length of each other. Nichols trying to get back in the mix. Here comes McMahon-Man, going to take to look to the inside.
Yeah, he had a big run there going into turn 3, but Boney was able to hold him off. Nichols looked like he was thinking about making a move as well.
They don't want to get those left sides on the concrete. That concrete doesn't give them very much grip. So coming down to the checkered flag, McMahon-Man going to give it one more look to the bottom side, and not going to work. Boney with the win. McMahon-Man and Nichols will be your top 3. And then the Invisible Man finishing 4th and 5th.
Good run for the Invisible Man.
Well, we already gave you the bio on this guy. Was in Michigan, then went to the Far East, and then back to Michigan. He calls Clarkston his home.
Bet he has a killer pad thai recipe. That's the wrong country.
Darren Boney picks up the win. It looks like he's got some room for some sponsorship on that car there. Someone looking for a chance to get their business name shown all over the state of Michigan. How about it for Darren Boney, ladies and gentlemen?
Be a hell of a driver to get a Korean food sponsorship. If anyone happens to own some kind of Korean restaurant in the grandstands.
Or goods.
Or bads. I'm sure he wouldn't be picky. All right, heat race number 3 for the MCR Dwarf cars. We'll be heading out to the track here in just a couple moments. Another 8-lap affair. We got 2 different feature winners from the other 2 races we've had so far. This is the 4th appearance of the season for the MCR Dwarfs, 4th and final. And on the pole, winner of the second race, Steve Schlater Jr. in the 92. Outside of him, the 1A of Eric Hoffman. Parker Tatro in the 98. Troy Hoffman, who's got a ton of wins here in the 97. Matt Kemp in the 5. And then the most recent winner here at the Owosso Speedway for the MCR Dwarf Cars, Legend Series graduate Greg Rudzik in the 17. That'll be your field. 8 laps, heat race number 3 for the MCR Dwarf Cars.
And Matt Kemp has had a feature win here in the past as well in that number 5. So definitely some experience here in this fast heat for the MCR Dwarfs.
Yeah, Matt's done some ARCA racing this year too, in addition to his dwarf car responsibilities. Picked up a top 20 finish driving for Andy Hillenberg over at the Berlin Raceway back a couple months ago. And actually finished 6th in the Menards East Series race at Flat Rock. The Dutch Boy 150 back on May 18th.
Oh, the wooden shoe open.
I think they're closed-toed.
Oh, are they?
The clogs come to a point, but it's closed.
Greg Rudzik, by the way, your number 17 there, your fast qualifier, starting outside of row number 3 as they get the battle 8. Here in the fast heat. Schlater Hoffman, row 1. Tatro Hoffman, row 2. Kemp Rudzik, row number 3. Field takes the green, and it's Schlater Jr. jumping out to the early advantage, although Eric Hoffman still looking on that top side, still tightly bunched going into 3 and 4.
And I thought the 98 of Tatro was going to take a look off of turn 4. He decided to fall back in line. And right now it is going to be 3 wide for the lead. Hoffman, Schlater, and Tatro down the back straightaway. Tatro falls back in line as Schlater leads. And as soon as I see that, Tatro shoots back to the inside. He'll actually lead coming back to the line.
And Kemp right behind the back bumper of Tatro as well. Oh, Kemp with a big bobble. Saves it. He'll drop back to 4th as Eric Hoffman makes his way by. Schlater up to 2nd, but they're all chasing Parker Tatro in the 98.
Yeah, the field scattered there behind Kemp after that little moment that he had as Tatro continues to gap the rest of the field. Closest thing to a battle on the track right now is for 2nd as Steve Schlater Jr. tries to hold off the 1 of Eric Hoffman.
Schlater was down on the inside, down the straightaway. Thought maybe that was going to be the opportunity Eric Hoffman needed to get by, but he couldn't do it. Kemp going to go to the top side, looking on the high side of the 1A. He's way out in no man's land. He's going to drop to the tail of the field.
And Hoffman going to do the crossover, going to try the outside now off of turn 2, gets a run down the back straightaway. Not quite able to pull alongside. He falls back in line behind Schlater as we come down to 2 to go.
Tatro with over a 2nd advantage on this field before you get to Schlater. Eric Hoffman, Troy Hoffman, and Greg Rudzik. Your top 5, Kemp just outside the top 5. They're coming down to the white flag. We're on the final lap.
Down the back straightaway for the final time. A over 1 1/4 second lead for Parker Tatro as he comes into turn number 3. Off of 4, checkered flag is out. Parker takes the win. Schlater comes home in 2nd, then Hoffman, Rudzik, and Kemp complete the rest of the field.
Yeah, Eric Hoffman in 3rd, Troy Hoffman 4th. As that one went a lot more smooth than the number 2 heat race. As Parker Tatro calls Jackson his home, and the Crazy Cowboy sponsored number 98 as he parks it on the front straightaway. How about it for Parker Tatro?
I know it's probably like a bar or a restaurant or something, but part of me just kind of hopes it's like a homeless guy in a cowboy hat that just gave him a bunch of money one week.
What? Well, I'm looking at the picture right next where it says Crazy Cowboy, and it's right there. So far, that MO checks out. So we take care of our 3 heats for the MCR Dwarfs, and now it's time for our Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts. We had 29 registered here today, so we will have 4 heat races. The 4th, of course, being your fast qualifiers. As they roll their way out, it should look like this. Josh Shiver should be on the pole in the 7X, the Sugar Baby in the 7X. Don Burton in car number 12, going to be in that ride tonight. Going to be on the outside of that front row. Deacon Clayton, she's going to be inside row number 2 in the 95, and Leroy Whitaker in the T16 to her right. Elizabeth Cole, another young lady in the number 89, and Ollie Workman's number 0 make up row 3. And in row 4, it's Gerald Schwartz in the 12S and Keegan Cudd in car 11. 6-lap heat race. Sport Compacts brought to you by Flory Crane Rental. These are the drivers at the bottom of the speed chart and would likely be in tonight's B main. As they work their way out of 4, we're to the green flag and we're underway. And Burton jumps out to the early advantage as they start to stack up. Actually, they're starting to split in half between the front 4 and the back 4. Shiver not getting any speed in that 7X machine. Leroy Whitaker working the top side in the T16. Oh, we got Kolb all over the place.
Oh,
the
contact with the 12. That.
Yeah, both of them keep going, but the caution has come out. There's possible debris over there in turn number 2, perhaps. Pretty hard hit, but both drivers able to drive through it. But Kolb was well out of shape. They're in the center of 1 and 2, and as it overcorrected, got into the 12 machine of Gerald Schwartz. As the 1 caution rule will put Elizabeth Kolb into the pit area early here in heat race number 1. Don Burton, race leader. Leroy Whitaker, 2nd. Deacon Clayton in 3rd. Then it's Ollie Workman. Keegan Cudd now will move up into the 5th position. Yo, Leroy. He's in 2nd.
Yeah, Chad Baker normally drives that car. Chad letting Leroy take the reins here today.
So the put Schwartz back to where he needed to be, which was in front of the Shiver machine, and looks like the field is lined up and ready to go green flag as they'll go to the M&K Truck Center restart zone where they can start to pick up the pace. Some of them have already picked up the pace. There's the green. Now that's how you get a good start, Chris.
Well, it pays to pay attention to the receiver. I don't think the memo had made it back to the 16 that we were going back to the green. So he ended up on the back foot there as Don Burton continues to lead.
Clayton gonna fall back to 3rd as Whitaker's taking that 2nd spot for now. Deacon's not gonna give it up too easily though, but I was gonna say she's gonna concede, but she still has the nose on the inside line. They almost touch there in the center of 3 and 4. And boy, Whitaker was way up the track. Everyone's caught Burton though.
Yeah, Dagan Clayton continuing to try to get underneath. Here comes Ollie Workman in the 0. Big head of steam down the back straightaway. He has to back off those. We head into turn number 3.
Oh, look out. Getting awfully dicey front of the field here. Dagan Clayton looked into the inside for the race lead. On Burton couldn't get it done. So far, everybody being respectful here in some tight racing. Burton continuing to set the pace. Boy, Whitaker with a bit of a bobble there. He'll lose some ground. White flag in the air.
So Don Burton continuing to hold his own out in front as the field shapes up behind him. Ollie Workman, another great run off of turn 2, shows the nose to Dagan Clayton. But off of turn 4, the checkered flag is going to fall. Don Burton will take the win. Clayton second, Workman third, Whitaker fourth, and Schwartz comes home in fifth.
So Don Burton in that behind the wheel of that number 12 today out of Nashville, Michigan. Takes the first of 4 Flory Crane Renault heat races. As he makes his way down here to the front straightaway, Holland special delivery on that Don Burton machine. As he gets it done here in heat race number 1. How about it for Don Burton, ladies and gentlemen? Heat race number 2 should be making its way out as soon as they clear the track over there in turn number 2 there. The safety crew doing some cleanup there of some sort. Second heat race should have Gabe Rusnell in the 24 as your pole sitter. Ira Hosner out of Kalamazoo in car 19 to his right. Dustin Workman in car number 3 inside row 2. Outside is Josh Harmon out of Owosso in the 17. Blake Hudema in the 62. Owen Natzel out of Burt in the 14. And Bryson Hosner in car number 29 will be your fastest here in heat race number 2. Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts.
It's like the 14 Owen Natzel electing to fall back. Oh, no, that's where he's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
They were just a little stutter stepped on their positioning.
So again, 6 laps. Top 3 get points and money.
Top 4.
Top 4 get points and money.
Everyone else out there for the love of the game.
Green displayed. Now these lineups set by how they practice. It's practice and qualifying. And we want to go 3 wide down the back straightaway.
How about 4?
Why not? Boy, the 17 little puff of smoke there on the brakes is somehow they got through turn number 3. 4 wide at one point. Now they've settled it down to just side by side. Ira Hosner out in front. Workman second. Harmon on that outside, still slinging the back end around.
Well, you got to make rent somehow.
Bryson Hosner wants the 3rd spot. He's able to sneak to the inside. He'll take it away from Harmon. Harmon falls back to 4th. Looks like maybe our leader's transponder may or may not be working, which is why you don't see him on the scoreboard. So Ira Hosner, the race leader, Workman in 2nd. Here comes Bryson Hosner. Remember, he started tail of the field. He's the fastest of this group. And he'll get right behind the team car. So the Hosner's out in front. Ira and Bryson. And you know, family don't like to take it easy on one another, Chris.
Oh, that is very true.
Ira still leading Bryson, then it's Workman and Harmon. Look out, Rusnell almost out of shape, had to gather it up there outside the top 5.
Ooh, they got really close there at the back of the field, but the checkered flag is out. Ira Hosner going to take the win. Then Bryson Hosner comes home second, Dustin Workman third, Joshua Harmon fourth, and Owen Natzel completes the top 5.
So Ira Hosner, whoever's with the Hosner crew needs to know that no transponder working on that number 19 machine as the Kalamazoo driver picks up the win. Already with the helmet off, folks, so he can hear you down there. How about it for winner of heat race number 2 out of Kalamazoo, Ira Hosner. And Ira, your transponder wasn't working. Heat race number 3 lined up, ready to come out here momentarily. Oliver Kukars, number 86, should be leading him out here momentarily. Kennedy Jernigan in car 88 will be to the outside of that front row. Caden Comer, 33, and Drew Hosner in the T1 will make up row number 2. We go back to row number 3. Jason Stanfield in the 18 and Dan Hassard in the 6X, and Connor Hogue in the 18C. Going to be the quickest in heat race number 3.
Yeah, boy, Connor just seems to get better every week.
That's why I was like, oh, Connor, way to go. Just missed making the fast heat here.
Literally by 1 spot. All right, and there they are.
Now don't forget, these type of cars will be the National Compact Touring Series event next week. The World Series of Compacts, which I thought it was face, like face powder, but apparently it's sport compacts.
Yes.
I was gonna get my Maybelline
World Series of little foldable mirrors.
So again, Kukar and Jernigan front row.
Oh, and we got another one whose transponder isn't reading.
Caden Comer, Drew Hosner in row number 2. Stanfield, Hassard, and Connor Hogue, your field. Look out, the 18 got a little bit sideways as Kukar jumps out to the early advantage. Comer to second. Hosner on the outside. Boy, he drove it in deep into the center of the corner, and they lean on each other a bit before they go back to single file. Comer, Hosner, Stanfield right now the top, inside the top 4. Hassard in the 5th spot, wanting to get that position.
Oh, the 18 of Stanfield almost came across the nose, the 6X of Hassard. Hassard now makes a run down the back straightaway, gets to the rear tire of Stanfield, but once again has to get out of it, as Drew Hosner in the T1 going to try the outside of Hassard now. But right now it's Oliver Kukar well out in front as Stanfield tries to get around the 33 of Caden Comer for the 2nd spot. Stanfield pulls alongside going into turn number 3, and we're coming down to 2 to go.
Kukar out in front. Hassard trying to take second spot away from that 18 of Jason Stanfield. Good battle for the second spot. We're on the final lap. Kukar well out in front. Nice run for the 86 machine. Hassard now jumps into second spot. That puts the 18 in the third. Jason Stansfield, Hosner in fourth. Checkered flag, Kukar. Hassard, Stanfield, Drew Hosner, Connor Hogue end up taking the top 5 positions. As Oliver Kukar out of Chesney in the Don Felipe sponsored number 86, just 18 years of age, picking up the win. Second year behind the wheel of a race car as he parks it down there in Victory Lane here in heat race number 3 for the Sport Compacts, brought to you by Flory Crane Rentals. How about it for Oliver Kukar, ladies and gentlemen?
How about Logan being a heck of a doorman tonight? Need to get him another, like a little bow tie or something.
Better a doorman than a doormat.
Oh, I think if he gets in Charlotte's way, he may become a doormat.
Fast heat coming up here momentarily for the Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts. Fast heat, once it comes out, Ryan Cords behind the wheel of the 51 tonight will sit pole side for this fast heat. Adam Whitaker in car 23 will be outside front row. Dan Freed in the 16 out of Auburn, Indiana. And Corbin Kelly's number 54 make up row number 2. Your point leader, Damian Waters in the number 1. Nick Murdoch in the 79 back in row 3. And your fast qualifier tonight, Bobby Joe Jernigan. At the tail end of the field, Bobby Joe with a lap time today, 17.214 to be the best, or at least the fastest of the Sport Compacts here this afternoon.
That's got to be a big boost for that team. They've been battling engine issues for the last several weeks. So that's got to be a nice little ego boost to get fastest time. And we'll see if she can hang on for 6 more laps.
Field takes the green flag. Ryan Cords out front in the 51.
Here comes Adam Whitaker in the 23, though I thought Adam might make a move going into turn 3, but he thinks better of it. Discretion being the better part of valor.
Dan Freed in the 3rd spot being challenged by Waters in the 1. Bobby Joe picking up a couple of spots, got by Corbin Kelly. Oh, here we go, battle for the 2nd spot now.
Yeah, Freed going to take it to the inside of Whitaker for the runner-up spot. Damian Waters looking for somewhere to go.
Well, he couldn't go any farther, or Whitaker couldn't have gone any farther to the top without blocking that wall and was able to do so, but scrubbed off a lot of speed. That drops him all the way to 5th as they try to chase down that 51 of Ryan Cords.
Boy, Bobby Joe Jernigan had a big run into 3 and 4. I think the 1 of Waters stopped a little quicker than she expected. She had to get hard on the brakes and almost ended up going around. She's able to continue on, but has lost ground to your top 3.
Boy, Nick Murdoch suddenly coming to life in that 79 machine, picking up a couple spots. He was dead last just a lap ago. He'll pick up a couple spots. Now he's working on that 4th position, trying to get around that PFCU 38 of Bobby Joe Jernigan. Meanwhile, up front, Damian Waters to the inside of Cords. He'll take that lead as they come to the white.
1 lap remaining now as Cords tries to go for the crossover. Not able to happen, though. Damian Waters, another driver, he was battling gremlins all afternoon long. Couldn't get more than a lap strung together at a time in final practice. Looks like he's figured out whatever's ailing that machine as he comes around and he'll take the checkered flag. Damian Waters wins. Ryan Cords 2nd, Bobby Joe Jernigan 3rd, and Nicholas Murdoch comes home in 4th.
Damian Waters, just 16 years of age, been racing for 5 years. The MFR Motorsports Klender design. Mr. Dust Control, JP Decluttering, Able Safe, Mike's Corner Store, Advanced Auto Parts of Standish. Some of the help on that number 1 machine as he comes into tonight as your point leader by 89 over Nick Murdoch. How about it, ladies and gentlemen? Damian Waters picking up the fast heat in your Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts.
All right, well, you can see him staging on the backstretch. MSR Midwest Lights heading back out onto the track, and we'll welcome back Jacob Seelman to call the heat racing action.
First heat of Must-See Racing Midwest Lights has pushed off. And we'll get set to go 8 laps. Warm-up laps next time by, and then we'll give you the starting lineup for heat race number 1. First Midwest Lights heat looks like this. Lineup on the pole in 9 is Luke Crick to his outside. In 37, the rookie Keegan Weiss. Inside row number 2, and the 51S Josh Sexton to his outside. In the 1 is Brandon Trigembo. Back row of the grid in the 14X is Matt Double. Outside is Parker Corbin. 6 cars, 8 laps. And the blue start cone on the concrete there on the front straightaway is the Must See Racing start cone. We go racing at the cone. No passing moves can be started before cars physically pass that cone. Here we go. Green flag in the air. Heat 1 underway. Crick takes the spot. Keegan Weiss slots into second down the back straightaway. Outside, here comes Brandon Trigembo in the 1. Trigembo to second at the end of lap number 1. Outside, Brandon Trigembo, kind of like Evel Knievel, soared around the outside and left the reservation. Trigembo to the lead. Crick back to second. Keegan Weiss battling Josh Sexton for third. Sexton looking to the inside. The rookie Weiss doing a good job right now holding him off. 3 laps in, 5 laps to go. And now Weiss actually pulls away from Sexton just a little bit. Trigembo just running away to hide right now. 1.2 seconds at the halfway point. Brandon Trigembo, last time he was in a Midwest Lights event 2 races ago, had a massive impact with the outside wall, tore that car to shreds, was not able to make the most recent event at Lorraine Raceway Park, but showing so far they have got that car hooked up and repaired beautifully. White flag in the air one more time around for Trigembo, who has driven out to a straightaway advantage. Meanwhile, Keegan Weiss has pulled away from Josh Sexton and actually started to close a little bit on Lucas Crick. He's not going to get there on this final lap. But a great run for the rookie. Checkered flag, Brandon Trigimbo wins Must-See Racing Midwest Light Heat Race number 1 over Lucas Crick. Keegan Weiss 3rd, Josh Sexton 4th, Matt Double, and Parker Corbin. And for those curious, that was an 8-lap Midwest Light Heat Race, green to checker, in 2 minutes and 1 second. So when Chris Phobie and I tell you guys sometimes don't blink or you'll miss it, we're not kidding. Midwest Light Heat 2 staging 4 lineup. Keegan Weiss, the rookie in Heat 1, had a solid run, and we've got a rookie starting on the pole in Heat Race number 2 in Ethan Rader. So this is going to be a pretty interesting second heat. This is the Fast 5 from qualifying earlier with the top 4 inverted. All right, we've got a good single file running order, so we'll be just about ready to head to warm-up laps for heat race number 2 for the Muncie Racing Midwest Lights. And in a testament to how competitive this series is right now, J.J. Hennis in the 36, Cody Galogli are tied, or came into tonight tied, in the championship battle. Andrew Bogus came in 3rd in points, only 4 points behind that tie at the top. And if we look at how it ended up in qualifying, Galogli was fast time, so that's a 3 bonus points. So he actually, if we're doing math as they go, has the lead going into this heat race as warm-up laps get underway. Chris, you know it's tight when I have to start doing math in my head during an event night.
Yeah, once you start carrying the 1, you know it's on for real.
Yeah, so Galogli a 3-point lead right now over Hennis. And it would actually drop Bogus from 4 points back to 13 back with a little bit of a rough effort in qualifying. White flag in the air. 1 lap to green from Chief Starter Nate Rowe. Ethan Rader, 52. Charlie Bauer, 23. J.J. Hennis, 36. Cody Galogli, 27. Andrew Bogus, 17. And a championship battle stacked deep in this heat. Here we go. 8 laps. A rookie on the pole. Green flag. Galogli around the outside. Bauer trying to get it into turn 1. 3 wide to the bottom of the racetrack. Can't do it. They're side by side off turn 2, and the yellow lights blink on. And race control saying Ethan Rader accelerated too soon in the 52. You're a rookie on the pole for the first time in a heat race. I imagine there's a few little jumpy nerves there, butterflies.
Well, yeah, and you got a very quick driver right next to you.
In
even
Charlie
quicker
Bauer,
drivers right behind you.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, the nerves are high, and he's just ready to get going.
So we'll see what they can do this time. You see that cone position. It's basically right where the wall jumps up about a foot is where that cone position is on the front straightaway for those who may be watching at home. Here we go. We'll try it a second time. Green flag. To the inside, Bauer trying to accelerate on the outside. Bauer, they're still side by side though down into turn 3. Rader sails it off in there. He sticks it off turn 4. Ethan Rader leads lap number 1. J.J. Hennis working to the inside of Cody Galogli, trying to make up some of those points he lost in qualifying. Hennis to 3rd now and going after Charlie Bauer for the runner-up spot. Here comes Hennis, looking to the inside of Bauer. Battle for second is on. Hennis took a peek to the inside, couldn't do anything there. Takes another peek as Bauer washes up off turn 4. Move Hennis to 2nd. Bauer back to 3rd. Galogli sideways in 4th. Galogli to the inside. And Galogli going for 3rd down the back straightaway and takes it away. So Charlie Bauer sliding back a little bit. Oh, Bauer trying to go back to the inside of Galogli here, but Galogli slams the door on him at the halfway point. Ethan Rader, after a sketchy first start, has really put together a nice race now with 5 laps in, driving away to the tune of a little more than a second now as we come down to 2 laps to go. Actually, check that, a little more than 2 seconds as they cross the line. So Ethan Rader looking for his first Must-See Racing Midwest Lights heat race victory in just his 3rd start. And he's going to do it, 4th start rather, for Ethan Rader. 4th start, first heat win. Rader in the 52 gets the job done. J.J. Hennis 2nd, Cody Galogly keeps pace in 3rd, Bauer to 4th, Bogus in 5th. And what that's going to do is JJ trims 2 of those qualifying points that he lost to Galogly back off, and it will be 1 point between the championship rivals going into tonight's main event. So we'll take a minute, I'll catch my breath, and we'll be back shortly for the 410 National Heat Races.
In the meantime, I believe we have heat races coming up for the Michigan Paving and Materials All-American Trucks.
And don't forget, folks, 50/50 tickets are on sale. I understand winning half, right around $800 or so right at the moment. Red Thunder Robotics making their way through the grandstands. Or you may also, oh no, they must be making their, oh, they're down possibly underneath the main grandstand here by the souvenir stand, but they'll be making their way through the grandstands as well.
I think I saw him walk down the ramp as you were making your way in the room.
So help support the Red Thunder Robotics.
What a cool name.
Yes, and opportunity for someone to walk out of here with some extra cash here today. Of course, don't forget, we'll be drawing for that Drive for 5, or Ride for 5.
Yeah, you don't get to drive.
No, Ride for 5. We'll do that drawing in a little while as well, so don't forget to get those $5 tickets as well as those lucky number programs. So giving away at least one, if not possibly more, for the Fast Eddie's 6-month membership. Mine certainly does need it. I still have Clay on there from
yesterday,
Crystal, and yesterday.
Gross.
That just can't seem to get off my car, let alone, it's all full of paw prints from the stray cats walking on it at home. As the trucks set to go out shortly. I'm wondering if anyone told them. There they are. They're just quiet. As they come out, 2 heat races for the trucks, brought to you by Michigan Paving and Materials.
John Harris in the 97 will lead him down at the start with Josh Shaw in the S23 to his outside. Eric Tavinny in the 13 and Ricky Gillette in the 51. It'll be Greg Long Jr. in the 21, Cameron DeLong in the 95, and then the 22 of Brian Daughtry and the 50 of Mark Palmer. That's going to be your field, 6 laps.
Well, this is the point race for this division, awfully tight with the exception of the point leader, Greg Long, the 3rd, currently leading the points by 104 over DeLong, then Rosé, Wilcox, and Shamel. And those 4 are only separated by about 28 points. So some of these drivers really need to get those points here in these heat races as we get set to go 6 laps here for the first of 2 trucks, and we're 3 wide already. Greg Long on the inside, look out car, truck off the pace, almost took Palmer into the wall.
Yeah, it's the 97 to John Harris.
Goes from the front to the back to the front, no shaking. Cooking MCs like a pound of bacon.
Well, that was certainly a thing that you said.
Gillette, Ricky Bobby leading away in the 51. Shaw in second. Greg Long Jr. in third. Then Cameron DeLong, which I understand wrapped up the championship at Birch Run in the truck in that battle for the third position. Looks like he's going to take it away from Shaw down the back straightaway. Now he's looking at the tailgate of the 21 of Greg Long Jr. Ooh, Palmer looked a little tight there as he went around Doherty's number 22. Puts himself in the 5th spot.
Cameron DeLong now going to try the outside of the 21 of Greg Long Jr. Decides that's not the way. Going to try the inside. Nope, going to go back to the outside as we head into turn number 3. Still can't quite get alongside as we're 3 wide for 4th.
Somehow that worked. Nobody touched. That was incredible. Palmer picking up a spot or a couple spots now as he moves up to 4th. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, and we're going to have some lap traffic in play. Greg Long, Gillette, and DeLong coming down to the white flag. 3 trucks under a blanket, and Long has the lead.
So Greg Long Jr. takes the lead, coming to the white flag, heading down the back straightaway one last time. Cameron DeLong going to try to take a look. Not able to make anything happen. He falls back in line. Your winner is going to be Greg Long Jr. in the 21. Cameron DeLong second, Ricky Gillette third, Brian Doherty 4th, and Josh Shaw will complete the top 5.
So Greg Long Jr. holds on. Right now outside the top 5 in the Remax Select. Jim Miller, Realtor, the law office of Mitchell Manuel, rather. On the back end of that car is Greg Long Jr. has seen his son pick up a lot of checker flags over the course of the 2024 season, and for all intents and purposes is in the catbird seat for a championship, but Dad gets one done here today in the heat race. How about it for Greg Long Jr.? Fast heat coming up for the trucks. Defending champion Zane Cruz should be on the front row for this one. The champion from 2 years ago, Brad Rizet in the 7 will be alongside. Darren Burton in the 05 inside row 2 to his right, the 79 of Charles Hamilton. Current point leader Gregory Long the 3rd in the 38, Jason Dvorak's 67. And fast qualifier today, Mark Wilcox out of Davison in the 67, and he clocked in at 18.476 to be the quickest of the 15 entries here today.
The late arrival of Joe Shamel and the 47 tagging onto the back of the field.
And he's 5th in points, so I was wondering why I didn't quite see him in the lineup there. So a late arrival for the 47 truck. As the field set to go, green flag.
All right, we're underway. Pair of 7s lead us down into turn number 1. Cruz on the inside, Rizet on the outside. And oh, Darren Burton thought about making it 3 wide for a second there, got hard on the binders. And he'll back up into the clutches of the 38 of Greg Long the 3rd.
Well, this red 7 truck pretty much dominated all the feature events last season. And when he has been out in that truck, it hasn't quite been up to speed, but so far looking good here in the fast heat as he continues to set the pace over Rizet. Burton in the third spot, Greg Long the third, in fourth. These trucks were awfully tight. The first 9 cars all within about a tenth or 2/10 of a second from one another. So pretty tight field of trucks here tonight, at least in the Hot Laps qualifying session.
And that red 67 of Mark Wilcox, your fast qualifier, did elect to take the Kimball Midwest Challenge, which means for his feature event, he's going to start dead last. If he's able to make it to the front, he picks up $900 as a bonus.
And watching how he's trying to run this heat race, he might be second guessing that opportunity, finding it awfully tough to get around the 2 right in front of him, with Burton and Greg Long the third, as a pair of 7s have split from the field, with Cruz right now your leader.
This time by, white flag will be out, 1 lap to go for Zane Cruz, as he tries to hold off the other 7 of Brad Rizet, who was right on his tailgate going into turn 1. Rizet gets a run down the back straightaway. He's going to challenge into the final corner, but Cruz shuts the door off at turn 4. Your winner is going to be Zane Cruz. Brad Rizet second. Darren Burton third. Greg Long the third and fourth. Mark Wilcox completes your top 5.
Well, Zane Cruz, 15 years of age. The defending champion of this division, not running full-time this season. 7 Wonder is one of the sponsors. Bucks Pest Solution. Race 1 Graphics, Jack Oakley Video, All-Star Auto Salvage, Aunt Mary on the number 7. And Horgers Automotive, also on that truck as well. It's been a while since he's been down there in Victory Lane. How about giving that defending champion a big round of applause? Zane Cruz picking up the win in heat race number 2. I gotta go for a few minutes, Chris.
Okay, try not to fall this time.
I'll try not to.
And we're going to move into heat race action for the big 410s, the Must-See Racing National Sprint Car Series.
Chris, as we get set for the first of our 2 must-see national heat races, I'm looking out towards turn 3 and 4, and I guarantee the broadcast video doesn't do it. Doesn't do the sunsets here at Owosso justice. Like I could take a picture there and send it in a postcard.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful, and it's only going to get better.
All right, field beginning to line up in their proper single file formation. After warm-ups, we'll give you the starting lineup. So they'll give them one more at an idle before we turn them loose for warm-ups next time by. Bobby Komisarski going to lead them around for warm-ups. And caution lights blink on. And Chris, we had been talking about it through qualifying that something didn't look right with the White Hair 7 of Bobby Komisarski. Went and talked to them down in the pit area. They had some sort of a fuel issue. The motor was not getting full power in qualifying, so he could not get it all the way up to speed. Those warm-up laps right there look to be the first time that car's been at full song all night.
Yeah, in warm-up it looked pretty good, but yeah, as you mentioned earlier, during qualifying that car just sounded like it was struggling, was visibly not looking fun to drive. So looks like they have the issue rectified, and hopefully a good heat race will click off here for Bobby Komisarski.
Lineup on the pole from Dayton, Ohio is Bobby Komisarski in the 7, Adam Biltz in the 8A to his outside. Inside row number 2, 55 is Tommy Nichols. To his outside, the 86 of J.J. Dutton. Inside row number 3, Z10 is Kevin Mingus. 42 is Jason Blond. 44 on the rear is Teddy Alberts. To turn 4, Komisarski, the control car, as we go green. Biltz trying to go around the outside. Jason Blond, 3 wide. Biltz to the lead, and Blond from 6th to 2nd in 1 lap. Oh my goodness. Jason Blond, high, wide, handsome, and going for the lead down the back straightaway. Adam Biltz blocked him, can't block him again. Jason Blond took 2 laps, 6th to 1st in that 42 car. Blond trying to run off the reservation. Halfway this time, 4 down, 4 to go. Oh, spin! Same spot as he did in qualifying. J.J. Dutton around in turn number 2. Caution lights blink on. And for the second time tonight, I don't think he hit anything once he locked it down. So they'll get JJ looped around, and he'll be able to tag the tail. Lap times on Komisarski are getting better, but it still does not seem like that car is running right 100% of the time here. JJ gets pushed off. And he's going to use the infield here on the back straightaway, I believe, to loop around and be able to rejoin. He does. JJ back on the racetrack. He'll catch up to the back of the field. They'll get the 1 to go signal next time by. Leader elected the inside on this double file restart attempt, so odd position cars to the bottom, even position cars to the outside. And we'll talk about that more, but only the leader on a double file restart attempt is allowed to elect his lane in must-see competition, and then the odd position cars follow the leader's lane, even position cars go to the opposite lane. Four complete, 4 laps to go. We'll try this again. Jason Blonde ripped around the outside on the first start. Now he's got the inside for the second start. And Adam Biltz gets a good launch. Blonde, I think, struggled for a moment getting up to speed. He pulls away, though, down the back straightaway. Three laps to go. Blonde trying to pull away. Kevin Mingus trying to maybe challenge Tommy Nichols for third right there. Most of everybody just ran their personal best laps of this race coming there at 2 to go. White flag in the air for Jason Blonde. Checkered flag. Jason Blonde makes that look clinical as he goes to the win in must-see National Sprint Car Series Heat Race number 1, 2.4 seconds over Adam Biltz. Tommy Nichols third, Kevin Mingus was fourth. Fifth, Bobby Komisarski. Sixth, Teddy Albert. Seventh, J.J. Dutton, and Jeff Bloom in eighth did not take the start. One down, 1 to go for the National Heat Races tonight. And of note, top 6 in these National Heat Races were inverted based on their qualifying times. So when we get to this second heat, your fast qualifier, Aaron Willison, will start from the outside of row number 3. And when you consider the top 5 in national qualifying earlier were separated by less than a quarter of a second in single lap speed, it means the likelihood that this heat race is going to be very, very competitive is pretty high. And I'll note too, by the way, that coming into tonight, Joe Liguori had a very comfortable lead in the must-see championship. There we go. Had to pull up my numbers. 41-point championship advantage over Bobby Komisarski coming into today. And after qualifying, Liguori was able to add 11 points. 11 points against Komisarski to that total. So right now, it would be sitting at 52, which, for those wondering, there is no possible scenario that Joe can outright clinch tonight. But he is trying to make his life a little bit easier for the championship finale in 2 weeks at Bertrand Speedway and Event Center. Working to get the last couple cars for this second and final must-see racing National Sprint Car Series presented by Perfit Heat Race in order for warm-ups. And warm-ups underway. Caution lights blink back on. Field going to double up here. One to go signal next time by. Lineup looks like this. On the pole in the 99 is Dorman Snyder. To his outside in the 85, the all-time track record holder here at Owosso is Rick Holley. Inside row number 2 in the 07, Ryan Litt. To his outside in the 26 AP, that's Colton Bettis. Inside row number 3 in the 68 is Joe Liguori. To his outside in the 50M is Aaron Willison. Shotgun on the field in the 9S, the 2022 champion, as I think Dorman Snyder thought that was a green. I'm slightly confused, Chris.
Boy, I thought I missed something.
Yeah, no, you and me both. All of a sudden, Dorman took off like a rabbit, and I'm sitting here going, wait a minute. That wasn't a green. I'm sure that wasn't a green flag.
Yeah, I thought my vision went monochromatic for a second, but no, that was a white flag.
All right.
Which they just saw again.
Yes.
Not one of those fake white flags that almost got me fired.
I'm not even going to ask. All right. Snyder, Holley on the front row through 3 and 4. Here we go. 8 laps. Green flag. Snyder got a good launch. Down into turn 1, Rick Holley tried to stay with him, couldn't do it. Here comes Joe Liguori up the inside, going for 3rd. Liguori on the move. Litt with the crossover on him. Liguori hangs it on the outside and holds the spot. Cuts down in front of Litt. Oh, Litt's trying to come back on him on the bottom. This is a good little battle for 3rd right now. Willison trying to come around the outside. Liguori will not give it up. 3 cars under a blanket. Willison, Litt to the inside, makes the pass on Liguori. Willison around the outside now. Willison to 4th. Man, Joe Liguori put up a whale of a fight there. Now here comes Willison looking on the outside of Litt for 3rd. Oh, by the way, Dorman Snyder's gone halfway through this heat. Leads by a small country mile over Rick Holley. We've been focused on that battle for 3rd because it's the best battle on the racetrack. Snyder's gone by 1.7 seconds. Litt trying to hold off Willison for 3rd. Colton Bettis is having a good little scrap back there with Charlie Schultz, and now Bettis pulls up on the back of Liguori trying to make some hay. 2 laps to go in this heat. Dorman Snyder's left the reservation. He'll see the white flag this time. Again, Aaron Willison looks high. Now he crosses to the bottom. Ryan Litt says, not that time, you're not. Willison couldn't get it done off 2. He'll have to settle for 4th, but Dorman Snyder's not settling for anything. He's going to take the win in MSR National Heat number 2. Checkered flag in the air. Dorman Snyder gets the win. Aaron Willison 2nd. Ryan Litt 3rd. Rick Holley 4th. Joe Liguori, Colton Bettis, and Charlie Schultz. And sorry, let me adjust that. Dorman Snyder with the win. Rick Holley, rather, in 2nd. Ryan Litt 3rd. Aaron Willison 4th. Joe Liguori 5th. Colton Bettis 6th. Charlie Schultz in 7th.
All right, with that, we'll get ready to jump into our final 2 heat races of the evening. It's got to feel like you're back on dirt, Roger. I said on dirt, not under dirt.
Okay. Happy 58th birthday to Lisa Bailey, celebrating 58 today. 58 is the new
57.
There we go. I wasn't sure which way I was going to go with that. I don't know Miss Bailey enough to get away with a joke or not. But happy birthday to you.
Well, see, Roger, that's where you just got to go full send.
Well, yeah. Unfortunately, I know sometimes those comments are the leading cause of black eyes. So.
And sometimes unemployment.
Yeah, that too. That too is hopefully we'll get these. We'll be able to knock out these 2 pure stock heat races. We lost a lot of pure stocks on Sunday. Many of them had decided they wanted to run on less than 4 wheels.
I don't think that was a decision that they made. I feel like that decision may have been made for them. But your scheduled lineup for heat race number 1 for the McAllister Rental Pure Stocks. Abby Kolb scheduled to start on the pole. Bob Baumgarten in the 108. Supposed to start to her outside. I don't see Bob. So Mark Martinez in the 34. Looks like he'll flop around to outside of front row. Then the 47, Jeremy Johnson. Then it's going to be the M57 of the Big Deal, Talon Deal. Scott Garcia in the 6S. Tim Kirby in the 81. 6 laps. Heat race number 1 for the McAllister Rental Pure Stocks.
These pure stocks running a street tire. Ready to go. Back half of the second half of, I shouldn't say back half, the second half of our qualifiers here today. In your pure stocks as they start to pick up the pace. Cole brings them down to the green flag and we're 3 wide.
Well, Mark Martinez in the 34 right out to the lead. Talon Deal follows in his tracks. And here comes Tim Kirby in the 81 up to the 3rd spot, working around the outside of the 47 to Jeremy Johnson. Problems for the 89 to Abby Kolb, but looks like she may be struggling a bit on the back straightaway as Martinez continues to lead.
Johnson and Kirby made a little bit of contact there as they had come out of turn 4, and Johnson's going to fall back as your front 3 begin to pull away. Kirby, though, trying to put the pressure on the 57, who's putting the pressure on the 34 as your top 3 nose to tail. Jeremy Johnson getting back in the mix. Problems for Garcia in the 6S.
Well, that's going to be a tough break for the Fast Eddie's machine on the night where his sponsor was out in attendance. As he rolls down the front straightaway off the pace. Talon Deal going to take a peek to the inside of Martinez for the lead, but now has to contend with the 81 of Kirby, who's going to be on his outside. Looks like Garcia makes it over to turn 2. He'll exit the track imminently.
Yeah, Kirby almost got pinched up into that wall, which has been the problem here the last couple of weeks, or at least last weekend. We were plagued with that a number of times in a number of our divisions. Those cars wanting to slide up off of turn 4, take it to the wall, and then back down into the turn 1 corner there. And sometimes not knowing there's a car on the outside and has driven the cars up into the wall. So far, these drivers do a nice job at least bailing out of it in time for that to not happen as they come down to the white flag.
Kirby going to try the move on Deal one more time off into turn 1 as Martinez holds the lead.
Still Martinez out front as they get ready to come down, checkered flag in hand. And Mark Martinez will get the job done in car number 34. Talon Deal will finish in 2nd. Tim Kirby 3rd. Jeremy Johnson in 4th. Abby Kolb will cross the line in the 5th spot.
Well, the last 2 laps of the race, Roger, the 34 of Martinez ran 2 laps greater than 3/10 under his qualifying time. So that will move the M57 of Talon Deal up into gross construction victory lane.
Talon just 14 years of age in his rookie season. M57 Towing and Repair, M15 Towing, Finish Line Seamless Gutters, Top Speed Motorsports, Stearns M15 Garage, Troyer Racing Engines, Freeman's Auto Salvage, and M15 Auto Salvage. all on the side of that M57 machine. How about it for Talon Deal? Final heat race about ready to come out will be our fast heat. Coming into tonight, by the way, in our Pure Stock division, McAllister Rentals Pure Stocks, Jim Miller Jr. is your point leader with Jeremy Spencer just 24 points behind. Now Jeremy Spencer picking up some. Oh, did I say Jeremy? I'm sorry, Jason Spencer. I got it right in front of me. I don't know why I said it that way. Jason Spencer, I don't. Again, I'm concussed. I am still concussed. Jason Spencer, 24 points behind. It's going to come down to those two drivers for the McAllister Rentals Pure Stocks. Brian Thompson is currently third in points with Lakota and Kyle Callahan fourth and fifth. But Jason Spencer picked up the fast qualifying effort today, picking up some points on Jim Miller Jr. But I think Jim Miller Jr. Was second quick in overall qualifying. But a point is a point. As they come out onto the race surface with Kyle Callahan, your pole sitter Brent Boris alongside in car number 5, Dan Goki in the 83 and Brian Thompson in the 66. Lonnie Samir, your defending champion in the M15. There's Jim Miller Jr. in car number 9 and Jason Spencer in the 55. Final heat race of the day. And then it's into our feature events. The dwarfs will be your first feature in just a little bit.
All right, so 6 laps will be the distance here once again. McAllister Rental Pure Stock heat race number 2, final heat race of the night. We're going to roll straight into feature events, I believe, is the plan. Trying to catch up on some of the time we lost. In the meantime, off at turn 4, green flag is out, we're underway.
Callahan gets a good start on Boris as he clears them down into turns 1 and 2. Goki going to take the second spot. Here comes Samir to take third spot away. As Boris on that high side, not able to make anything work. He's fallen to the tail in a hurry from that high groove.
Yeah, both Boris and Thompson got hung out on the outside, been dropping like a rock.
Oh, Thompson and Boris made contact, and Boris saving it.
Battle for second now is the M15. Alani Salmier gets to the inside of the 83 and Dan Goki for the second spot.
Goki having no problem finding some speed up there. We know Jim Miller Jr. doesn't have a problem going to the top side either. He seems to think there is something up there. Just a lot of drivers not ready to use it yet, as we've got a great battle. 5 cars under a blanket for the top spot here in the Pure Stocks.
And Callahan continues to lead 9 1/1000ths of a second, the margin between himself and the 83 of Dan Goki. They're going to take it 3 wide down the back straightaway. Goki clears Callahan. Samir to the inside of Callahan, trying to take second away as we come back to the line. 2 laps to go.
Goki, Samir, Spencer, Callahan, that was your top 4. Put Miller in the 5th position. And Miller trying to take 4th position away from Callahan, who will fall back to 5th. Now they finally settle it down single file for your top 5 positions as they come out of turn 4 for the white. Here comes Samir to the inside.
It's going to be a 1-lap shootout at the front of the field. Samir on the inside, Goki on the outside. Goki trying to hang with him. Gets a good run on the outside down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Samir has the advantage. He'll clear him off at turn 4. Your winner, Lonnie Samir. Dan Goki second, Jason Spencer third, Jim Miller Jr. 4th, and Kyle Callahan completes your top 5.
Wow, they're all that bunch racing in memory of Mike Stearns here this weekend, and Lonnie Samir picking up the second heat race in the M15, the M57 Towing and Repair, M15 Towing, Finish Line Seamless Gutters, Top Speed Motorsports, Stearns M15 Garage, Troyer Racing Engines, Freeman's Auto Salvage, M15 Auto Salvage, all there on the M15. Soon-to-be father, Lonnie Samir, picking up heat race number 2. There he is on the front straightaway. How about it for Lonnie Samir?
All right, from here on out, it's feature race in action.
Do we
All right, so our first feature event will be the MCR Dwarf Cars going 20 laps. All right, looks like they're rolling. Your scheduled starting lineup for the MCR Dwarf Cars feature event on pole, the 18 of Jamie Zarkis. Matt Beisel in the 34 next, and the 11 of Greg Erke. Darren Boney in the 63, Zach Nichols in the 44. Steve Schlater Jr. in the 92, Eric Hoffman in the 1A. Then it's going to be the 98 of Parker Tatro. Row number 5 will be the 97 of Troy Hoffman, 17 of Greg Rudzik. Then row number 6 will be the 5 of Matt Kemp and 2 of Nicole Olmstead, who I suspect is not going to answer the call. Joe McMahon in the 16, Drew Lucky number 13 with Derek Nolan in the 13, starting 14th. Ken Germain in the 76 starts 15th. Larry Gerganis in the 14 starts in 16th. Then the 07 of Mike McMahon Jr., 77 of Michael Perizzo, 182 of Jennifer Aker, and the 28 of Cody Kennedy. That's your field. 20 laps, MCR Dwarf Cars feature event.
And Nicole Olmstead did make it out.
Wow, that is unexpected. Okay. Race fans, this time around from turn 4 to turn 1, get on your feet, salute our guests from the MCR Dwarf Car Series. They brought us 20 this evening. Their fourth and final visit with us here at the Owosso Speedway.
Oh, that was abrupt.
That was very abrupt.
Oh, just getting ready to really belt it out, too. Zarkis.
False start your heart.
Yeah. Well, better than pump start it. Zarkis Bessel, your front row. 20, what are we doing? 20 laps.
20-2-0.
Here in our first feature event of the evening. Thank you folks for coming out to Owosso Speedway. I'm Roger Williams along with Chris Foby.
That's me.
Get set. Yeah, I want some ID.
The real one or the fake one?
All right. We get set to go. They start to gather up the pace. Here we go. We're feature racing time here at Owosso Speedway with the MCR Dwarfs. Zarkis with the early advantage down the back straightaway. Boney in that second spot, but here comes the 44 of Zach Nichols. Nichols to the inside. It's a battle for second.
Nichols picked up the first win of the season for the MCR Dwarf here at the Owosso Speedway. He'd like to end it with a victory as well in the fourth and final appearance. He runs in the second spot right now as Jamie Zarkis shows the way.
Hoffman in the 1A took over that third spot. What happened?
Oh, got a spin over in turns 3 and 4. The 92 is Steve Schlater Jr. facing the wrong way. Greg Rudzik in the 17 down on the apron. And there's another car facing the wrong way. I believe it may be the 07
I believe it is,
of
yes.
Mike McMahon. So, well, we talked about Zach Nichols having a win this season. There's your other two winners involved in that one. It looks like it was Ken Germain in the 76.
Yeah,
So-
sorry there. Something happened with my race pass there, and
Just your race pass?
just mine apparently, because everything else looked correct when I took a turn to the right, but my mouth stopped working. Again, I blame it on the fall.
Oh, we thank you for heroically battling through a traumatic brain injury to work with us here tonight, Roger.
Well, you know, I was already a half step close to it being traumatic anyway before I got here.
All right, so we'll get the 92 of Schlater turned around facing the right way and see if he can continue on.
Well, I sure hope he's sitting in the car facing the right way.
Well, it honestly would explain things how he ended up spinning if he wasn't, in fact, facing forward. Although these cars are so small, I can't imagine they have a jump seat in there.
No,
anywhere.
goodness gracious, no. Our swivel seat, anyway.
Yeah, nothing like riding in the back of Dad's S10. So we did manage to get 2 laps in, 18 laps to go here, MCR Dwarf Cars feature event. Jamie Zarkis leads over the 44 as Zach Nichols as we get our field realigned.
Troy Hoffman in the 4th spot. Oh, we got our 50-50. If you would like to get your 50-50 tickets out while we have this moment.
You looking for your tickets, Roger?
I'm looking for my good pen. I left it somewhere. Oh, no. That was my last good pen.
Oh, it's a team effort here. There's a pen.
That's not the one I wanted.
That's okay. It'll come around.
Oh, that's
Hey.
the one. That's it.
Oh, wait, now I got to give Gary his pen back.
Oh, there we
Yeah,
go. All right, ticket. I got a ticket number. How much is it worth today, Sarah? $1,066 going to our winner today, and I'm pretty sure it's a red ticket. And that ticket number is 614-3060. 614-3060. 614-3060. If you have that winning 50-50 ticket number, it's worth $1,066, courtesy of the folks from the Red Thunder Robotics here today. That's not him. No.
All right, so I believe we got the field lined up properly now.
The robotics crew are not going to know what the winning unless they wrote the winning ticket number down. 614-3060. See the folks from the robotics team underneath the main grandstand to collect your prize.
Well, Roger, on the plus side, if you have the ticket, then
Hey, I'm on. Nah, stop saying I'm on the plus side. I'm only a little overweight.
I'm just trying to work out business strategies here.
Didn't we have a group talk to us about saying comments like that to
I
each
missed
other?
that meeting, actually.
Well, we're choosing. I didn't even know we were choosing.
All right, field lined up 2 by 2 as we get set to go back racing here in just a moment. Safety car will head to the infield. Next lap, I believe. I got a little overexcited. I'm ready to get this one going.
Sorry, I'm still a little stressed because I almost lost my good pen.
Oh, we got to move the 16 to the back. They ran over the
Oh,
virtual cone.
no. Where was the 16 running? It was
Right
running
in the
ninth.
middle.
Yeah, running ninth.
Oh, wait, is that? I thought the 16 was going to the back. Maybe I heard wrong. I don't know, Roger. We're playing a game of telephone, and I think we just lost.
Maybe this isn't real. Maybe we're both concussed.
Oh, that would make a lot of sense.
Here we go, back into the race here.
And Zach Nichols immediately around the outside. He takes the lead, but he will have his hands full with the 97 of Troy Hoffman off of the leap there.
Yeah, Troy Hoffman was running fourth on that restart, bumps himself up to second immediately.
Hoffman out of the inside of your leader, Zach Nichols, coming off of turn 4, but Nichols keeping it wound up on the outside. He hangs on to the top spot as we sail off into turn 1. So now Troy Hoffman leads. Eric Hoffman runs in the second spot. Nichols shuffled back to 4th.
Yeah, the Hoffmans with a stranglehold on the top 2 spots. Kemp in the 3rd position has had some of the fastest laps so far here in this feature event. Zach Nichols in 4th. And those front 4 have pulled away. Now we're going to have a battle for the lead as Hoffman looks to the inside. That would be Eric trying to take away from Troy and couldn't get it done.
All 3 of your top 3 drivers have been series champions over the years. Zach Nichols, your points leader, trying to make a championship of his own, but he has to sit back and watch as the veterans up ahead duke it out for the lead with 8 laps in the books.
Zarkis leading that second group of cars back there in 5th with Schlater Jr., Parker Tatro, and Darren Boney in that mix as well. There's 5 cars in that second group. And they're really dicing it up. That's there for the 5th position, about to change hands, or at least a good fight to see who wants that 5th position. Here comes Schlater, he's to the inside. Meanwhile, up front, the Hoffmans continue to pester each other.
Halfway home, 10 in, 10 to go as Steve Schlater Jr. now breaks back into the top 5 after spinning earlier in the event. Kemp now to the inside of Eric Hoffman for the 2nd spot. Hoffman trying to hold him off.
That 97 of Troy Hoffman looks like he keeps scrubbing speed on the exits, where the other 2 behind him are able to get right to the back bumper. Look at how Kemp gets that little bit of a run. He'll move into the 2nd spot as he sneaks by that Eric Hoffman 1A.
Closing in on lap traffic now as the 5 of Kemp continuing to hassle the Hoff up at the front of the field.
Oh, and your lap traffic thinks about going side by side. Oh, that could really shuffle things out. They decide better of it.
Oh, one lapped car goes low, the other one goes high. The rest of the field having to take evasive action to get around.
Troy Hoffman right now a car length ahead of Kemp. We've lost touch with Eric Hoffman. He had a hard time getting past that last lap car. He took the high side and lost some ground to your race leaders as they come by with 6 to go.
Kemp goes for the crossover now to the inside of Hoffman down the back straightaway. They're door to door into turn number 3. Kemp gonna have the advantage off the corner. He leads that time by with 5 laps to go.
Kemp leads his first lap of the afternoon here in this feature event as they come up on some more lap traffic. Oh, catches it right in the center of the corner, but able to make the turn in turn number 4 and put some distance between himself and Troy Hoffman with 4 left on the board. And now he's pulling away.
Laps continuing to click away, Roger, as Matt Kemp continues to drive away from the field. It's a battle of Hoffmans now for the second spot. Eric has caught up to the back bumper of Troy for the second spot. That also will lead Zach Nichols back into a battle for one of those podium positions. Your leader having some struggles with lap traffic now as we get to 2 to go, struggling to get to the inside of the 14.
Luckily, he's got some space to be able to take somewhat of a little caution on the Speedway car. Spun one of those lap cars. The 13 machine around in turn 4, and this could change everything.
Yeah, the 13 of Derek Nolan facing, well, going for a ride over in turn number 4. That'll draw the caution here with 2 laps to go. Second caution of the event.
Yeah, he was the absolute last car out there on the Speedway. Which I always say on dirt, it's always been my pet peeve. Gets to the closing laps and the last car out there brings out the caution. It could change the complexion of what was about to be. But Nolan learning the car, learning to get around the Speedway. Basically has stayed out of harm's way up until that point. So it'll be a 2-lap dash to the finish.
And with 4 pretty evenly matched cars as well.
Gonna come down to who makes the least amount of mistakes on the restart.
Well, I'm out.
Yeah, I started as one.
Well, our friends from Northside Service have been a little bit busy today.
Boy, have they.
Unfortunately. We enjoy having them here. We hate having to use them while they're here. We'd much rather they get to enjoy a nice night of racing and not have to be participants in the action,
right.
but here they are participating.
Let the Finleys pay for them to sit and watch the races.
Yeah.
That looks like he's going to get the business end of the record, so something terminal on the 13 car. It's almost like, can they just sling the car over their shoulder and just... So at the caution at lap 18, Matt Kemp, your race leader, Troy Hoffman second, Eric Hoffman third, Zach Nichols fourth. Steve Schlater Jr. now gets to be back in the conversation. He is in fifth in car number 92. Then Parker Tatro, Jamie Zarkis, Greg Erke, Darren Boney, your top 9, and in the 10th spot is Joseph McMahon. And that tow truck pulling that dwarf car looks like pulling a 2-year-old by their ear.
I've done that a time or two.
So they'll get another opportunity to choose here momentarily once they finish getting the lineup where it needs to be.
Yeah,
go ahead, Chris.
Just getting a couple of lapped cars shuffled back to the end of the field.
Last year, if we were inside 5 to go, they stayed single file. Not this year, though.
Yeah, we said that 5 lap to go window, we're throwing it out. Throwing the window out the window. It was very messy. But now we get to choose.
No, not yet.
Choose soonish. It's got to be coming soon. All right, now we're going to pick.
Thanks, Logan. because he has all the power.
Yeah, he's not just doing with the voices in his head. No.
That's right. Kemp's going to take the inside. Troy Hoffman to the outside. Eric Hoffman inside. Boy, Nichols and Schlater Jr. both took the inside. So that gives...
It's a bold strategy.
Yeah, that gives Parker Tatro an almost front row seat. He's going to be outside row number 2 on the restart. Zarkis will move up from 8th up to outside row number 3 for this restart.
All right, a 2-lap shootout, green-white checker to end things here. Kemp, Hoffman, your top 3. Parker Tatro now outside of row number 2. It's still anybody's game, except for mine. I'm definitely not going to win this race.
Tapping out, are you?
I'm calling it. I'm
not ready to go. Caution out.
Well, we were following our rules and got all into it. They do not double file restart in the MCR Dwarf Car Series with less than 5 laps to go. So we're pulling the window back in.
Right, so you're throwing the baby back in the bathwater. So we put it back single file. Well, that would have been kindly noted.
All right, 2 laps to go.
Well, there goes all the drama we built.
Yeah, all that manufactured drama just falling apart.
And now nobody remembers where they were.
That's race car drivers for you. They could tell you somebody chopped them in a heat race 6 years ago, but couldn't tell you who they were running next to 2 laps ago.
Uh-huh. Well, Troy Hoffman keeps wanting to go to the top side of your leader, and I know that they're trying to tell him in the receiver, hey, we're single file here. And I think they finally may have gotten it here. So we'll have a full field of MCR dwarfs that will be pulled along by a string for the start.
Like a bunch of baby ducks.
You pull baby ducks with a string?
How else do you pull them?
I hope you're the ones on wheels.
Eventually. All right, now safety car to the infield. Lights are off.
Nose to tail restart. 2 laps remain. Kemp takes them to the restart zone. We're green. Oh, somebody's showing a lot of smoke. That's the 11 car. He had some concerns earlier on, and there may be moisture on the speedway. We got another one around. Greg Erke. Thought I heard he had some concerns about that machine before he came out to the feature. And his concerns came to reality.
Well, nice of him to let us know.
And I'm going to assume we're going to have a trail all the way around the doggone track now. If that is the case, I'm going to go see if we can't go pull those lucky number stuff, or that lucky number stuff, and or the drive or the ride for 5 winning ticket. I'll wait and see what we do here.
Yeah, it looks like this might be a decent amount of cleanup. There's quite a bit of moisture on the track.
Yeah, it looks like there's even some here going into the corner.
Yeah, we got like most of a lap all the way around the track.
Still, yeah, I mean, I get it blowed up. I don't get not trying to get into the infield. Safety crew going to take a peek at it here. Yeah, that's going to be the case. So, Chris, I'm going to go see if we can knock out some of these prizes here while we have some downtime.
I think that sounds like a great idea. All right, race fans, we got word from MCR officials that as we have reached our time limit, we are going to throw the checker on this one. So Matt Kemp will be your winner, Troy Hoffman second, Eric Hoffman third, Zach Nichols 4th, and Steve Schlater Jr. will complete your top 5. So per MCR, we are going to throw the checker on that one.
Well, Matt Kemp sees this one end a little shy of the full 20 laps, but got himself right to the front when he most needed it and picks up another checkered flag here at Owosso Speedway. Beating out the Hoffmans. They're in a very tight battle. They're in the top 4. Has Matt Kemp here, the cold drink for you there. Not how you wanted to see it end, but obviously timing is key.
Yeah, no doubt, man. We did it just in time. So, yeah, hated we couldn't end it under green and had to end it there because of the time limit. But it was a hell of a race. And, again, sorry you guys couldn't get the finish there. But hopefully it was a fun one until then.
As you've been coming here more and more with this group of cars, are you learning more as far as whether there is a second or third groove out there for your class?
There is not right now, but it's really tough, and I had a little bit of time to cool down there. Usually I'm really pumped up, but man, I was like, holy cow, and I'm like just getting ready for the restart, so I wasn't really expecting to be here already, but that's awesome. So again, can't thank you guys at Owosso enough for everything you're doing, Rex and everybody here. That it's just an amazing facility, and it's going to continue to be even better. So thank everybody very much for coming out tonight. It's always awesome crowds, an awesome place here. Just excited that we could, and grateful that we could get it done tonight.
How about you thank everybody that makes this car fast for you? I know you have a lot of obligations this summer.
Yeah, you're not joking. I got so many people who've helped me this year. ELH Detailing, Eddie, he's been a huge help to me. I would not be here without him. PSS and C, they do a ton for the club, Hartford Speedway. L&K Concrete, this fricker was meant, and just can't thank everybody enough for, and Green Shield Deck Builders helped me a lot this year too. So can't thank everybody enough for all they've done for me this year to get me here. Grateful to be here, and I'll quit talking so you guys can see some racing again.
All right, how about it for your winner? Congratulations. Matt Kemp picking up the win in the MCR Dwarf Division here this evening. Thomas, we're rounding out those tickets for the Ride for 5 as well as the lucky number program stuff. So that is getting rounded out right now. 50-50 was claimed, so that has been claimed to my knowledge. So all right, some lucky number program stuff for you. This is a Super 6-month membership from Fast Eddie's Car Wash and Oil Change. It's a $140 value. Lucky number program 0986. 0986. Get you that Super 6-month membership from Fast Eddie's Car Wash and Oil Change. If we call your lucky number program number, come down to the souvenir stand and claim your prize. I have a Michigan Kenworth hat to lucky number 0914. 0914. I have a $25 gift card from Burton Corners Market to lucky number 1002. 1002. I have another Super 6-month membership from Fast Eddie's Car Wash and Oil Change. Lucky number program 1022. 1022. Another Michigan Kenworth hat 1001. 1001. I have an All-Star Performance banner, 0982, 0982. And my final Fast Eddie's Car Wash and Oil Change, Super 6-month membership, to 0991, 0991. And then as soon as we get all the tickets in for the ride for 5, we will pass that along. Don't forget, if you've forgotten your ear covering, we have foldable earmuffs on sale here in the souvenir stand. We got foam seats for you to sit on if you didn't bring anything comfortable to sit on those grandstands with. Of course, a large selection of Owosso Speedway shirts and hoodies from infants, toddlers, large, double, 5X. No matter your size, we got something to fit you here in the souvenir stand, plus hot shoe shirts, Ron Hauser Memorial shirts. We got a whole set of flagman flags. We'll even give you a case to put them in. Hammer Series shirts, all on sale. Heck, I got a cooler for sale down here. If you broke your cooler, I almost did when I fell over. Okay, folks, get that ride for 5 ticket out. If we call your ticket number, come down to the souvenir stand, because I believe that's where we'll get you suited up, or at least somewhere near this souvenir stand, and we'll get you suited up for your ride. Remember, this is at least a $100 value right here for $5. You're going to get 5 laps around the track tonight in that 2-seater modified. So get that ride for 5 ticket out. The one you paid $5 for. This will be our first winner ever for this prize. This ticket number is 0201 157. 0201 157. Once again, 02011157. You have won tonight's ride for 5. Come on down to the souvenir stand. And congratulations. We got a GoPro in the vehicle as well. We have a winner. And we're going to have a GoPro right at you. This is the, let me see it, make sure that we got to validate. Oh, I got 02011157. Yes, we got a young lady. What's your name?
Shelly.
Shelly, where are you from?
Piranha.
Are you ready for some high octane RPM going through your veins?
Yes, I am.
All right, well, make sure we'll kick it up to at least 25 miles an hour for you. Rex, now she's going to get suited up. Then what happens?
Well, we got a GoPro going to be right on her face, so we're going to see some facial expressions. But if they don't go fast and you're all relaxed, we do want you to wave to the fans as you come around, unless you're white-knuckled on the steering wheel and you're full steam ahead. So the fans are going to look for you to see if you put your right hand out that window and wave to them.
I will.
All right. All right, and this is our driver.
Oh, all right. Well, let's get you suited up. You've had your Pepto-Bismol, and you're all good. You're all good to go. All cleaned out. All right. Yep. No, you haven't you haven't had a lot of track food yet, right? Okay, good. All right. So you'll be good to go for 5 circles. So we'll get you suited up, and we'll probably see you on the front stretch at some point. And congratulations. Well, we like to make dreams come true. She said her first bucket list was to meet me, and her second was to get in the car. Okay, well, maybe not in that order.
All right. Flory Crane Rental Sport Compact B feature, 15 laps on track. In the 24 is Gabe Rusnell, Keegan Cudd in the 11, Gerald Schwartz in the 12, Ollie Workman in the 0, Elizabeth Kolb in the 89, Leroy Whitaker in the T16, Dagan Clayton in the 95, Don Burton in the 12, Josh Shiver in the 7. Well, that's going to be your field, 15 laps. All right, race fans, this time around, get on your feet, get your hands in the air, wave them back and forth. Flory Crane Rental Sport Compact B feature, getting ready to roll. All right, field gets the 1-to-go signal. We're going to be going green next time around. 15 laps the distance here.
I promise I'm on my way, Chris.
All right, Rusnell and Cudd lead them off at turn 4. Green flag is out, and we are underway. Leroy Whitaker goes to take it 3 wide. He's down all the way on the concrete. That's a no-no. Looks like he's going to give up the spots. Battle for second now as Schwartz tries to get underneath the 11 of Cudd. Oh, big push by the 12. He's able to get it back under control, but ooh, that could have been a big moment as the 11 team of Cudd just getting that car back out after having their last car parked for the season. Oh, the 89 able to get it turned around. Was facing the wrong way, but she's rolling now. So we'll stay green as Gabe Rusnell continues to hold the point.
Rusnell with a big lead now back there in the second spot. Cudd went around the outside, got around everybody in that number 11 machine.
Yeah, Gabe Rusnell's been pretty solidly out in front, but everyone else has been definitely within striking distance of each other. I mean, it is very close from second on back.
Schwartz trying to get that second spot back, but boy, Keegan Cudd went from the 5th spot on that last lap all the way up to the runner-up position, and now he's trying to take Schwartz with him to get to your race leader, Gabe Rusnell.
Well, you never want to leave home without your shorts on.
That's right. Big advantage for Gabe Rusnell.
1/3 distance, 5 down, 10 to go.
Oh, look out. Schwartz was sideways.
Well,
Schwartz was twisted over in turn 2.
He might have to change his shorts after that one.
Good gather up for that number 12, but he's going to fall outside the top 5. Now Cudd by himself in the second spot. And he's actually chomping down some real estate between himself and your race leader, Gabe Rusnell. Workman in the 3rd spot. Whitaker in 4th. Dagan Clayton holding on to that 5th spot, or Dagan Clayton rather, holding on to that 5th spot.
First battle on the track is between a pair of 12s for that 6th spot as Gerald Schwartz trying to hold off a charge from Don Burton.
Chopping a 1/10 of a second off the race lead did Keegan Cudd that time by. But he's running out of laps here. They're going to come by for 6 to go here. Rusnell's been leading since the start in that 24 car, trying to hold on for 6 more laps. But Cudd on his way, another 1/10 of a second off the lead.
Battle shaping up for that third spot. Roger, the T16 of Leroy Whitaker, trying to get around the 0 of Ollie Workman. He can get close, but so far has not had any luck getting around the 0 hero.
That time, Rusnell able to extend it by 1/10 of a second here as we're inside 5 to go, make it 4.5, but we don't count halves.
Still the field mostly processional, except for that battle for third.
Right now, Rusnell's race to lose as he sits with 3 left.
Battle towards the back of the field for 7th as Don Burton trying to hold off a charge from the Sugar Baby. Josh Shiver working past Burton. And does take the spot. Oh, and then immediately loses the back end. They make contact. Burton goes around. Caution flag out.
So, just as I took the headset off to make my way downstairs, the caution comes out, and now Rusnell's 1.6 second advantage disappeared. It's going to be a side-by-side restart.
And that double file restart that we threw out the window and then had to bring back in the window, it's back out the window.
Back out the window.
Right out the window.
Good thing you used your left arm to do that, not your right one.
If I had used my right arm to do that, I would have been crying.
Oh, Lord.
It's hard to talk with your hands when you can only move one of them from the elbow down.
Yeah.
So 2 laps remaining here, 13 in. It's going to be a green-white checker finish.
So I got a question with your right hand then. Now, if I have to stomp on the brake with my car, my right hand immediately goes over to the passenger side, regardless if anyone's in that seat or not. Have you had to deal with that?
No, I have no regard for anybody that decides to ride with me, so
they're going to choose.
Hasn't been a problem.
Rusnell inside, cut outside, and then Workman and Whitaker both took the inside. Stig and Clayton now will move to the outside of row number 2 for a 2-lap shootout.
Well, isn't that a dandy?
A gym dandy.
Never met him.
Never wanted to. 1 to go before we go green.
All right. 2-lap shootout. Gabe Rusnell, Keegan Cudd lead the field around.
The M&K Truck Center restart zone is where they're able to pick up the pace, although a little bit early. Here we go. Green is out. 2 laps to go. And here's where all the crazy begins.
I thought the crazy began long before this part. Ollie Workman to the inside of Keegan Cudd, moves up into the 2nd spot.
Yeah, Cudd didn't get a very good restart there. He's trying to make up that ground on the outside once again. White flag in the air. It's coming down to the final lap. And Workman to the inside. Oh, we got problems on the front straightaway. And the caution comes out once again. Shiver involved. And I believe that's Clayton. And heavy damage on the left rear of that machine. See the bumper hanging with the fiberglass hanging on the 95. Well, now it'll be a 1-lap drag race.
Yeah, it was a green-white checker, and now it's a green and white checker.
And that time I did not take my headset off. Shiver wants to make sure he doesn't start last. He was running in the that last lap by was in the 8th spot. So it sounds like Gerald Schwartz is going to go to the tail. Got a pair of 12s out there. So now Workman might have the first opportunity to try to snatch the lead away from Gabe Rusnell.
How the turntables.
Wiki, wiki, wiki.
All right, so Gabe Rusnell leads.
Yes. All right, the car's being told we'll do one last pick. At least that was the plan on paper. So no surprise that Rusnell takes the inside, Workman to the high side cut, and Whitaker to the low side. Burton, who was involved in that caution with 2 to go, finds himself up outside of row number 2.
All right. 1 to go before 1 to go.
Well, who thinks Rusnell's going to hold on to this? What about the Workman machine? What about Keegan Cudd?
I heard some Keegan Cudd fans out there.
How about we just get this one lap in? Here they come. One pin, Rodney. As they're side by side. Oh, Russell, good run. Workman off the pace.
Oh, a heartbreaker for Ollie Workman on the last lap. He'll dive to the infield, but coming off of turn 4, checkered flag is out. Gabe Rusnell takes the win. Leroy Whitaker second, Keegan Cudd third, Dagan Clayton fourth, and Gerald Schwartz will complete your top 5. Well, he gets his first feature win here at the Owosso Speedway. And if that wasn't enough, he gets to talk to our very own Roger Williams down in Gross Construction Victory Lane.
Gabe Rusnell already down here, parked on the front straightaway, picking up the B main in the Flory Crane Reynolds Sport Compacts. He climbs out of that machine, picking up that B main. You're welcome. Well, the last thing you want to see with 2 laps to go is the fact that you have a big lead, and all of a sudden you've got cars that are going to restart all around you. Talk about those last couple of cautions and maybe the butterflies in your belly.
I was very nervous. You know, I was picking up my first win possibly. I don't know what happened on that last restart, but I feel like Ollie let me have that for some reason.
Well, he actually, I think he broke down. He had to go into the infield there, so something mechanically, he was out there one lap too long, but a great race. You get a park in victory lane. Why don't you thank everybody?
I got to thank my grandma, my grandpa, helped me getting started and learning, my girlfriend for not complaining about me spending money, and probably my parents for raising me right.
Good job. Gabe Rusno picking up the win tonight in the B main for the Floyd Crane Rental Sport Compacts. A main coming up next. Well, Chris, I'm going to assume that Shelly might be already suited up. I don't see the two-seater mod out here in front of the main gate. So she said this was on her bucket list. She's about, well, I don't think she'll need a bucket, but she's going to get an opportunity to ride in that modified.
Yep, once we get victory lane cleared, Roger, she's going to come out and get her 5 laps. And you, too, could ride along here at the Owosso Speedway. $60 for 2 laps, $100 for 4, or $5 on a race night for a chance at being the one to ride along.
Brent Voris is the one that is driving the modified. So.
Oh, well, I'd be out.
Yeah. We've known that. We'd have sold the tickets for $250 or $10 because the insurance.
Yeah.
Oh, don't tell Linda from finance. She's going to be all upset that we let a spectator in that modified.
I'm just glad we didn't let her drive.
All right, Shelly getting the one to go signal. We do have a steering wheel on the passenger side just so that you have something to grip there for your last moments.
It doesn't do anything, but it might make you feel better.
And, oh, she did wave out the window to you guys. Rex had told her she had to wave out the window, and she certainly did do that. Now, again, Chris, you get this opportunity. You can pay for the opportunity. It's $60 for 2 fast laps, $100 for 4 laps. You can come out on a Wednesday. We'll schedule your ride. You got to obviously make an appointment to do that, or at least make the commitment. We'll make sure that we're here on Wednesday and schedule you to be here. And you too can see. It's $5. What did you say? It was $5 for a chance?
$5 for a chance, $100 for a sure thing.
And that email address was ride or drive.
Drive or ride.
Doggone it. Drive or ride
at OwossoSpeedway.com.
Drive or ride. Who came up with that? Did we come up with that as a group effort?
Nope, I was not a part of that.
So drive or ride, that's OR, drive or ride at OwossoSpeedway.com, and you can pay for the option of getting to do this. Of course, we'll have to make sure the seat's dry for you. We'll have a few more of these modifieds are being built. So if we've got a few of these modifieds being built, so we'll have more opportunities to take care of rides as we continue to grow here at Owosso Speedway. Right now we're planting the seeds, and eventually you may have, once we get everything ironed out with Janet from Legal, you'll be able to maybe even drive one of these modifieds. Look at that, Shelly all happy. Give her a big round of applause. Our first winner in the Ride for 5 program. Coming up next should be your A main for the Flory Crane Rental Compacts.
And that's construction equipment, not the bird.
Oh, well, never mind then. I was going to have a Panama-themed party.
Oh, you got to call somebody else.
Shoot.
All right, your starting lineup is scheduled to be Bryson Hosner in the 29 on pole. 86 of Oliver Kukar to his outside. Row 2 is going to be the 88 of Kennedy Jernigan, 33 of Caden Comer. Then Drew Hosner in the T1 and Jason Stanfield in the 18. Row number 4 will feature the 6X of Dan Hassard, the 18C of Connor Hogue. Ryan Cords in the 51 and Adam Whitaker in the 23 make up row number 5, with Dan Freed in the 16 and Corbin Kelly in the 54 in row number 6. Your points leader, Damian Waters, starts lucky number 13 with Nicholas Murdoch to his outside in the 79. Then your fast qualifier, drawing a deep invert, Bobby Joe Jernigan in the 38 starts 15th with Owen Natzel in the 14 to her outside. The rest of the field is going to be comprised of the 62 of Blake Heidema, 17 of Josh Harmon, 3 of Dustin Workman, and the 19 of Ira Hosner starting shotgun on the field. 25 laps will be the distance here. Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts.
The fastest 20 in qualifying here today. As we get set to go, 25 laps of battle here at the Owosso Speedway. Hey, that wasn't the wave lap. They're all ahead of me, Chris. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this will be your parade lap for your Flory Crane Reynolds Sport Compact A main. Let's get up on our feet. Let's wave your hats, your hands, your cell phones. Let's show some support from the Owosso Speedway fans as your favorite Sport Compact drivers make their way by.
All right, it's going to be 25 laps. Bryson Hosner and Oliver Kukar lead them around.
The field tightens up. Getting ready to go. Logan McCaslin looking over the field. Here they come out of turn number 4. We're underway with the A main for your Sport Compacts.
Kennedy Jernigan looked to make an early move there on the. Oh, we got some ping pong action in the middle of the field. Caden Comer and Stanfield in the 18 get checked up. 54 of Corbin Kelly, 79 of Murdoch. Also having to take evasive action at the front of the field. It's Bryson Hosner leading. They're 3 wide for the top spot. Hosner, and Kukar. Drew Hosner and Oliver Kukar are going to come out on top there.
Boy, Kukar's having a great run here today, Chris. He got himself a heat race win, and he's in contention right now for a feature as they're 3 wide behind him.
3 wide for third now as Dan Hassard takes advantage. He splits the difference and ends up in that third position as Kennedy Jernigan fights back in the 88. Damian Waters on the move.
Did you see that? He picked up 3 positions just on the backstretch alone. He had such a good run out of that corner compared to the competition around him. Oh, problems. Turn number 2. It's the 33 machine and the 79 of Murdoch. Boy, Comer with an ill-handling ride, but don't know what happened. There is Murdoch involved in the 79. Murdoch currently running in the second position in points. He's 89 back of Damian Waters, Nick, the defending champion. Waters with an 89-point advantage heading into tonight. Murdoch second, Bryson Hosner 130 back, Corbin Kelly 152, and Randy Moore 182.
Yeah, at this point in the season, it's pretty well locked up with just a couple points nights left, but you never know.
89 is tough to overcome with just tonight and championship night for points for this division. So he managed to get 3 in, but boy, it's been awfully exciting out front. Drew Hosner, your race leader. Kukar in the second spot. Dan Hassard scored in third at lap number 3. Kennedy Jernigan with a great start. In car 88 in fourth, and Adam Whitaker in fifth. Bryson Hosner, Damian Waters, Connor Hogue, and Ryan Cords, they're in the top 9. As we get them single file and in their right running order before we allow them to pick their position. Bobby Joe moving up a bunch. I wonder if she is, oh, she must be in the 10th spot here, and I'm just
in that neighborhood.
Yeah, I had Dan Freed in 10th in the 16, so at least that's what I see unofficially at lap number 3. I thought for a moment as she was moving up that maybe she was trying to duck over to the pits, but she was trying to get back into where her position was.
Well, it looks like the 33 of Comer is getting his spot back, which would lead me to believe the 79.
Yeah, and I see him at the tail.
Yeah, 79 would be the one assessed with the caution. So Comer going to slot in looks like 13th place, right ahead of the 54, Corbin Kelly.
Well, I wouldn't be very confident right now. The last few laps, that 33 had his hands full of steering wheel.
But I don't know how much of that was of his own doing. I mean, right there on the initial start, he just kind of got bounced around a little bit, we'll say, and that's what kind of got him back into the Hornet's nest.
Well, first opportunity for this group of cars to pick their restart line. As you see the yellow and the green being shown, let these drivers know where they can pick. Of course, they can't run over the box there on the arrow on the front stretch, although the pace car can. What is...
Well, the 88 decided that not only was she going to pick her spot, she was going to pick the spot ahead of the 6X.
I was wondering what she was doing there. She's pulling to the inside of the 6X to go by, and I knew that the 6X was in front of her. But Drew Hosner going to start on the pole. Outside going to be Kukar. Row 2, it'll be Hassard. And moving up a couple of positions will be Whitaker in the 23. Then the Kennedy Jernigan and the 29 of Bryson Hosner. Top 6 as they are on the speedway based on the shoes.
So 22 laps remain here. Hosner and Kukar at the front of the field.
Field set, ready to go. M&K Truck Center restart zone. They get to it. They get to go fast. We're back to work here in this main event. Oh, they fan out.
Oh, no, we're not.
Oh, big hit.
Several big hits.
Kukar involved. Hosner involved. A couple of Hosners involved. I see Bobby Joe there putting the window net down. Is that the Hassard machine that got Whitaker in the 23 involved? And the hardest hit there to the 86 of Oliver Kukar. Boy, not what you want to see on lap number 3.
No, just a lack of patience there leads to a pile up in turn number 1.
I see Bobby Joe out of the car, limping a little bit as she's going to get checked out. So it's it is the end of the season. Last chances to try to get that elusive checkered flag, and you tend to take more chances as your opportunities start to wane. And we pile a bunch up here. Again, next week, the National Compact Touring Series will be here for a $3,000 to win event for Sport Compacts. You'll see some of the best in the Midwest here, over 50 already signed up to be part of the event next week, as well as the $5,000 to win spectator drags. We'll also have modifieds back in action for their final point night before Young Championship night. As all of our safety officials over there working hard to get themselves taken care of, and just tough to see some of the cars that were involved. Our point leader did make it through. I see Damian Waters back there. Well, we get everybody fired back up, and I imagine they'll take a lap or two to go through that corner before we even consider letting them loose. Sounds like the 23 may be done for this event. So tough break there for the 23 of Adam Whitaker. So as we see who's left, and apparently Adam not happy with the call, and he's going to make a fuss about it. So I see the T1 Drew Hosner, your race leader. Kennedy Jernigan in second, it looks like.
And I believe we're going to pick this time.
Third, Bryson Hosner, then Waters in the 1. And Connor Hogue in the 18 as they're coming by to pick this time by. Front two both take the inside, so we're going to have a front row of Hosners as Bryson Hosner is taking the outside of Drew Hosner, then Jernigan inside row number 2 with Waters on the outside. Hogue inside row 3, Ryan Cords in the 51. So a number of the top.
All right, 3 in, 22 to go.
Number of the top drivers in contention here in the early laps. Unfortunately, watching this one from the pit area. Three laps in. The Hosners set to pick up the pace. Out of turn number 4. Oh, and the wheel comes off of Hosner's car. The wheel, here it comes down the front straightaway. Ryan Cords just missing in that 51, but just as Bryson started to go in turn number 4, the wheel came off. It's still going to cross the line.
Maybe. There.
Did it trip the trip the transponder? Nope, it's in victory lane, folks, and Gross Construction victory lane has come to rest.
Well, that could have been very bad.
Very bad indeed.
So tough break for your driver. I believe he was 3rd in points coming into this race.
Yes, he was.
And now he's only got 3 wheels on the car.
Corbin Kelly might have an opportunity to pick up some points on Bryson as separation of the 2 for that 3rd spot in the point standings, 22. Once again, pat on my back because I have a shoulder I can do that for the impromptu math.
I can still pat myself on. See, I'm doing it right now. So we did not get another lap. We didn't even make it to the green before we had to throw the caution again. Is it a full moon tonight?
It seems like it is.
It feels very full moonish.
Well, we had that spectacular sunset, and we're paying for it now.
Well, Roger, we're picking this time. We got the cleanup finished up and went right to it.
Will it matter?
Does anything really matter?
No, not at all.
Are you in the depressed stage of your head injury recovery?
Yeah. Yes, I am. What stage number is that?
All right.
Am I in the depressed state? Yes, highly. One to go before we try to go green.
Just think, if we make it all the way to the line, we've already gone further than last time.
Oh, please do. So a pair of ones in the front row. Drew Hosner, Damian Waters, and then we got the Jernigan team cars, Kennedy in the 88, and then Ryan Cords in the 51 as we're set to go. Okay.
See, look how far we made it compared to last time.
Look how far you've come. Oh, just wait to see if we've learned something. Battle for the top spot. Waters takes it out of turn 4. Waters, Hosner, and Cords, your top 3. Boy, Jernigan team maybe have their best opportunity for a feature win here this evening. With 2 cars in the top 5. Waters pulling away. Had a little more than a half-second advantage that last time. I gotta imagine he's gonna be pretty close to a full second here once they cross the stripe. 6 complete, indeed.
Ryan Cords all over the back of Drew Hosner for that second spot.
Kennedy Jernigan still having a good run, leading that second group of cars. And then the youngster Hogue in that 18C, looking for his best finish. Battle for that second spot perhaps about to happen. Cords right in the tire tracks of Hosner. Hosner a little slip and slide there in turn number 4. Cords takes a peek, high side, he'll dive to the inside. Your leader a full straightaway in front, Damian Waters. Murdoch now up to 4th in car 79.
Yeah, great recovery drive for 79 and Nick Murdoch having to go to the back of the field. At least I think that was this race. It was so long ago.
Yes. Let me check my calendar. Waters cruising along.
I'm surprised the 51 of Ryan Cords was all over Drew Hosner at the start of that run and really hasn't been able to capitalize much. But as I say that, Hosner has the back end slide away from him.
Well, Nick Murdoch is coming in a hurry as he is logging laps well in the 17-second bracket, and he just tracked down that duo battling for second, and he's going to go to the top side of Cords, almost like he was standing still, but Cords takes that top side away down the front straightaway as your leader now dealing with lap traffic. Oh, problems for your race leader. Your leader off the pace. Something broke. They had the problem in hot laps, and the one car is off the pace, so the battle for the lead goes by. Hosner takes over as your leader as Waters might not make it to the pit area. And he's going to draw the caution.
Wow.
He had a full straightaway advantage on this field. He had him covered. And apparently he found just enough energy to get the car into the pit area, but we'd already thrown the caution because he was going way too slow to keep him racing around him.
Yeah, I mean, we nearly had a pile up on the front stretch, so we want to err on the side of caution, no pun intended, and get that yellow flag out.
So that battle for second now turns to the battle for the lead between Hosner, Cords, and now Murdoch. At the caution, Dan Freed would be fourth, Corbin Kelly up to fifth, Kennedy Jernigan in sixth. Well, tomorrow for Labor Day weekend, lots of racing going on around, especially on the dirt track side. Crystal Motor Speedway running a Run What You Brung show, so you'll see a lot of cars with the sideboards and all the divisions and topless and big wheels, and they're going to have that's going to be a fun show tomorrow if you happen to be watching.
You mean without
dirt
a
racing.
roof?
Yes, that's what. Yeah, without a roof. Yes, sorry.
Want to clarify?
Yes, I should have been more clear.
You don't want to attract the wrong crowd.
They'll have the outlaw late models, which, you know, they're regular late models, but they put the big plexiglass boards on the side for downforce. They'll have those. I know even the mini wedges will have plexiglass boards on them for added downforce. So that big show tomorrow. I know Merritt Speedway running tomorrow. Who's running tomorrow on the asphalt side?
Not
Can't
us.
think of anybody. M40 ran today. I'll be running the I-7500 to Metro Detroit and back. And then I'll be grounded from thereafter once my wife gets to the house and sees what I have not done for the last 2 weeks. It's tough being a trophy husband.
I wouldn't know.
I mean, I'm not first prize, but I think I'm at least top 10. Participation trophy.
A participation trophy husband. Perfect. I'm going to say that's what I am.
Well, Damian Waters is going to come back out. He's fixed the problem for now. Will it stay fixed? He's got 11 laps to get to the front. So Cords has opted to restart on the high side with Hosner on the inside. Murdoch inside of row number 2. Corbin Kelly to the outside, then Freed. Here we go. Hosner did not get a good start, did he?
No, Hosner seemed to have big...
Caution is out.
Yeah, I think we're going to call that start back.
Ah. Sounds like the outside row was a little anxious.
Well, I mean, the restart before, when the 51 was on the second row, he was bump drafting the whole way to the line. So I would say he's a little keyed up to get this race back underway. Maybe a little too keyed up. So we're not going to re-pick because they just picked.
But what if they changed their mind?
It's too bad.
Well, we should get to re-pick.
No.
What do you mean, Dad?
Yep.
11 laps to go.
It's deja vu all over again.
Field starts to amp up a touch. Better start this time. Here they come. Watching Damian Waters trying to pick his way through that traffic. He's up in no man's land. Meanwhile, up front, Cords and Hosner side by side. Hosner slides up the track just a touch. He'll take over the lead. Cords in second, but Murdoch to the inside again. Boy, they get a good run off of turn number 2. Murdoch to the inside of your race leader. Can't do it, has to back off, and he's greeted with that battle with Cords.
Now he gets a good run off before he pulls to the inside of Hosner for the top spot. Here comes Corbin Kelly in the 54.
Look at this. Murdoch's going to take the lead. Cords got a good run, but he's back there in the 3rd spot trying to hold off the 54 of Corbin Kelly. Meanwhile, Waters moving up positions. He's just outside the top 5, running in about the 8th spot, trying to get by the 88 of Jernigan. Murdoch extends that lead. 3rd place, Kelly, Freed, and Cords. Cords not able to recover. Oh, Corbin Kelly.
Contact with the 16.
He tried to go down to the inside line. He hadn't cleared the 16. Went right across the 16's nose.
Looks like no harm, no foul. Everyone able to continue on as Dan Freed now up into the podium spots in 16.
Murdoch's checked out. As has Matlock.
5 to go now.
Hosner still in second. Boy, I think Hosner is having a problem with that car. Freed just pulls right to the inside in that 15. Wonder if the one's getting hot. Just doesn't seem to have the power or the acceleration off the corners.
No, he's definitely been struggling as...
Oh, Hosner and Waters getting into it on the front stretch. So Freed has moved up to the 2nd spot. Good run for the 16 car. Don't see him very often. Doing a nice job here. Cord's going to get to the inside, and Hosner's going to hook him. Hosner hooks him and puts the 51 up on the high side. Just missed the wall. And Cord's going to keep it going. Boy, that certainly had a lot of not so good looks to it. Of course, my call always unofficial. It just didn't look like they was playing nice here. And those two have been battling each other all race long. So there could have been something leading up to that, but I don't know how the 51 did not get the concrete.
Yeah, that was a... Whether it's skill or luck, it was a pretty good save. So the T1 of Hosner being assessed with the caution.
And that is a good way to hurt somebody. So Drew Hosner, after leading a bunch of this event, finds himself going to the tail. And now, not sure what is about to happen here.
Well, the T1 did let us know under the red flag that his receiver wasn't working. So we're having to communicate through
10-4
semaphore right now. And I think he got the memo now that everyone's driving around him. So leaves us, I think this is the 3rd race in a row. We have 2 laps to go and a
is
caution.
That where, oh, yes. Murdoch had checked out. Now Freed will have an opportunity. I mean, Freed was 1.26 seconds. And it's the final, should be one of the final picks here if they can get the 2 laps in. As Murdoch's going to take the inside, Freed obviously will take the outside. Cord's inside, Kelly outside. Hosner inside, Waters outside, Jernigan inside. Combs inside, Hogue inside.
I did overhear from race control, this is the last restart. Next flag ends it. Unless the next flag is the white flag, and then we'll, keep going. But yeah, this will be the final caution of this race, one way or the other.
So, and if they cause a caution here before they come back to the white, it'll end up being the car scored on the last official lap as your winner.
Correct,
so
yep.
Right now, yeah, Murdoch would be your winner if they can't make it back to the white flag.
Well, let's hope we don't get to that point.
Yes, please. It's Murdoch and Freed. Freed with an opportunity here. What will he do with it? Here they come out of turn number 4, the M&K Truck Center restart zone. The green is out. And we fan out 3 wide. They're doing everything they can to make sure maybe they don't make it back to the line.
A couple guys may be saying, I like where I'm at. Let's call it here. All right, white flag is out, 1 lap to go.
Murdoch and Freed right now 1 and 2. They're away from the beehive. Hosner in the 29, Cords in the 1, Waters. We've got the other number 1 there of Hosner and Kelly. They're 3 wide. Watch that battle. Here they come to the checkered flag. Car into the wall. Hosner, Cords, and a big mess on the front straightaway because we seem to have some difficulties with our patience here. It sounds like the T1 gonna be done. It may be on the DNF or DNQ list here. And if he had been trying to get the 51 before, well, but Nick Murdoch's gonna get the win. Oh, I'm gonna go down there. So I'll be back, Chris. Let me know what happens.
All right.
Well, as we're down there in Victory Lane, as the knuckleheadery goes on over there in turn number 1. We've got a, you were able to get away from that mess back there. Tell us what you saw as you had to go from the back of the field here as things get a little out of hand here on the front straightaway. But what did you see as you had to go through traffic? Was it a little more aggressive than normal from your vantage point?
It was a lot scarier than normal. Seeing Oliver's car, the rear end right up, so that's not the first thing you want to see.
Well, it's a good run for you, boy. Once you got out front, man, you just tore away. You think you would have had anything for the 1 car had you not had the mechanical issue?
Definitely not without a caution.
You'll pick up some points here. You're sitting second in the point standings. You're defending your championship. You got another checkered flag to add from TSM Graphics and Top Speed Motorsports. Why don't you go ahead and thank everybody? I'm sure everyone's paying attention to what's going on down there, unfortunately, and not celebrating this win with you. But it's a great win for you. Thank everybody.
I'd like to thank Modern Shiawassee, the Shed Bar and Grill Buck Pull, Hemlock Auto and Alignment, Town and Country Auto Salvage, Napa Auto Parts and Shields, Marion Springs Conservation Club.
Congratulations to you. Try to enjoy this win, eh?
Thanks.
All right. Well, are you going to run with us next week?
Should be, yes.
Good. All right. Nick Murdoch picking up the win, ladies and gentlemen, staying out of the drama here tonight.
Owosso Speedway, we appreciate you waiting it out. It is now time for the first of our 2 Must-See Racing main events tonight. It is time for our 30-lap Must-See Racing Maxima Racing Oil's Midwest Lights feature. Ladies and gentlemen, here is your starting lineup. Starting 11th tonight out of Wakeman, Ohio, in the Hensroth Construction, Grabber Racing Components, Erie Shore Builders, Fisher Custom Printing, Tom's Auto Repair, Perfection Fabricators, number 77, Parker Corbin. Parker Corbin in 77. Outside row number 5 tonight from Martin, Michigan, in the USA Earthworks, Aetna Supply, Grand Valley Concrete Products, AIS Construction Equipment, Continental Equipment Company, Ritterman Oil, number 14X, Matt Double in the 14X. Starting 10th to his inside from Plainwell, Michigan, in the USA Earthworks, Aetna Supply, Ritterman Oil Company, Grand Valley Concrete Products, Johnny 5 Bobcat Services, Shelbyville Garage, Plainwell Auto Supply. Number 9, Luke Crick in the number 9. Starting inside row number 5. Outside row number 4 tonight, starting 8th from Amherst, Ohio, in the Blaster, Perfection Fabricators, Willis Restoration and Remodeling, Canterbury Masonry, Nancy's Main Street Diner, Savage Society, Axe Throwing, Grubber Racing Components, number 37, Keegan Weiss. Keegan Weiss in the 37, starting 8th to his inside from Elyria, Ohio, in the Rally Sport Classics, Perfection Fabricators, Grubber Racing Components, Eco Mechanical, Mind Vision Graphics, GoBobby.net, Fisher Custom Printing, Steve Sexton Tribute, number 51S, Josh Sexton in 51S. Outside row number 3 tonight from Baltimore, Ohio, in the Hillary's Beauty Salon, Jason Dunn State Farm, Brian Brewer Trucking, number 27, the 2-time defending Must-See Racing Midwest Lights champion, Cody Galogly. Cody Galogly in 27, starting outside row number 3. To his inside from LaGrange, Ohio, the 2020 Midwest Lights champion in the Perfection Fabricators, Grubber Machine and Tool, Eco Mechanical, Brian's Automotive, Redline Radio, Howard Hanna Realty, number 36, Junior J.J. Hennis. Hennis in the 36, Junior, starting 5th. Outside row number 2 tonight, starting 4th. From Fenton, Michigan, in the Motor City Pawnbrokers, Eddie Sachs Driver Development, Fram Auto Light, Lucido Manzella Law Firm, All-Star Performance, HMC Detailing, Race 1 Wraps, CB1 Motorsports, Victory Fuel, number 23, Charlie Bauer. Charlie Bauer in the 23, starting 4th tonight. To his inside from Jefferson, Ohio. In the Kelly's Welding Eagle Chassis, Giraffics Print Design, number 52, Ethan Rader. Ethan Rader in the 52, starting 3rd. Outside of the front row, from Shelby Township, Michigan, in the Motor City Pawnbrokers, Lucido and Manzella, Attorneys at Law, Stolz Auto Museum and Experience, Shelving.com, Awesome Racewear, Leslie Tire Service, Ron Carter Auto Land, Justice Brothers, Driven Racing Oil, Jomar Performance, Superior Radiator, Ram Engineering, All-Star Performance, number 17, the Macomb County Bandit, Andrew Bogus. Bogus in the 17, starting outside pole, and on the pole tonight, for the first time in his Must-See Racing Midwest Lights career, from Richmond, Michigan, in the Rick's Tire and Wheel Drive 1 Tech Center, Eddie Sachs Driver Development, number 1, Brandon Tregembo. Brandon Tregembo in the number 1 on the pole. Those are your cars and stars for tonight's 30-lap Must-See Racing Maxima Midwest Lights feature event. And it looks like we may be getting just a wee bit of more cleanup done from where we had a little bit of a skirmish there at the end of the last main event. Chris, I was sitting over there watching that, and as they were coming to 3 and 4, coming to that checkered flag, I looked at Rex, and Rex looked at me, and we watched that hornet's nest go into turn 3, and I said, oh, this isn't going to be good. And sure enough, coming off turn 4, it wasn't.
Yeah, you called it. It was a little bit of patience and frustration, impatience and frustration kind of intersecting right there. And unfortunately, things got a little hairy, but
I believe that's what we would call in the South helter-skelter.
Yes. Yep, that's a good way to put it. Good old Donnybrook broke out right on the front stretch.
Oh, man. And the last couple years since we've been able to start bringing the Midwest Lights here to Owosso Speedway, this has been a really good track for the Lights cars. And it always has been for the 410s, but these Lights have started to put on better and better programs here at this 3/8 mile racetrack. So really, really looking forward to getting everybody fired off here in just a couple minutes. Like I said, a last little bit of cleanup over there on the entry to turn number 1 before we push these cars off and turn them loose. push trucks in position, and we are firing cars for tonight's Midwest Lights main event. All cars have fired, so now we'll get everybody into a proper single file running position. All right, by all accounts, it looks like we do have a good single file running order. So we should be about a lap and a half or so away from warm-ups for tonight's Midwest Lights feature event. Warm-up laps coming. Lights go off. Warm-up's underway. Caution lights blink back on. And the field will go from single file to rows of two. And as the field starts to double up, Chris, I think the big story here is the fact that when we were watching time trials and heat races earlier, these first three rows, really the top six cars were not separated by more than about 0.2 of a second at any given point. So this is going to be a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, there's a lot of really quick cars towards the front of the field in this one. They got to negotiate a little bit of traffic to get up there as well. And I think this presents some opportunities for a Andrew Bogus or a Charlie Bauer to maybe get up there, sneak up front early, and try to pull away if this stays green the entire way.
Race fans, this time by, they've gotten the signal to show you the most awesome sight in all of motorsports. We want you to get up, wave your hats, wave your hands, make some noise, show these drivers you appreciate them coming out. It's 3 wide time for the must-see racing Maxima Midwest Lights. All right, field lined up back in rows of 2. Brandon Tregembo and Andrew Bogus on row 1. Ethan Rader, Charlie Bauer on row 2. 36 and 27, J.J. Hennis and Cody Galogli on row 3. Josh Sexton, Keegan Weiss, row 4. Luke Crick, Matt Double, Parker Corbin. The balance of the field. 30 laps in distance, getting ready to go for the must-see racing Maxima Midwest Lights. They come to the back straightaway. Tregembo will start to pick up the pace. We'll see what he can do on the pole for the first time in his career. The must-see racing Midwest Lights at Owosso Speedway are green. Outside lane trying to prevail and does into turn number 1. Andrew Bogus gets a good jump. J.J. Hennis to the inside of Charlie Bauer already for 3rd. Cody Galogli. Whoa, look at Ethan Rader around the outside to 3rd. He had slipped back a little bit on the opening lap. Bauer, now here's Hennis inside of Ethan Rader for the 3rd spot. Galogli back in 6th, and Andrew Bogus trying to pull away. Man, Bogus, Chris, got a heck of a jump on the outside there, and 2 laps in, he is really trying to set the pace early, already a 2nd in hand.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about on the warm-up, Jacob, is that somebody like an Andrew Bogus could really jump out and run away, and if this stays green, I mean, right now J.J. Hennis is the closest top qualifier to the front of the field, and he's stuck pretty solidly beside Brandon Tregembo.
Tregembo doing a nice job holding that runner-up spot, doing not really over-defensive, but doing a nice job putting his car right where JJ can't make a pass right now. Bogus now out to a 2 1/4 second lead. Just 4 laps in. He won last time out at Lorraine Raceway Park, and he is trying to go back-to-back for the first time in his young career. Of course, still a long way to go, though. 5 in, 25 to go. J.J. Hennis that time by moves up to the 2nd spot, but he has got a long way to go to try and run down Andrew Bogus. 2.5 second lead for Bogus. And they're dead even, Chris, on the stopwatch that time. I mean, JJ's probably going to have to wait till Bogus gets into traffic if he wants to try and cut this lead down. Andrew looks really, really good in clean air right now.
Yeah, and out in front in clean air, like you mentioned, he's consistently been just a hair quicker than Hennis, but he is rapidly closing in on lap traffic, as closing in on the back of the 77 of Parker Corbin.
Well, and the big thing here, he lost a lot of points in qualifying earlier tonight. A win would really help to close that up and make this championship fight a lot more interesting with just a couple races to go. Bogus, again, 2.7 seconds clear. As he is really trying to set the pace, coming up on 10 laps in the books next time by. And Andrew is gone by 3 seconds, and he has caught the back of the field.
Yeah, up to this point, he's tacked on at least 1/10 of a second every lap on 2nd place, J.J. Hennis in the 36, but right now having to negotiate lap traffic, this could end up being a whole different ball game.
It is a 14:58. Really, though, even with Bogus passing 2 lap cars the last time by, he was even with Hennis again on the stopwatch. So, I mean, Andrew Bogus putting up a blistering pace right now as we approach halfway. 12 laps in, he's running 14.4s, and J.J. Hennis can do nothing to close down on him at all.
And I mean, even the way Hennis is catching the lap traffic, he's really just caught the 77 there, but at just about the worst point possible on corner exit. That's going to slow him down, and now Parker Corbin takes the line away in 1 and 2.
And how about a battle for third? 3-car battle for third. Ethan Rader to the inside of Brandon Tregembo down the back straightaway. He'll make the pass. Cody Galotli trying to come with him in the 27. Tregembo trying to hold pace. Tregembo slots in between the two of them, so move the rookie Ethan Rader up into a third-place podium position. Tregembo back to fourth as Andrew Bogus has taken the halfway mark of this race. 15 laps in, 15 laps to go. He has moved that gap out now to 4.4 seconds. If this stays green, Andrew Bogus absolutely looks like a man on a mission tonight.
And he's working around, trying to work around the 51 of Josh Sexton to put him another lap down. But Sexton, a little more difficult to pass than what he's experienced up to this point.
Yeah, now, granted, he's got a big enough lead. It's not necessarily going to matter just yet, but J.J. Hennis did take 0.3 of a second out the last time by, but Bogus is now clear of Josh Sexton, and that he's got a lot of clean racetrack ahead of him at this point.
Yeah, after that challenging pass, this is a great opportunity for him to get back in his rhythm, take a deep breath, calm down, and enjoy the little bit of open track he has.
Oh, my goodness. Brandon Tregembo slid up, almost took the front nose wing off of Charlie Bauer's car as they're trying to navigate traffic. That's a battle for the 5th position. Bauer looking to the outside of Tregembo in traffic. Tregembo to the bottom of Matt Double, uses the 14 as a pick. I mean, this battle through traffic has been something to watch the last couple laps. Meanwhile, Bogus coming up, just took 10 laps to go.
Yeah, Bogus now closing in on the back of the 9 of Luke Crick to put him a lap down.
And that's big because Luke Crick is running in the 7th position right now. I mean, you see where Tregembo is. That's 5th on the racetrack with 9 laps to go. Bogus is trying to lap up to the top 5. What a dominating performance he's trying to put together tonight.
And really, with his struggles in qualifying earlier in the day, I don't want to say this is unexpected. He is the most recent winner in this series, but I don't know if a performance of this level was what was expected.
Oh, not at all. And he told me after the heat race, we are really searching. Whatever they were searching for, he has found it in spades right now with 7, it'll be 6 laps to go next time by the flag stand. Bogus has lapped all but the top 6 cars. The next one up, if he can get there, would be his good friend Charlie Bauer in 6th place.
Yeah, Hennis did take a good chunk out 1 lap before, but now this last time by, Hennis stuck in the thick of lap traffic, gave away quite a bit of time there.
Yeah, there's not a lot you can do. Cody Galotli's trying to close on Ethan Rader for the 3rd spot, but the rookie Rader doing a really nice job. He started 3rd, has held that position despite a lot of challenges from behind, inside of 5 laps to go. Caution, oh my. And that looks like it could be either an oil line or a motor on the Luke Crick machine.
Yeah, you can see the line of fluid starting over in turn number 4 at least.
Now, so under caution, top 6 runners look like this. Andrew Bogus, your leader. That's going to wipe out a 6-second advantage. That Bogus had in what was shaping up maybe to be a caution-free feature. And the big thing here now is the fact that with 4 laps to go, this will be a single file restart for Andrew Bogus. And that's going to be a big benefit to the driver who's looking for his 5th career Midwest Lights win and 2nd in a row. trying to become the first multiple winner of the season. And there is some fluid cleanup, it looks like, that is going to have to take place before we can go back green. So race control is directing everybody. We are going to go to a red flag situation. So now as we go to a red flag situation, the running order looks like this as we go for track cleanup from what looked to be either an engine expiring or an oil line that came off of the Luke Crick machine. Top 6 are on the lead lap. Andrew Bogus, your leader. J.J. Hennis is second. Ethan Rader third. Cody Galogly fourth. Brandon Trigimbo, the pole sitter, fifth. Charlie Bauer in sixth. Then it'll be Josh Sexton, Keegan Weiss, the one-lap down cars, restart seventh and eighth. Parker Corbin, Matt Double, 2 laps down, will restart 9th and 10th, respectively. But again, red flag right now for some track cleanup here at Owosso Speedway, so a little bit of a pause in the action before we get our final 4-lap sprint to this Midwest Lights checkered flag.
Well, race fans, just a heads up, we are going to get the cars fired up here shortly, but we're going to take a couple laps to get some of that oil dry blown off the track. If you're sitting down near the front, you may want to cover your eyes and mouth for a moment or two, lest you take some of that oil dry home with you. So just forewarning, once we get these cars rolling, some dust and dirt may get kicked up in your faces, so guard appropriately.
All cars have refired as we start to get everybody lined up, and I think I referenced it when we stopped them under red, but in case I didn't, we'll get set to go for a 4-lap shootout to the finish, and it will be a single file restart as we're inside of 5 laps to go. They're going to get a couple of, we'll call them warm-up laps, just to blow off the top side of the racetrack, make sure all that stay dry, oil dry is off the racing groove so we can have a clean race to the finish, Chris. But as you and I were kind of alluding to under the red flag, for Andrew Bogus, probably the best news that he could have heard is the fact that this is going to be a single-file restart. Otherwise, I would not want to be the driver of the 17, having the 36 of Hennis and the 27 of Galogly line up to my outside.
Yeah, with this being a single-file restart, his destiny is really more so in his own hands than anything else. Even with a competitor with the quickness of Hennis right behind him, Andrew Bogus really has a chance to control his own destiny here. He can time his start, not have to worry about anybody playing any games next to him. This is all down to him and what he can do with 4 laps to go.
And he was frustrated with himself the first race of the season this year for the lights. he was frustrated with himself, felt like he lost a race early on in the year on a double file restart, and said to me after that race, I need to get better at the restarts if I'm going to be successful. Well, he's going to get a chance right here to show us exactly what he's learned since then.
Yeah, Andrew's one of the drivers that really wears his heart on his sleeve, puts out his goals and his struggles to the world, and I'm sure we will hear one way or the other all about how this race plays out with 4 to go.
That we will. White flag in the wind, so next time by, we'll hope to go 4 laps green to the finish. Bogus, Hennis, Raider, Galogly, Trigembo, Bauer. Those are your lead lap cars. They'll start to pick up the pace in turn number 3. Bogus will wait to fully accelerate until the cone position. Green flag. To the inside, Hennis! Big, big, big dive. Bogus crosses him back over to hold the lead. Hennis, gets chopped off a little bit. Bogus holds on to it. He'll lead with 3 laps to go. What a move by Bogus to hold the lead there. Get it back after JJ crossed him in turn 1. Oh my goodness. Chris, that was a veteran move right there to stay calm under pressure and do what he had to do in turn 3.
Yeah, that very well could have been a very disjointing moment, but Andrew Bogus able to hang on, and now he'll come around and see the white flag.
Final time around here at Owosso Speedway. Andrew Bogus looking to become the first multi-time winner this season. He's pulling away from J.J. Hennis as they work off turn number 2. The pride of Shelby Township is going to get the job done. 5th career win, and Andrew Bogus goes back-to-back. For the first time this season, he wins at Owosso. J.J. Hennis across the line 2nd, Cody Galogly 3rd, Ethan Raider 4th, and Charlie Bauer completes the top 5. All right, Andrew. Now he's going to climb out of the car. Race fans, make some noise. How about it for your first back-to-back Midwest Lights winner of the season? Give it up for Andrew Bogus. Bogus plays capture the flag. And I'm going to make him come down. Otherwise, we might not hear from him all night. Andrew, I got to give you credit. You could have just as you told me, I think it was here earlier this year, you had to work on your restarts. And I think there might have been a moment where everybody said he just gave one away when JJ crossed you in turn 1, but you stayed calm. What did you have to do to get back by him?
Do what I have to do, just like a dirt racer, like JJ was doing. I guess he was spending too much time around Cody Gologly, but yeah, it's good to win 2 in a row, and we finally won here at a place that's just been eluding me since last year. But yeah, thank you guys, thank you all for coming out. I mean, I wanted to do this in front of my Michigan crowd. I'm from north of Detroit, so we finally got our crown back.
All right, Andrew, I know you lost a couple points just because qualifying was so tough tonight, but I think the momentum, at least come race time, is back in this camp. Got a couple races left. What do you have to do to take it to these 2 guys on the other side of you?
Keep winning, never stop, pile up small wins, and then take the championship. We're going broke for this, and we're going for a championship. I want to thank Awesome Racewear, Lucido Manzella, Shelving.com, Stalls Auto Experience, Driven Racing Oil, Lane Automotive, All-Star Performance, Swing Manufacturing, Jomar Performance, Justice Brothers Quality Car Care Products, Jack's Wax, Woodward Fab, Superior Radiator, Leslie Tire, everybody at Ram Engineering, all the guys at Fast Company Motorsports, my dad, and of course the man himself, Eddie Sachs from Eddie Sachs Racing, for giving me this opportunity.
He's got a smile with good reason. How about it, folks? Andrew Bogus, a winner for the 2nd time this season in the Must-See Midwest Lights. And we'll see if we can't slide over here for a minute to catch J.J. Hennis. All right. You had no shot when he was in clean air, but walk me through what you were thinking, J.J., on that move to just send it there in turn 1 on the last restart.
Yeah, you know, it's a struggle having to run the guys down, starting in the back. You know, the same guys starting in the front all the time. It's just tough to run them down. The restart, I knew I had to try something single file. I just sent it on the bottom, hoping for the best, and just didn't quite stick enough.
For you, though, it's been a heck of a battle all season, and I think unofficially you actually moved back into the championship lead by a point over Cody. You guys have just traded blows all season long. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty now. What's it going to take?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pleasure running with Cody, even if he wins. I mean, we congratulate each other. We don't care. We're just all here having fun. We all have a blast every race. I just need to hope to beat him just a little bit these last 3 races and just capitalize on it.
That's J.J. Hennis, who comes up runner-up here tonight and retakes the series points lead in the Midwest Lights.
Sorry, anybody else? You done?
No, we're good.
All right, coming up next, we got more racing, which is what we're all here for. So upcoming next will be the Michigan Paving All-American Trucks. Forgot what I was talking about for a minute. So we're home stretching this one. 25 laps will be the distance.
Well, one thing for sure, when the trucks come out, we'll have some positive drama, as this will be the race where we have a driver that has taken the Kimball Midwest Challenge. Mark Wilcox, the fast qualifier, has been given the opportunity, and he accepted to start at the tail end of the field. So if he comes all the way through and picks up the win, he's going to pick up an additional $900 courtesy of Kimball Midwest. We thank you for the sponsorship, and congratulations to the Bogus family on the win there in the Must-See Racing Lights division. Always good to see Mount Clemens Racetrack lineage. Third generation driver picking up the win in that sprint car event.
Can you call him lineage when he never shared a time with the track when they were both alive?
Well, I could say his grandfather raced there, so I'm going to say yes. And Terry, of course, still races here and there, his dad.
I'll allow it.
So it's
I'm too tired to put up a fight. So.
As soon as we get the drivers off the infield here, should be bringing in our Michigan Paving and Materials All-American trucks. I guess I started the hype music a little too early here, as still wait for the infield to clear out.
A little premature hype. That's okay.
No, we appreciate you folks sticking it out with us here this evening on a later than usual evening of racing. And just a lot of things out of our control, such as blowing motors and oil lines and
poor decision making.
Poor decision making, yes. As here come the trucks, line up. We'll have Greg Long Jr. in the 21 truck on the pole on the outside front row in car number 95. That'd be a truck, Cameron DeLong. Brian Doherty inside row number 2 in the double deuce, and to his right, Mark Palmer out of St. John's in truck number 50. Defending champion Zane Cruz in the red number 7 out of Lansing, and right next to him, the champion from 2022, Brad Rizet out of Mount Morrison, truck number 7. Darren Burton in the 05 in row number 4, and Charles Hamilton's at 79 in row number 5. There's your point leader, Gregory Long III in the 38 out of Grand Blanc, and Jason Dvorak from Swartz Creek. Richard Gillette in the 51 back in row 6 with Eric DeVinny's number 13. Just Josh Shaw and John Harris make up row 7, and there's Mark Wilcox at the tail along with Joe Shamel, a late arrival here today.
Yeah, and the 50 of Mark Palmer was having some electrical issues earlier in the day, so he elected to take it to the back of the field, just in case something were to additionally go wrong.
'25-lap main event for the Truck Series. All right. right, ladies and gentlemen, you've waited a long time, and so do these drivers to get an opportunity to run this feature event. Some of you left early, but those that have stuck around, how about we show our support for our favorite truck drivers as they come out of turn number 4 for their parade lap. Ladies and gentlemen, make a little noise.
All right, getting ready to go green. Safety car ducks to the infield. It's going to be Greg Long Jr., Cameron DeLong on your front row.
I was going to say there's somebody missing in row number 2 there. And finally, Zane Cruz fills in that gap as we're racing here with the trucks. So far, they make it into turn number 1. Long Jr. leading the way. DeLong in the second spot. Here comes Cruz, Doherty, and Rizet. Top 5 under a blanket still, but it's Long Jr. setting the pace. He comes out of 4. Looks like he'll lead lap number 1.
Yeah, he leads the opening lap, but it's a mad scramble behind him. Cameron DeLong gets to the back bumper of the 21. He'll take a peek to the outside.
Lots of room on that high side. Didn't drive it in too deep into the corner, though, as he keeps watching that tailgate on the 21 machine, while Doherty, Cruz, Rizet, and Burton all in that mix back there just around that 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th spot. Put Hamilton in there as well in that number 79 truck.
Mark Wilcox already has disposed of 5 trucks behind him. They'll now try and catch up to the other 67, and Jason Dvorak, who just picked up his first ever feature win the other week at the Birch Run Speedway.
Yeah, his first circle feature. Of course, he's got some figure 8 feature wins over there. As boy, that's just the lap car there on the top side. But DeLong took a look to the inside of Long Jr., and Long Jr.'s given plenty of look to that inside line for the 95. They touch coming out of the corner, and here comes Rizet. He's able to take advantage. He had some momentum. He pulls alongside DeLong.
Yeah, Brad Rizet takes advantage of that moment to move up into the 2nd spot.
And Palmer with problems on that 50. He's off the pace down the front straightaway. So the problem he's been dealing with has come back here in the midst of this feature event. 5 laps complete. Long's led them all. Rizet right on the back bumper. Your Kimball Midwest driver, Wilcox, currently in, looks like the 8th spot. Hamilton off the pace in the 79.
Yeah, so that'll, he's able to get it rolling again.
Well, I think he's just trying to get to the high side there. Almost acted like it was down a cylinder. It was fast in the corner, but not the straightaway as Hamilton out of this one. That moves Wilcox up another spot.
Up at the front of the field, Brad Rizet going to try and challenge the 21 of Greg Long Jr. Going to lean on each other a little bit in turn 4. Lean on each other a little bit more down the front straightaway.
Well, I know a lot of these drivers have a chip on their shoulder after they've seen all these cautions, and they want to be the class that goes green. The checker right now running very tight as Rizet and Long Jr. way up top of the track, and Rizet will lead the lap. Cameron DeLong trying to take advantage of that mistake by Long Jr., but he cannot capitalize. Long Jr. still has a nose out in front. Here comes GL3 in the 38. He's in the 4th spot. He's watching that battle in front of him between DeLong and Long Jr.
Yeah, Long the 3rd now going to move to make a pass on his dad. Looks like he does have the position off of 4, so I'll move him up into the podium spots. At least for the moment. Junior with the crossover on Junior.
So Long the 3rd, up to 3rd. Wilcox still, by the way, he is stuck back there in the 7th position. He is with the lead group of cars. He's right behind the 05 of Darren Burton. Still with 13 laps remaining. He still has time to get there, but these trucks are getting tougher and tougher to pass, especially when you drive it a little too far into turn number 1 like that and lose some ground.
Yeah, on the downside for Mark, if he doesn't make it to the challenge, it does grow to $1,000, but unfortunately, he's not on the schedule next week. It'd be between, well, it'd be the modifieds by default next week.
Yep.
So if he doesn't do it, the challenge will grow to $1,000. And we're closing in on 10 to go next time around. So time is getting tight as Cameron DeLong of the 95 goes to put a move on the 7 of Brad Rosé for the lead.
Josh Shaw about to pull that down in the S23. That truck not up to its normal speed here tonight. So dealing with some sort of issue on that 23 truck. He's about to go a lap down as Rosé, Cameron DeLong, and Long the third are now ascending on him in a hurry. And they're trying to fan out 3 wide to take a challenge for this lead here as we get inside 10 to go. Let's see what lane. Oh, Shaw's going to go right in the lane, right in the groove. He'll get the move over sign as he'll stay to the high side, but boy, tough spot for Rosé and the leaders to catch that 23, but no harm, no foul as they move their way by the lap truck as the front 3 still nose to tail. Now they're going to step out a little bit, a little bumper tag amongst all 3 of them as they went into turn number 3.
Yeah, I don't know if the 95 was a willing participant in that, but yes, some bumper tag was occurring.
Oh, and we got problems on the Shamel machine. Big time smoke. I thought I saw a flame pop out of that 47.
Yep.
Yeah, he is.
Safety right on the scene.
I mean, it is the holiday weekend. It's grilling season, but this is not a good time to light the grill on fire. And boy, Shamel gets out of that truck in a hurry, but unfortunately, major problems on that machine as we have 7 laps to go. So at lap number 18, Brad Rosé was scored as your leader. Cameron DeLong in second, Gregory Long the third in third. Greg Long Jr., Zane Cruz, your top 5. 6th, Mark Wilcox. Now this breathes some new life into Mark Wilcox. As
yeah,
they
this
will
will
get
at
to be
least
side by
bunch the
side.
field up around him.
So he might get some track position and an opportunity to be in touch with the top 5. Burton and Dvorak, 7th and 8th.
All right, well, we're going to make our pick this time. Brad Rosé will have first choice as your leader. 18 in, 7 to go as we work the first caution for the Michigan Paving and Materials All-American trucks.
No surprise, Rosé takes the inside, DeLong to the top. Long the third inside, Long Jr. to the top. And pretty much everyone doing the opposite of the truck in front of them. Wilcox will restart on the outside of row number 3. Start outside Zane Cruz.
So that'll be a net gain of 1 position. Safety out there doing some reconnaissance, making sure the surface is clean and ready to go.
And it looks like they deem it okay as Shamel's truck put on the flatbed so as to not drop any additional fluid on the speedway. Flatbed's been busy today.
Yeah, it's getting to be that time of year. Engines are tired, tempers are short. So, 7 laps to go. Field doubled up.
So. So. I think I have broken my personal record of the most amount of Monster energy drinks I have had in a 24-hour period.
Pretty soon you'll be able to fly.
I might. Good. Yeah, I'll grab my wife from the airport and fly back.
No, it'd save you. I don't know if you'd be able. You think you could fly faster as one person
No,
driving?
probably not. She'd create too much drag.
Telling her you said that.
This isn't being recorded, is it?
It is. It'll be. Well, it's live on YouTube. If we haven't, I don't know if these live broadcasts have like a time limit. We might have hit that. All right, so I believe the field's going to get the one to go signal this time around.
Yeah, that gives plenty of time for the flatbed to make it into the pit area. Still have the Must-See Racing National Tour and then our Pure Stock main event to go here with this. This certainly has been a labor.
Yeah.
for this weekend.
The 24 hours of Owosso.
It's not even Nationals weekend yet, but I guess this is good training.
Yeah.
It's reminding me of my Crystal days as the field gets ready to go to M&K Truck Center restart zone. Rosé and DeLong bring them to the green flag. Here they come.
Boy, Mark Wilcox was ready to go.
Boy, was he. I think he's caught on the hitch. Rosé able to hold off DeLong. They do a little bumping.
How about that? The C's part, and Wilcox takes him 3 wide. Unfortunately, runs into a roadblock.
See, this is how this race has been going. You said the C's part, and I thought it was a C's part.
Oh, Roger.
Wilcox trying to take that 4th position outside the 7 of Cruz.
Coming to 5 to go now. Rosé trying to hold on for his first feature win of the year. Greg Long III trying to take his 37th feature win of the year.
Yeah, he's had more than a handful.
And Mark Wilcox just wants to win his $900.
Oh, a contact,
big
Long
contact. Jr. Everyone keeps it pointed straight, but that could have been a big moment.
Boy, what a save by Long Jr. He and Wilcox made some pretty heavy contact, and now the 22 and the 67 make contact. And with 4 to go, Dvorak tried to keep it going, but the caution was already waving. So the 22 and the 67 get together there. Couldn't tell from the angle here whether one came down and one came up, or if both did the opposite, or whatever happened, but the 67 was the one that went around. Sounds like the 22 of Doherty may be getting assessed with the penalty.
Yep, so Doherty will move to the back of the field. Dvorak will resume his spot, and we'll try to go racing.
Now Jacob was playing around with my Spotify here to get himself set up for the main event. Now he knows all my guilty pleasure songs. Because I see Britney's up. I see Sir Mix-a-Lot.
Yeah, you're busted. All right, picking this time.
Rosé inside, Long the third to the top side, so.
Oh.
Somebody tackle the box?
Maybe. Oh, wait.
Wait. This just in.
Okay, yep. What I saw is what they saw. The 21 ran over the box.
Boy, tough break. Now that certainly wouldn't want to be one where you had a GoPro in their face, like we have in the ride or drive or ride at OwossoSpeedway.com.
Yeah, that would be probably a few swear words. A few more swear words.
A few more, yes. All
but
right.
Hey, Mark Wilcox now outside of row 2.
Hey, there you go. He's inching closer and closer to the front here.
He's got 4 laps. Got to pass 1 truck every lap. And you have a lap left over.
Oh, he could pocket one of them laps himself. Oh, very nice. So he gets a 1-lap mulligan, so to speak. All right, let's see what happens here.
4 to go. Cross your fingers.
Pay window opening up for the trucks as the green is out. Wilcox trying to stay with that top 3. Rosé slight advantage, long to 3rd on the high side. Oh, I thought Rosé was going to come up there and block that top side. Boy, Wilcox getting aggressive. Contact there on the left rear along the 3rd as Wilcox was trying to make that move. And boy, that might tighten up that truck a little bit as he's losing touch with the top 2.
And long the 3rd, following in the wake of the 7 of Rosé.
Wilcox can't keep that car on the bottom now.
No, the handle's gone away as we come to 2 to go. So Rosé leads him down the back straightaway into turn 3, and this time they're going to see the white flag. 1 lap to go for Brad Rosé. Greg Long, the 3rd, is right on the back bumper as we head down the back straightaway one more time into 3. Coming off of turn 4, your winner is going to be Brad Rosé. Greg Long, the 3rd, in 2nd. Mark Wilcox, 3rd. Cameron DeLong, 4th. And Zane Cruz will complete your top 5. So for the first time in 2024, your 2022 track champion finds himself in victory lane. So he'll head to Gross Construction Victory Lane, get the flag from Top Speed Motorsports, TSM Graphics, and he'll get to talk to our very own Roger Williams.
Well, Brad Rosé gets it done here tonight in this long evening as he gets the parking here on the front straightaway. Here's your checker flag. You've worked hard for this one this year. As we stand here in Gross Construction Victory Lane, talk about that race. You guys were awfully close in qualifying. Do you think it was going to be a little bit tougher in that feature event?
Absolutely. The top 10 trucks were like 2/100ths of a second off. So, I mean, that top 10 was tight. Greg and Cam and them guys are fast. They've been chasing Greg's tail all year. And we finally were pulled off tonight. And I'd like to thank my sponsors, ShootingStuff.com, Tent Shop, ABK Chassis, Top Speed Motorsports, and all the fans coming out and all you guys putting it on for us.
We appreciate you putting on the show. Congratulations. Brad Rosé, ladies and gentlemen, picking up the win in your Michigan Paving and Materials All-American Trucks tonight. Shouldn't you be home?
Owosso Speedway race fans, we thank you on behalf of Rex Wheeler, Jim and Nancy Hanks, and all the staff here between Owosso Speedway and Must See Racing for coming out, sticking out a long night, and supporting your local short track here on a Saturday evening. It is now time for our 40-lap Must See Racing National Sprint Car main event. Ladies and gentlemen, here is your starting lineup. Starting 14th tonight from Kent City, Michigan, in the Wolverine Racing, Bailey Racing Engines, Yak Graphics, Benson Speed Equipment, ADPT Save a Life. Number 44, the Double Deuce, Teddy Alberts. Teddy Alberts in 44, out back, outside of row number 7 to his inside from Dayton, Ohio. In the White Hair Racing, Illinois Power Sports, Feed My Starving Children Charitable Initiative, Print Loop Custom Wearables, Finney's Electric Stealth Chassis, Kircher Engines, number 7, Bobby K. Bobby Komisarski. Komisarski on the inside of row number 7. Outside row number 6 this evening from Sheffield Lake, Ohio. In the Greber Racing Components, Perfection Fabricators, JR Motorsports. Number 8A, Adam Built. Adam Built in the 8A. Starting 12th tonight to his inside. From Tampa, Florida, in the Brakes Total Performance, Dutton Safer Fencing, PSI Technologies, K&N Filters, NGK Spark Plugs, AP Driver Development, Sam Pierce Chevrolet, Hurricane Chassis number 55, Tommy Nichols. Tommy Nichols in 55, starting 11th. Outside row number 5, starting 10th tonight. From Lutz, Florida, in the Children's Dream Fund, Dutton Safer Fencing, Perimeter Solutions Group, James Family Transmission, Sadie Dawn Fence, Manicus Performance Parts, Hurricane Chassis, number 86, J.J. Dutton. Superman, starting 10th tonight in the 86 to his inside. Starting 9th this evening after the inversion roll your fast qualifier from Langley, British Columbia, Canada. In the Ram Engineering Midwest, Full and Life Water Company, Lander Performance Springs, number 50M, the Mopar Missile. It's Aaron Willison. Aaron Willison in the 50M. Starting 9th. Starting 8th tonight, the Must See Racing Championship leader. From Tampa, Florida, now living in Lebanon, Indiana, the Sunshine Trailer Park, SRI of Indianapolis, Indy Powder Coating, Kaiser Aluminum Wheels, Penske Racing Shocks, Manicus Performance Parts, Rudolph Racing Special, number 68, Jolton Joe Liguori. Joe Liguori in 68, starting 8th. To his inside tonight from Lutz, Florida. In the Ricks Hauling, T. Carino Phil Haulers, Renalex Tools and Equipment, Fence Pro, Dutton Safer Fencing, Sam Pierce Chevrolet, AP Driver Development, Logical Systems LLC, number 26, AP The Bolt, Colton Bettis. Colton Bettis in 26 AP, starting 7th. Starting 6th this evening from London, Ontario, Canada, in the BS&B Radiator, Extreme Metalworks Diablo Chassis, number 07, Flying Ryan Litt. Ryan Litt, the 07, outside row number 3 to his inside. Starting 5th from Nelsonville, Ohio, the all-time Owosso Speedway track record holder in the UNOH Bannock Enterprises, Valley Bank Peterbilt chassis, Claxton Racing Engines, JR Motorsports, number 85, the Smoke Show, Rick Holley. Rick Holley in 85, starting 5th. Outside row number 2 this evening. From Union City, Michigan, in the Harry's Transmission, Bailey Racing Engines, L&L Fire Protection, Musselman's Detail Shop, Stickney Racing Team, number 99, Dorman Snyder. Dorman Snyder in 99, starting 4th to his inside, starting 3rd from Lorain, Ohio. It's the 2022 Must See Racing Sprint Car National Champion in the IBT Motorsports, Greber Machine and Tool, Perfection Fabricators, Elite K911, Brian Brewer Trucking, Star Customs and Restorations, Bicknell Racing Products, Court Keeps Place, Karaoke, number 9S, Chargin' Charlie Schultz. Charlie Schultz in the 9S, starting 3rd. On the front row tonight, to the outside from Litchfield, Michigan, it's the reigning Must See Racing Sprint Car Champion in the Bingham Farm Special Accurate Inspections LLC, Thirsty Bird Bar and Kitchen, Steel Performance, Dowker Engines, Diablo Chassis, number 42, Jason Blonde. Jason Blonde in the 42, and on the pole tonight for the 4th time in his Must See Racing career. From Huron, Ohio, in the Graziano Electric, Loris Printing, Midwest Equipment Company, Gathering Grounds Coffee House, Horvath Roofing, Central Basin Bait and Tackle, Rooted at Home Signal Filters, Rocket Chassis, Griff's Racing Engines, number Z10, Kevin Mingus. Kevin Mingus in the Z10. Those are your cars and stars for tonight's Must See Racing Fast 40 here at Owosso Speedway. Race fans, I need you to help me make some noise now. We're going to count these push trucks down to send this field on their way. Help me out here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Push trucks, send them away. And breathe. I have people ask me, Chris, all the time, go, how do you have enough oxygen to do that? And the answer is very carefully.
Yeah, it's more of a survival technique.
It's more a survival technique than an art.
Yes. Oxygen, we hardly knew.
Working on getting the field pushed off now, and I made the comment to somebody at the start of the night, when you can come into a feature and just run down the list and you keep saying, well, you could have a shot, you could have a shot, you could have a shot, oh, you could have a shot too. I mean, this has to be, from a talent perspective, Chris, one of the deepest fields of quality cars for a must-see national feature that I've seen here.
Yeah, I mean, you have Hall of Famers, you have drivers that are legitimately the top-rated pavement sprint car drivers in the continent. I mean, this field, the depth is absolutely insane.
It is, and it's funny that you say that. Top-rated pavement sprint car driver on the continent right now, as a matter of fact, is Aaron Willison, coming into tonight in the inaugural pavement sprint car race rankings that were released yesterday. So Willison, in that 50M, right now he is the #1 guy, and he will have to come from 9th tonight. But in a 40-lap feature, he's proven time and again in that car he has the ability to make some special things happen. The scary part is I've been accused of not needing any caffeine when I'm in a broadcast booth, and I looked at Roger before the feature and said, "Can I borrow one of these?" And he goes, "You need one too, huh?" So I have officially dipped into the Monster Energy crowd tonight, which could be scary here for about 40 laps.
See, my mistake was I hit the energy drink like 12 hours ago.
So you're on the crash down.
I am operating on spite at this point.
Well, if nothing else, methanol and 900 horsepower can keep you awake for the next 40 laps.
That's what I'm counting on.
Warm-up laps underway as the lights go out here around Owosso Speedway. Caution lights blink back on, and the field will start to double up. Race fans, as they get to turn 4, they're going to get the signal to show you the most awesome sight in all of motorsports. The world's greatest sprint car drivers on pavement go 3 wide. Race fans, they're showing their appreciation for you coming out and supporting your local short track. In return, we ask you to stand, make some noise, and show these drivers, send them off on their way that you care. Owosso Speedway, you wanted the best, you got them 3 abreast, often imitated, never duplicated. The fastest show on the blacktop, the must-see racing, Perfit Sprint Cars. And of course, race fans, at this time we ask you to take your seats and get ready to enjoy the show. White flag in the wind from Nate Rowe. Next time by, they'll go green at the cone position in the exit of turn number 4. One more time, we'll give you the lineup. Kevin Mingus, Jason Blonde on row number 1 tonight. Charlie Schultz, Norman Snyder on row 2. Rick Holley, Ryan Litt, row 3. Colton Bettis, Joe Liguori, row 4. Aaron Willison and Tommy Nichols, Aaron Willison, and J.J. Dutton, row 5. Tommy Nichols, Adam Biltz, row 6. Bobby Komisarski and Teddy Alberts on the tail. 40 laps in distance here at the Big O. Round 2 for the season of the must-see racing sprint cars at Owosso. Our final date here in 2024 is green. Around the outside, almost to the lead. Jason Blonde down the back straightaway. Kevin Mingus trying to sail it in there deep. Blonde says no thank you. Jason Blonde going to lead lap number 1. Kevin Mingus falls in line in second. Aaron Willison from 9th is already up to battling for the 6th position and takes it from Joe Liguori down the back straightaway. So Willison up 3 positions in a lap and a half. Jason Blonde trying to drive away. He leads lap number 2. Ryan Litt to the inside trying to take advantage of Norman Snyder. Litt going for 4th down the back straightaway. Litt to the inside. He and Snyder race side by side. Ryan Litt moves into the 4th spot. Chris Bobey, and he looks like the driver that maybe has the best car here early on.
Yeah, he got delayed in his travels here today. Didn't get a lot of practice time, but boy, Ryan Litt showing why this is one of his favorite tracks.
Well, and look at Aaron Willison too, Chris. I wasn't sure what he was going to be able to do starting 9th. He's already worked his way up to the 5th position in a span of 4 laps. He is really on the move. So Willison up to the top 5 here as we complete lap number 5. 35 laps to go. Jason Blonde out to a 1-second lead, and here comes Willison for 4th on Ryan Litt. The Mopar missile, Chris. That was a big, tight moment, but he is moving tonight.
Yeah, he did not leave very much room for error there, but Aaron Willison pulls up in front of Ryan Litt and takes the spot away.
I'll tell you what, Aaron Willison right now is showing why he's the #1 ranked pavement sprint car driver in North America. He goes on Charlie Schultz on lap number 8. Aaron Willison has gone from 9th to 3rd in a span of 7.5 laps. They call that car the Mopar Missile, and Willison absolutely showing why right now. And Charlie Schultz is trying to fend off Ryan Litt for the 4th position rather, as Jason Blonde continues to lead by about 1.8 seconds, but Willison is still the fastest car on the racetrack, and he is closing in on Kevin Mingus for the runner-up spot. Aaron Willison showing it can be done. He looks to the outside, gonna try to cross underneath Kevin Mingus now on the back straightaway. Willison makes the dive, completes the pass on lap number 11. Aaron Willison in 11 laps has gone from 9th to 2nd. Chris, they said it couldn't be done from deep in the field. Aaron Willison trying to say, yeah, watch this, y'all.
Well, that number 50 car here at Owosso Speedway has never been slow, and he picked up the win back in June, so Willison knows the quick way around here.
And he was 0.3 of a second faster than Jason Blonde last time by. Blonde is catching the back of the field. Traffic is going to be a factor before long, and Aaron Willison is marching forward. He is 0.3 a lap faster right now than Jason Blonde. The Mopar missile is coming. Kevin Mingus still holding down the 3rd spot. Colton Bettis, the teenager, back in 6th. Just really hung up in traffic right now, as side by side ahead of him are Ryan Litt and Charlie Schultz. Litt to the outside, going for the 4th position on Schultz. Litt, I think, is going to make the pass that time around. He is. Colton Bettis watching that battle from a couple positions back. Now, meanwhile, up in front, Aaron Willison has chopped the lead down to less than half a second. It's now less than a car length. Here comes Aaron Willison. Outside, looking low. Blonde hears him. He knows he's there. We're past halfway, 16, it'll be 17 down this time by, 13 laps to go. Blonde versus Willison for the lead. Willison to the outside of the racetrack. Blonde says no, he'll move up the racetrack. Willison to the bottom for the lead. Blonde to the outside, Willison down low. Willison completes the pass. New leader on lap number 18 is Aaron Willison. And I apologize, 40-lap feature. So Willison now in traffic on the 8A of Adam Biltz, so next time by it'll be halfway in a 40-lapper, so Willison will come to halfway this time by, 20 laps down, 20 laps to go. And Willison has opened up a 1-second lead over Jason Blonde at the halfway point. Willison trying to put a lap now on J.J. Dutton. Kevin Mingus is faded to 4th now, as Ryan Litt has gotten into podium position. Joe Liguori back in 7th, back in 8th rather, the championship leader, trying to pick up a spot on Dorman Snyder in traffic. Man, Willison just making this look clinical right now. A 1.8-second lead. The only driver in the 13-second bracket right now. Colton Bettis is trying to chase down Charlie Schultz for a spot in the top 5. That duo just got around the lap car of Bobby Komisarski. The Bolt, that purple 26 car, really stalking the 9S now, Chris. And that teenager doing a really solid job trying to get into a top 5 running position.
Yeah, Colton Bettis has been really impressive all day long, has really held his own, quick in qualifying, and putting a move on a veteran driver right there with Charlie Schultz up ahead.
He tried to pull the over-under crossover right there, just could not quite do it. Meanwhile, Ryan Litt is closing on Jason Blonde for the number 2 spot, but Aaron Willison's gone to the tune of a straightaway advantage as we close in on 13 laps to go at the line. So 27 laps in, the battle for second is heating up. Here comes Litt on Jason Blonde. Blonde getting very loose. He might have started to lose the right rear of that race car. Litt just drives by Blonde like he's tied to a post. So Litt to second. And he now also in the 13-second bracket. So does Litt maybe have something late? For your race leader, Bobby Komisarski pulls his number 7 to the infield, so it's going to be a short night for the White Hair Racing camp. And Litt last time by was the fastest car on the racetrack. The problem that Flying Ryan has now, Chris, without a caution, he is 5 seconds back of Aaron Willison. So without a yellow, there's likely no shot for the London, Ontario native against his Canadian counterpart.
Yeah, he's got a lot of open track, but unfortunately, it's going to take a lot of luck to play into his hands at this point.
Here comes Colton Bettis around the outside trying to make the move on Kevin Mingus in traffic for 4th. He will do that. The Bolt may not be done. He's trying to make a move on Jason Blonde for 3rd. Colton Bettis gets the 2-for-1 special in the span of a lap. Mingus to the bottom. Mingus is going to get back by Jason Blonde for 4th. So Blonde really, really fading inside of 10 laps to go. Here comes Charlie Schultz on blonde. He'll be the next one to try to get by. But meanwhile, out front, Aaron Willison has backed off a little bit, we'll say, on the pace. The lead down to 3. Caution! Oh, my goodness. And that is, I think, J.J. Dutton, who has gone around in turn number 2 for the 3rd time tonight. He spun there in qualifying, Chris. He spun there in his heat race. And now he's completed the hat trick. He has spun in the exact same spot in the main event.
Well, that's not the kind of trifecta you want to hit in a night, but at least he's consistent.
Oh, and this is shaping up to be good now. Aaron Willison, I don't know if he was just saving a little bit in case there was a caution or if he was losing pace, because Ryan Litt was the fastest car on the racetrack the last couple of laps before the caution. He had cut a 5-second lead down to 3 seconds. And with 6 laps to go, this will still be a double file restart. It's not over yet.
And you could see under caution there, the 07 of Ryan Litt pulled up alongside the 50 just to say, hey, I'm here.
Remember me? I love the head games by some of the veterans of this sport. Just, you know, how they'll try to mess with each other. But at the same, and these two, they've raced against each other before, both from Canada, albeit opposite coasts of the Canadian country. But, you know, Willison and Litt, there's that really fun, it's kind of that enjoyable type of a rivalry between the two, that they know they're representing for their country, but at the same time, both of them are really, really, really good drivers, and they really, really want to beat each other.
Yeah, I mean, we have 2 Canadians in the field, and wouldn't you know it, they're both running 1 and 2.
I was going to say, I would have to look deep back into the history books. I'm not sure we've ever had a 1-2 Canadian finish in must-see racing competition.
And you can't count out the rest of the field
No,
either.
you can't.
I mean, with 6 laps left, there's still a lot on the table.
No, there is. There is a lot on the table, and you know, hey, it's a double file restart for somebody like Colton Bettis. If you make the right move, you could find yourself in a top 2 spot, maybe challenging for a win, or even, you know, like at least a top 2 spot, if not a win, especially if this gets crazy and we could see another late race caution, perhaps.
I seem to recall a late race caution sometime last year where a driver made a move from the second row and found themselves fighting for the lead by the time they got to turn 2.
Absolutely. That's what we love about this place. You can put your car just about anywhere you want to. They'll choose next time around. So again, just to remind the double file procedure, leader will choose inside or outside. Odd position cars follow the leader's lane. Even position cars go to the opposite lane. Willison going to choose this time at the cone. He chooses the inside lane, so odd cars to the bottom, even cars to the top. And given the 2 drivers on the front row, Chris, I would say what you're about to see on this restart going down into turn 1 is what I can only describe as a high-speed game of chicken.
Absolutely. These are 2 drivers that will not hesitate to find where the edge is and maybe even push the other one off of the edge.
It's going to be a case of who can drive deeper into turn 1 and come out the other side. And whoever can do that of those front 2 will likely be the one that wins this race. And if neither of them come out the other side, it opens the door for somebody like a Colton Bettis or a Kevin Mingus. We're about to find out. 6 laps to go here at Owosso Speedway. Willison, Litt, Bettis, Mingus, off turn 4 to the green flag. Willison sails it in deep. Does it stick? Yes, it does, and here comes Colton Bettis for second. Bettis to the inside of Litt. Runs him wide. Colton Bettis side by side for the runner-up spot. Into turn 1, Bettis takes it away, slides across the nose. What a drive by the teenager. 4 laps to go at the line. Can Bettis do anything with Aaron Willison? Willison just ran his personal fastest lap of the race. Bettis, though, trying everything he can to hang with him. 3 laps remain. The teenager trying to tie or better his best career finish. Willison trying to sweep the season here at Owosso Speedway. 2 laps remain. Bettis just ran his best lap of the race. Willison just ran the fastest lap anybody's run in this race. White flag in the wind from Nate Rowe. Final time around, Aaron Willison leads it. Colton Bettis trying to keep pace. The teenager is going to be close, but he's not going to be close enough for the second time this season at Owosso Speedway. Aaron Willison is going to victory lane. Willison wins again with the Must-See Racing National Sprint Car. Colton Bettis second, tying his career best finish. Ryan Litt on the podium in third. Kevin Mingus, Charlie Schultz, Joe Liguori, the rest of the top 6 in a fantastic run to the checkered flag.
I'm coming to save you. I'll take you down, Rex. First my monster, now my mic. You owe me big, Jacob.
I was all turned around. Rookie mistake on my part, I know. Oh, well. Rookie mistake. It's been a night.
It's after midnight. We're all just sitting here kind of getting through it. But Aaron Willison, not only did you get through it, you got all the way from 9th to victory lane. So I want to hear you say right now, anybody that says that you can't come from deep to win one of these races, you just did it.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I wasn't very impressed with our dice roll for the invert there. I was downright mad, actually. I walked away from the officials before I got in trouble for swearing at them. So, but the roll from 9th, Dick Myers and the crew had the Ram Engineering 50M rolling tonight. That baby was really, really good. So, and congratulations to Dick and his family and everybody involved with this car. This is win number 50 on this particular chassis, so a milestone for them and a great opportunity for me. I really appreciate the opportunity to drive this car out here.
Aaron, what is it about this racetrack? You swept the season here, won back here earlier in the year, won here again. Something about this place seems to suit your driving style.
Yeah, 410 sprint cars on 3/8 miles are my jam. I don't know. We got a 3/8 at the Evergreen State Fairgrounds in Monroe, Washington that I'm really good at, and I just like the rhythm of the 3/8 mile tracks. Are great size tracks for these cars. They're just big enough we can get up and move around, but they're not too big that it gets all strung out. So awesome facility. The staff management and ownership of this place are doing an outstanding job, and thanks for everyone for waiting it out tonight. It's been a long one, but thank you for being here.
Aaron Willison, tonight's feature winner here in the MSR National Sprint Cars. And we'll migrate over, talk to tonight's runner-up finisher. This kid continues to impress me. First time I met him in March at Citrus County, he goes out, runs second to Joe Liguori. Makes a late race pass due you, Colton Bettis, to run second tonight. Did you have anything for Willison, or was that kind of giving chase everything you had there in those last few laps?
Well, I think if I would have figured out passing a little bit better, we would have definitely been 100 times better getting through traffic. But towards the end, I started figuring it out a little bit. So, but no, that 50M was definitely a rocket, like it always is, especially with Aaron. He's the best in the country right now. I don't care what anybody says. That he's the man. So.
For you though, I mean, this has to be a huge confidence booster. That guy back there, Aaron Pierce, has been working with you all season, and I'd say you've showed out really, really well.
Yeah, I would love to thank him and his dad for the opportunity. We wouldn't be here without him. We don't have the money to come up here, spend a 410, buy a 410, buy a beast. I wouldn't be here without them guys, and definitely my grandpa and grandma back home.
14 years young, Colton Bettis comes up runner-up here tonight at Owosso Speedway. And we'll get the other half of the Canadian connection down here in third, Ryan Litt, who, before that last caution, Ryan, you were closing in. I don't know if you'd have caught him under green if it had stayed green, but it looked like you found something, and then that late restart just didn't quite play out in your favor.
Yeah, we obviously we didn't get much practice today with the border issues, so we kind of just threw our old setup at the car, and it was all right in qualifying. It was pretty tight off, so we made a bunch of changes right before the feature, and it was definitely better, and it seemed to get better on the long run. Yeah, I thought I was maybe catching the 50 car a little bit. He checked out, obviously, had a really good start, and that car's always fast, and Aaron's obviously one of the best in the country, so I knew once he got out to that big lead, he was going to be tough to track down. But yeah, it was a good run for the whole team here. The crew worked hard all day. I got to thank BSME Radiator, Extreme Metalworks, Glenn Stires, and Jim and Debbie Seaton.
That's Ryan Litt. 2 Canadians on the podium tonight. Ryan finishes third here at Owosso Speedway. All right, I'm gonna bring this up so that I don't get yelled at by Chris and Roger. But what a night. Fun night. 2-time Owosso winner this season in Aaron Willison. Heck of a party. I enjoyed it. Rex will jump down from out of here if I'm not allowed to say this out loud, but we said it at the drivers' meeting. So I'm going to say I think I can say out loud that we're excited to be back here twice in 2025. So must see in our sprint car faithful, we'll see you back here at Owosso twice next year. We're looking forward to that. I'm glad y'all have got one more feature to go, guys, because I'm wore out. But I'll tell you what, for as late as it is, this was a heck of a show. And as always, super, super glad to be able to share a couple microphones with you guys. This was a blast tonight in Willison from 9th. That was fun.
Well, they said that was going to be, if the 50M won, it would have been their 50th win.
And it was.
Yes, it was. So, and of course, Mr. Myers there in that helps out with or owns that car, going in the Michigan Motorsports Hall of Fame here in November as well.
I had heard that. That's just all cool how it ties together here at Owosso of all places.
Yep, absolutely. But it's always great to have you here, Jacob. Have a
Yes,
good
sir.
off season.
I was going to say, we'll see you guys twice next year, so we're looking forward to it. If I'm not allowed to say that, I'm sure Rex will come find me, but I think at this point...
Oh, he's too tired to come up and talk to you.
I'd say at this point, we can at least give these fans something to look forward to, right?
Yes, absolutely. And we're not, I don't think Chris or I would be the first to say, what? What a surprise. Now, of course, I would expect that we would see you at least twice for next year, you guys.
Y'all
put on
have a great
show.
final call. It's been a pleasure tonight, and we'll see you guys next summer.
All right, sounds good. As we get set to go, one more to go here this evening, the Pure Stocks. I think I got everything that you had. So those of you that are
The diehards.
very much the diehards, I think it's the same people that have been here since, been here since practice, which would be you guys. I was the late arriver again.
Before practice?
Yes, very true.
Like 3 hours before practice?
So we get everybody to make their way off the speedway. That would be awesome. So we get our final event of the night done.
And there's a guy that didn't realize how banked Owosso was until right now. Oh, now his shins are getting tight. Those calves are cramping. Oh, he's got a splint.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Oh, he made it.
Oh, good thing the ambulance is right there.
Yeah. Walk it off, buddy.
Walk it off. All right. Yes, he is. He was sleeping during part of that feature, too.
Me
Here
too.
come the Pure Stocks.
Anyway. All right, your scheduled starting lineup. Well, it's supposed to be Scott Garcia on the pole. I believe his car went boom. So that moves Tim Kirby to the pole, Kyle Callahan to his outside, then Brent Forrest in the 5. 83 is Dan Goki, Brian Thompson in the 66, Lonnie Saumier in the M15. Then the 9 of Jim Miller Jr., 55, your fast qualifier, Jason Spencer. Talon Deal in the M57, Jeremy Johnson in the 47, Mark Martinez in the 34, Bob Baumgarten in the 108, and Abby Kolb in the 89. We had 14 scheduled, 13 hit the track. Race car stuff.
Vroom! Of course, Callahan's still working with that broken wrist, isn't he?
Yeah, yep. It's very.
Were you guys scooter riding together? No, he got it. He got that.
No, he got
wreck
hurt here. I like to keep my injuries off speedway grounds because I believe in not racking up workers' comp complaints.
Well, thank you on behalf of the company. We thank you for that. Well, they waited all night to finally get to run their feature event. The next time by, they'll get the one to go signal. And just like if you're dealing with a bear, we'll need you to stand up and make yourself look big and wave to your favorite Pure Stock drivers as they come by. Final event of the night, ladies and gentlemen, in our Pure Stock division. It's a big feature event, 20 laps the distance. How about it? Here they come out of 4. Let's make a little noise.
All right, coming to the green this time. It's going to be Tim Kirby in the 81, Kyle Callahan in the 14, 20 laps the distance. We're home stretching it here.
Forrest, the last one to get any laps, and that was in the two-seater modified.
And like 6 hours ago.
Yeah, that's right. Here they come to the green flag. We're pure stock feature racing here at Owosso Speedway, and we're 3 wide already. Oh, Rex might be saying, oh, was I sure to put him in that? He went 3 wide, Forrest did, to challenge for the lead, and we're bumping and banging already. Goki with a handful. As Sommier and Spencer sawing their way to the front with Jim Miller Jr.
Well, Brent Forrest turned laps in a modified, so hopping back behind the wheel of a pure stock, he's like, wow, I'm going so slow.
Kenny's going to take the lead away from Callahan. Well, it's been a while since he's been in victory lane.
A borrowed motor underneath the hood also.
Okay.
So, hoping to take it to victory lane with a loaner.
Oh boy, Miller with a bit of a wiggle there. Hard to tell if there was help or not. They're awfully tight there with Thompson, Sommier, Miller, Spencer in the middle of that. Callahan in second. Forrest still leading, as it is quite a fight there inside the top 5.
I mean, really, your top 7 right now are all within touching distance.
And they'll do a lot of that here as we get into the later laps, as here comes Sommier on the top side of Callahan. Callahan will give him the room. Sommier gets a nice run into turn number 1. He takes a peek to the high side of your race leader. Forrest holds him off. He goes to the top side. He gets a kiss on the bumper.
Well, you got to think Lonnie Sommier, a sentimental favorite to win today. That team laid to rest Mike Stearns, who was a big part of that team earlier in the week.
3 wide there for a minute there, Chris. I didn't mean to interrupt you there. It got very interesting in a hurry in turn 1, as Spencer wasn't afraid to take it 3 wide there, but Sommier now your leader. I apologize for interrupting that.
Well, Lonnie Sommier up in front, and like we mentioned, racing with a heavy heart, and I got to say there's probably nobody else on this track more determined to get to victory lane right now than the M15.
Spencer right there behind him, a lot of a wiggle there in the center of turns 3 and 4. He'll lose some ground to Sommier. Boy, how many times has Spencer finished second to either Miller or Sommier? Right now, that's where he's at, in that second spot. He's got Miller Jr., your point leader, in the 3rd spot. Forrest in 4th, Callahan 5th, while Goki and Thompson battle each other for a position outside the top 5.
Callahan goes to make a move on Brent Forrest, but not able to pull alongside as Sommier continues to drive away. Going to have probably close to a second advantage, I would think, this time around.
11 laps to go this time by. The tightest racing is Forrest, Goki, Callahan, Thompson. And I'll tell you what, Goki was glued to the back bumper of that 5 machine. He's going to get a nice run, but no place to put it. Had to back off, or he's going to drive right through that 5 machine. And that allows Thompson to go to the inside of Callahan, because Callahan had to back off.
Yeah, Brent Forrest looked very fast early on in this race, but it looks like he's lost a little steam as this one has reached the halfway point and actually inside of the last 10 laps.
Oh, Johnson's going to spin on the front straightaway all by himself. Just got it loose out of turn number 4, and the back end got away from Jeremy Johnson, and this will restack the deck here as Johnson's back underway. At the halfway point, Sommier, Spencer, Jim Miller Jr., Brent Forrest, Dan Goki were scheduled, or rather scored as the top 5. Callahan, Thompson, Tim Kirby rounding off the top 8. So we'll put them nose to tail here before we give them the Owosso option. Looks like we're not quite there yet. Looks like we'll move Kirby up a position.
Well, actually, Callahan having receiver issues, so Kirby is playing traffic cop.
Well, how nice.
Way to be a bro.
Glad to hear the word cop in a positive way.
I feel like normally I would have a response to that, but
Yeah, it's that time of the evening.
morning.
And not quite ready to do the option yet.
I wasn't ready. That's on me.
Some of them already showing their hand. Nobody wants to drive over the box, even during the non-committal.
Have you seen those traffic or parking bollards that like are motion activated, where like they come up from the ground? That's what we need there.
Oh, that'd be great.
When they have to pick, it's just a giant post that rises out of the track.
Until it short circuits at some point.
I mean, we do the jump race.
That's true. Option time. Miller Jr. is going to be the first one to go to the top side. He'll pull alongside your leader, Lonnie Samir. Goki also going to go top side. He'll pull along next to the 55 of Spencer.
I feel like this is not how Lonnie Samir wanted that to go.
I don't think so either. But I'm just surprised because the 55 does have speed on that top lane.
Yeah, he's been one of the ones that could regularly make speed up there. So
That was his whole strategy.
I too am flummoxed.
Flummoxed. One to go. Here as we got to the first stage break.
You know, flummoxed isn't in the Scrabble dictionary.
It is not. Why is it not?
I don't know.
I
don't know, but I'd like. I would like to see it added. I have a petition going online.
Do you? How many signatures do you need?
A lot.
Okay. Good news. M&K Truck Center restart zone is active, and we're green. Samir, what a start.
Great restart by the M15. He's able to get up in front of the 9 before we get back to turn 1.
And the bad part about that was Spencer didn't get a very good restart, which allowed Miller to get to the inside line.
Yeah,
so
this will be a net loss for the 55.
I would think that the M15 would rather have the 50. Oh, it's Spencer just slides that thing.
Got to move for the lead as Miller pulls to the inside of the M15. Side by side off the corner. And Miller's going to take the lead.
Well, on Sunday, Miller and Samir were the class of the field, and Samir couldn't really do anything and ended up pulling off the race early. He just couldn't get anywhere near the number 9 machine, and it's kind of come back to this as, boy, Samir kind of moves the 9 out of the way just a touch. Tried to make a move to the inside, didn't work.
Boy, that top 4, you could throw a blanket over right now. Samir, this is getting chippy.
Still chippy. Touching fenders. Spencer watching that battle. Wheel to wheel for that top spot, Samir and Miller. Changing decals down the back straightaway. Spencer right in there trying to find a lane by. Will he try to make it 3 wide?
He does. Oh my gosh.
Something's got to give because no one's. Oh, there it is. Spencer slid up, got Samir. Samir out of shape. Spencer takes the lead. Miller right in there. Here comes Goki. They're 3 wide. They're almost 4 wide.
What is going on? Goki makes contact with Miller. Samir around the outside of Spencer. How has nobody wrecked?
Right, everyone stayed in it. Wow.
This is ridiculous.
And Goki even backed off when they got to that 9 just to let Miller get himself back in line. And Spencer and Samir. Jason Spencer won the 50-50 on Sunday. He didn't race, but he won the 50-50. As he's got a fender out in front of Samir.
Well, he put that 50-50 payout to good use. This is wild. Your top 3 cars just all bunched together there.
2 to go, too, Chris.
And Spencer now gets clear of Sommier, but is this a strategy move as they come up on lap traffic? Spencer moves a little wide off of 4 as the white flag is out. 1 lap to go, 1 last shot at it. Your top 5 cars nose to tail down the back straightaway one more time.
Out of
Miller,
turn number 4. Go ahead, Chris.
Miller sails it in. They're not going to be able to make it happen. Jason Spencer takes the win. Lonnie Sommier second. Jim Miller Jr. third. Dan Goki fourth. Brian Thompson fifth. What a race. Well, race fans, those of you that stuck around to watch this one definitely got your money's worth. That was an amazing race. So Jason Spencer going to come down to Gross Construction victory lane. Get a word with Roger Williams.
Well, Jason Spencer gets it done. Very exciting pure stock main event. Every time I see Jason Spencer, he's picking up a large wad of cash. He won the 50-50 on Sunday. He picks up the feature win here tonight. Here is your part of your trophy. For you seem slightly out of breath, but boy, they had to have been exciting behind the wheel of that car because it was exciting for us to watch.
It was exciting. It was exciting. I wanted to do it without any contact, obviously, but man, things were getting heated up front. I got a lot on the line right now. I couldn't afford to be too nice, so I did the best I could, and we got there. We got it done.
Closing up on the end of the season here, he still got an outside shot at her.
Yeah, we do. I believe we were 24 points out coming into tonight. I think we'll go into the next night 8 points behind.
So it's going to come right down to it on Young Chevrolet Championship night. Go ahead and thank everyone so you can go back and enjoy yourself a Busch Latte.
Absolutely. I want to thank Maine Busch Light, Maine Beverage, Jacob Newman, Home Office Realty, Long's Transmission, Ryan Secor State Farm, J-Mo's Hot Rod Garage, Eric Weaver Construction, No Mo Problems, A&W Collision Centers, my wife, my kids, my dad, my father-in-law, everybody that's by my side all the time, everybody that stuck it out tonight. Thank you all. I appreciate it. Couldn't do it without you guys.
All right, championship. We'll watch that in 2 weeks as Jason Spencer this time picks up the win in the number 55. And Chris, somehow we made it through. Well, we raced for a full month. We started in August and we end up in September. And here we are, home stretch here of the racing season. Chris, take us home as we've all had a very long day, but appreciate the folks that stuck around here this evening.
Yeah, thank you to all of our diehards that made tonight possible and stuck things out with us here at the Owosso Speedway. We'll be back in action next Saturday night with another great night of racing, 5,000 to win spectator drags, National Compact Touring Series, and the Modifieds. Appreciate you being here. Hope to see you soon. Be safe in your travels home, and we'll talk to you later.